Hello everyone, and hello replay viewers. Hello catch viewers as well. Catch viewers, if you'd like to join me live, you can go download the Periscope app and look for Penguin and Fish. I'm on every night at 9:30 p.m. Central, and today is a special craft day. I am going to craft here until I have all my unfinished Splendid Sampler blocks done. So I'll be here for several hours for sure. I usually don't come in during the day like this, but I'm pretty excited. This will be fun. I'm plugged in, should be ready to go. I'm hoping there won't be any overheating or technical issues, but yeah, I'm gonna just chill here and chit chat with you guys and work on my blocks. I hope if you guys have some craft project, feel free to grab those and craft with me. I think it'll be fun. We can just drink coffee. Yeah, I got my my pretty mug all ready to go. All right, I'm gonna flip you guys around. Hey there! If you don't like the color of your hearts, you can always back out and come back in too. So hello guys, we are gonna work on the blocks. So this is the big one. This one is this is my block actually, the one that I designed for the Splendid Sampler. And if I designed the block, I should have this thing done, right? So it can help some other people finish it too. So we're gonna do this. I have all this embroidery yet. I'm gonna stitch the crochet hook with my shiny metallic yarn, and it's gonna, or floss, it's gonna be really fun. So I have this block to do. I also have the seagulls block to do. I'm gonna blanket stitch around with some variegated floss around all the little birds. Oh, hey guys, thanks for popping in this morning. I'm excited to be doing this. And then I have block 15, which is the paper piece one. I'm halfway done. This one has all the paper pieces out of it. But then I have all my strips and the rest of my little paper pieces that I gotta put together. Oh, you're doing the B block! Oh, that's awesome. The B block is, I designed that embroidery pattern too, so that's awesome that you're working on that. But we're gonna start here, guys. And if you're new here, my name is Alyssa Thomas from Penguin and Fish, where we create lovely and quirky hand embroidery patterns and kits. I'm the author of Sew and Stitch Embroidery and a fabric designer as well. I even wore a shirt with a pocket with some of my fabric on today. Oh, thanks, Cara. You like the little birdie pocket. So feel free to chat and bring your craft and let me know what you're working on. You can chat below here, and you can tap for hearts if you want, but that's just for fun. No reason to do that, but I would love to hear what you guys are working on. I'm on Periscope every night at 9:30 p.m. Central, where I'm crafting, and lately I've been working on all the Splendid Sampler blocks. If you're new to the Splendid Sampler, you can go to splendidsampler.com. It is a mystery quilt along, and we get new blocks every Thursday and Sunday. So tomorrow we're getting new blocks, which is another reason why I want to catch up on all my current blocks. So I thought today would be craft day and we'll just chill. You're trying to finish knitting a sock for the teacher dentist? At the dentist? That's funny. All right, guys, let me know what you're doing. Oh, and I wanted to show you, I've laid out all of my blocks. And I had a really kind of crazy reaction when I saw it all, and I'll let you know what that is. So I'm gonna flip you around to show you, and we'll talk about that a little, and we'll get going. Oh, I got my cute mug today too, with my coffee, which I'm pretty excited about, and some water, so I'm good to go. But yeah, I'm gonna show you all my blocks. You're making a cat tent? That's so cute, Melanie. All right, I'm gonna flip you around. Alright guys, I'm gonna actually take you off of my stand so we can see it. So here are all my blocks so far. Oh, the doorbell just rang, but I think it's just the UPS, so he can lay it there. So let's see if I can focus. So I put them in order. So there they all are. These are the two unfinished ones, and this one too is unfinished. And there, so that's where I'm at right now, guys. And you know what? So I have, let's see if I can back up a little. I have like it's 5 by 3 right now, right? Because there's only 16 of it and I have one here. So I've only seen, there's only 15 right here. And So I got freaked out when I saw this, actually. This is the first time I've laid them all out. And I saw that it's the 5x3. And then I thought to myself, oh my gosh, when we're done, I'm going to have 10x10 of these. And you know what? I felt anxiety build up with me. And I even had the trigger in my brain, like, oh my gosh, I want to quit. That's just too overwhelming to do 10x10 of these. And I caught myself, I'm like, oh my God, that's so crazy that I had that reaction. I don't know if you guys feel like that about this with having so many blocks, but seeing it like that, I was surprised at myself because at this point I'm pretty committed. I've done every single one of these blocks live on Periscope and I totally intend to do the rest of them as well, but my body still had that reaction of, oh my God, this is too overwhelming, I want to quit. So, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but that was a pretty surprising reaction that I felt. So, I mean, I really had to think, wow, you know, little anxious moments like that really kind of trigger, you know, these bad thoughts, and I had to catch myself. I was more shocked, Cora, I was definitely shocked at how much there was left. I mean, that's where my brain went immediately, like, oh my gosh, this is only 5x3 and I'm gonna do 10x10. I freaked out. It was so weird, and I have no reason to freak out because I'm totally committed to this, but wow, still, I still had that reaction, so that was kind of weird. But, you know, if you're breaking it down into each block, it's totally doable, and I've kind of proved that to myself already, because that's what I've done so far. So I just want to encourage you guys, if you have that reaction like I did this morning, to just take a step back and be like, wait a sec, that's just my body, you know, being silly, because clearly I've started these blocks and I'll finish them and it's okay to go at my pace and whatever. I just was surprised that, you know, I've been really committed to this and I still had that reaction. I don't know, it surprised me today. So I just kind of wanted to share that with you guys. But thanks for coming in today. I'm super happy to be here doing this. Drink some of my coffee. It's the morning, so I gotta be drinking all my coffee. Oh, I'm excited. You know what? I had a thought laying it all. So this is that was my scary thought when I laid it all out, but here was my exciting thought. So I did this block, I think this is block number 12, and I love it. Like, I love how it's all kind of, how it goes from like red to the blues and it exchanges the light into darks. I was thinking this is gonna be the model for my entire quilt, I think. And I hadn't thought of that before until I saw this with all of my blocks laid out. So I think I'm going to go, I'm going to put like dark blocks and light blocks next to each other, but all my reddish and yellow blocks will start up here and it'll kind of filter into my blues and purple blocks. So I think this is going to be the recipe for my entire quilt when I'm done. And I had never, like, that didn't occur to me at all. So I don't even know if I'm going to do sashing. Sashing is just when you put a border in between, and I can actually show you what that looks like. So let's just look up here for a sec. So right now, all my blocks are kind of butted next to each other, so they all kind of blend in with each other. What sashing will do is this. Here, let me show you. So sashing, if I put sashing in, it's basically, you put a strip of fabric in there, and look, now you can see each of the blocks, and each of the blocks stand by themselves, and that's what sashing would do. But in this scenario here, I might not do the sashing. I might just put darks and lights next to each other. Like, if these two are together, I mean, they're pretty contrasting, so they're not going to blend together with the lights and darks, and especially when we get to the different colors here. So we might give that a try, but you know, like I said, we're gonna go to the 10x10. We're only at 15 or 5x3. So I don't know, we might still do sashing. We'll decide a little bit later. But this is the first time that I actually made any thoughts on my big quilt. So that'll be fun. That won't be till next February though, right guys? I know, Andrew, isn't it? It's funny, usually I'm here at 9:30 p.m. Central and I'm here during the day today. There's so much light. I got the window, the shade open and everything. You could do the stashing that changes from red to blue. Ooh, I like that idea. See, I like that idea a lot. Yeah, maybe I'll do something like that. Because I do like that each one is kind of framed up by themselves. So, stashing like that. Oh, you know, I'm about to get started embroidering, but I haven't even put in the hoop yet. So I'm gonna get cracking. Here's where I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start with my little crocheted block embroidery. About thread, why not separate one thread and use doubled? I'm using actually 3 strands of floss together. I may put it on the back label. Oh yeah, you know what? I want to do like a little back label for mine too, just kind of talking about stuff. So I'm gonna put this back in my hoop. I take it out of the hoop while I'm not working on it, because if you leave it in the hoop, it can really crinkle all your edges. It can kind of permanently crease your edges. So you want to take it out. You want to take it out as you go. So I'm going to try and read your comments and stuff. And, you know, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And they fly by pretty quickly sometimes, especially when I'm looking down at stitches. But if you ask again, I'll try and see it too. But I love, like, just chit-chatting with you guys. And it's cool when you guys chit-chat amongst yourselves too. So I'm just going to put this back in the hoop. I only have it on the little edges here, and I think that's fine. Andrew, who is popping in here, he has been here since my first scope, and that was, I think this is my 205th scope actually today, guys, which is just pretty crazy. Kind of can't believe it's been doing that. I know, it's gorgeous out. There's actually sunshine today, which has been, you know, weird. No, not 250th, 205. Not 250 yet. And a lot of those were a little technical thing. Not a lot, but, you know, every once in a while it was a little technical thing. So I'm tying in a knot on one end. I'm going to do the away knot. You haven't been able all those days, yeah. All right. It's sunny but cold. Yeah, I haven't even gone outside. My guess is that it's pretty cold. It's that tricky sun still. Hey, Patty, thanks for coming in from Kansas City. How's that? That's a little further south. Is it warm there at all? I think this might qualify as a gang. Funny. All right. So let's see. I haven't worked on this guy in a long time. I'm almost I gotta get my brain caught up on it. I move on to the next block when it's released, so that's why I have so many unfinished blocks. Oh, 42, that is not bad at all. All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna start down here and then kind of loop around again. So I'm gonna do my away knot, and my away knot is where I put my needle in about 4 inches away from where I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start right here. And this is gonna allow me to not have any knots on the back at all. Like so far I have no knots on the back, and I'll show you what that means once we're done with this floss. But remember, I'm putting a little knot right there all the way over here. All right, now we can forget about that for a little. All right, so I'm gonna do this reverse, I call it the reverse chain stitch, only because it's reverse to me. But what I'm doing is and you know, I did embroidery instructions on this, so you can go to katch.me/penguin and fish and go into embroidery instructions, or check out when I work on this block the first time, and you can see a couple different ways of doing the chain stitch. But I'm doing it where I come up and then I loop through something that I already have done over here, and then go back right in the hole where I came out of. We got some Canada and Alaska. My brother is still in Alaska. It was his birthday on the 4th, and it was my other brother's birthday yesterday, and it's my mom's birthday tomorrow. So if my mom pops in, she's PA Shoals when she pops in. You have to wish her happy birthday tomorrow. I don't know if she's going to be popping in or not, though. I think she might be going to visit my brother. So we'll see. Are we able to watch this live on the computer? You can watch it live on the computer. It is, you can't participate in the chat though. So if you want to watch live on the computer, it's periscope.tv/penguin and fish. But yes, you can watch live. It just, you just can't chat. Yeah, you can't chat or do the heart thing. But you can have it just going live. I think the quality on the phone can sometimes be a little bit better, but, oh, you know what? I did this a little differently than my other ones, but that's okay. I'm doing 5 around this loop, and all the other ones, I think I only did 4. Gotta go. Oh, thanks, Melanie, for coming in. We'll peek later. Have fun. Yep, so I will be here. I'll be here all day. Oh, your first time on Periscope. Oh, welcome. Is it Judy? Let me just check. I'm going to look at your profile. Oh, Judith. Do you prefer Judith or Judy? That's awesome. Thanks for coming in today. So I'm going to just swoop under these stitches. Yeah, and guys, feel free to ask any questions. I'm probably not going to talk too much about the embroidery, about like the stitches. I will every once in a while, but I have some embroidery, again, on Catch, KATCH.me. Some embroidery lessons and tips there. And we're just kind of continuing on this block. Yes, welcome to Periscope, everyone. I really do. Facebook Live is nice, but the chat works a little differently. So for Facebook Live, if I go on live, then you guys can chat and I can see the chats as they come up. But if you watch the replay, it's like comments. So if you watch the replay, you won't see the comments as they come up. They're just all listed underneath right at the beginning. Hi, Carrie from Oregon. Quilting is my... Oh, you're quilting your first sandwich today. I think I caught all that. So that's awesome. You haven't tried Facebook Live yet? I don't like the Facebook notifications. I know, that's the thing. I turn off all my notifications from everything. So here's something that's neat, and I think Vicky, I don't know if Vicky's in here, but she actually emailed me that I could do this with the crocheted thing. So I'm doing this version where I swoop my needle underneath my other stitches to do the chain stitch, but she said that she learned to swoop the other end of the needle, the eye, under it, because then you won't be accidentally grabbing or poking on anything or getting any of your poking any of your floss this way. So swoop in the other side and you won't catch anything. And I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. So I've been starting to do that with this way of the chain stitch. I know, Janelle, isn't that interesting? I've never done that before. And you know, this is actually, this block is the first time I've done this style of chain stitch. Usually, I don't want to do it on this because it'll reverse my stitches a little bit, but usually I do it kind of the other way. And again, you can check out what that other way is on my recorded videos. Oh, it's around the loop. Yep, so this is a little different way of doing it, and what I like about doing it this reversed way is that, here, I suppose I'll do this next bit the normal way. So normally, it's maybe not normal, it's the way that I learned. Normally I would come up, and then I'd have to hold my thread with my thumb over here, which is an extra thing that I don't have to do the other way. Then I'd come back down right where I came from, and come up through that loop, and then it catches on the loop. So this is the standard way that I learned, and so let's just do 2 more stitches that way. And so I make my loop, I gotta hold it down with my thumb, and I go back into the hole that I came out of, come back up through that loop, and then that thread catches that loop. And I'll do 1 more this way. So this is the old way that I had originally learned how to do it. Again, we got to come back through the loop, which is, you know, gets kind of messy because I got all this thread everywhere. Oops, and I got to make sure I come up through that loop. And then you tack it down when you're done with like 1 little tack over the edge. So that's the way I used to do it. And I still do it that way sometimes, but here's the new way that I tried for the first time on this block. So instead of coming up right at the start of your stitch, you're going to come up kind of at the end of your stitch. So a stitch length away, like that. Oop, there you guys can kind of see. And you're going to loop it around. So you would make a little tack first, but in this case I have some stitches here, so I'm going to just loop it around those stitches, pull it all the way, and then go back into the hole. So you see, I don't have to do any of my little finger holding. I don't have to make those loops and get all that stuff all over the place. I can just, I'll do it again. So I come up like a stitch length away, and then I swoop under my last stitch. So I've just swooped under both stitches, both threads there. And then I go back into the hole, and I don't have to worry about making that loop or anything. It just, I just swoop it underneath. So that's kind of my new way of doing it, and it's been working really well. And then the new way with that is I swoop the other end of the needle underneath, because then my point of my needle won't be grabbing on any of my floss or anything. I'm just using the dull point. So that's the story behind that. I kind of like this new way of doing it. I feel like I get less knots because I'm not having that loop of floss all over the place. But, okay, so I missed a bunch of the comments that you guys said during that because I was watching this. Got Sulky Fabulous stuff yesterday, printed doily, then went to catch to use with your first, oh God, I didn't catch that last part, but yeah, so I love that stuff. So you've got it printed out, and you're using it. It works so well. So that's this stuff, the Fabri-Selvi. This is sticky Fabri-Selvi embroidery stabilizer. And let's see, do I have some here? Yeah. Hold on, guys. So it's this stuff right here. It's by Sulky, and it's sticky Fabri-Selvi. If you're gonna get some, make sure it has all these words on: sticky Fabri-Selvi, not just the Fabri-Selvi, the sticky Fabri-Selvi. So I like this size. It's 8.5 by 11, so you can print it out right on your printer or a copier, and then it sticks on just like a sticker. And you stitch right through it. And the only reason I'm using it, honestly, is because I can print the design right to it. I do not have to trace this. And it works if I'm going on dark fabrics like this, you know what I mean? I can still see my stitches, and it would be really difficult to trace through some of this dark fabric, right? So that is my whole deal with the Fabri-Selvi. And tonight, I'm not gonna take the Fabri-Selvi off today during the day-long scope, but tonight during my normal scope is at 9:30 p.m. Central, so I'll come back on today for my normal scope, and we'll take off the Fabri-Selvi tonight. So if you want to see how to take it off, we'll do that tonight, and I'm excited about that. Oh, and you know what? The doorbell just rang a little while ago. I don't know if you guys heard it or not, but that might be my Amazon box that has the color catchers in. So we've talked about the color catchers on here a little bit before, and I've never tried it before. I think it's by Shout. It looks like a dryer sheet, but it's actually, it catches dye. You can get them at, I know you can get them at the grocery store, but I was on Amazon, so I'm like, I'm just gonna buy a bunch of house stuff for Amazon right now. I even bought filters for our furnace on Amazon too. It's just kind of silly because I usually just go to Target down the street for us, but you know, I thought I'd get some kitchen-y things this time. So I bought some of the color catchers, and I'm not positive that this is color fast thread. It's hand dyed by Weeks Dye Works, which does some beautiful, beautiful floss, but this is one of their older ones, and on the back, it says, "Our fiber is hand dyed, it is not color fast. If it must be washed, use only cold to avoid color bleeding." So, and I knew that going into this, and I kind of wanted to test it. I wanted to test how not color fast the floss is. So like, what a way to go, you know, testing on a block that I, you know, still want to keep and stuff. So anyway, I got that color catchers, and we'll we'll give that a try to see how it does. And that might have been it in the mail. So I'll have that on hand tonight during the 9:30 scope. I'm going to catch this little loop here so he lays flat. We'll give that a try too if it looks like we're going to have bleeding issues. UPS man is getting his workout at my house. Nice, yep. He's been at my house too. I would do well to do that with Prime. It's too easy. Yeah, I've been abusing the Prime a little bit lately. So I got a couple of fun books coming in the mail, and I tried that Amazon pantry for the first time because with the color catchers getting that was one of the pantry items. So I'm like, oh well, what else do I need? So I got some toothpaste and paper towels and all that too. The Prime is kind of totally worth it because you can get things way cheaper too. A lot of times, things will be like 40% off. And things like that. Prime is totally worth it. Yep, Janelle, you're right. You will never go back. It really is nice. We like it. So, the other thing I'm a little worried about with this block is I only have this much floss left. I'm scared I'm not going to have enough floss to finish this, so that'll be something we'll have to watch for while I do this today. I'm going to just stay here till we got this done. You live without Amazon? Oh my gosh, Marla. So the pantry, I think it's relatively new. It's just basically household type items. So like, and I think what it is it's a standard box size. So you get a box, and no matter what the box, that's the box it is, and it's shipping. So you get whatever you can fit in that box, and the shipping is only going to be like $6 or something like that. So and you can fit like a ton. Like I got toilet paper and paper towels plus a ton of other householdy stuff, and I still had half the box left over. So you can fill that box up and still only pay like the $6 or $5.75 or something of shipping. So that's the deal with the pantry thing. And you don't have to like look up anything special. I think once you have a pantry item, it'll just automatically start doing it. Oh, there's my brother Tic-Tac-Bo. Happy birthday yesterday, Justin. So Tic-Tac-Bo, that's his birthday was yesterday. I hope you had fun. He's 30 now. He's out of the 20 zone. I think he might be a little sad about that. I don't know. He had a picture. Then I don't know. He didn't look too happy in it. All right, there we go. We got this little guy up here done. So I'm gonna try and. You're an adult now, yeah. He's an adult now. I'm gonna just shimmy the floss behind up there, just so I don't have a big jump. Oh, nice! You just turned 32. My daughter hated it when she turned 30. Well, I hate it when Justin turns 30 because that means like, holy crap, my youngest baby brother is 30. That means I'm old. I was happy because I only had 2 bourbons, not 4. Nice. She's 30. I'm halfway through. Are you thinking of getting a sedan as adult? Funny. Yep. I'm the oldest in the family and Justin is the baby. And then my other brother, who's in the middle, his birthday was just on the 4th. So it's the April birthday party. And Mom's is tomorrow. I hope you had fun, Justin. April B-days are the best. Yeah, they're nice, but the July birthdays are pretty nice too. May the 4th be with him. Exactly! Exactly, Andrew. May the 4th be with you. Except it's April 4th, not May 4th. Yay, you're July 27th. That's awesome, Janelle. I'm July 6th. My dad always makes fun of me on my birthday because when I was little, I asked my grandma or something like that. I asked, you know, because my brothers and my dad, like, so my brothers and my mom, they're early April, right? So sometimes every once in a while their birthday lands on Easter. And my dad's is November 22nd, so every once in a while his birthday lands on Thanksgiving. And so I asked my mom or my grandma or someone if my birthday would ever land on July 4th. And it's never gonna land on July 4th. So that makes me sad. It's always gonna be on July 6th. But everyone else, oh, there's P.A. Schultz, there's my mom. It's her birthday tomorrow, so you gotta wish her happy birthday, everyone. Happy birthday tomorrow, Mom. Oh, your brother's July 1st? That's fun. Yeah, my birthday will never be on July 4th. I'll never have fireworks. We watched Star Wars last night. Nice! That's a good way to spend a birthday. I would do that for a birthday. Oops, I lost my thread here. I'm almost done with my floss here too. I'm gonna have to weave it into the end now. Early birthdays! And Mom said quilters. Yep, quilters always. No, they don't stitch to the dark side, they press to the dark side, Justin. There's actually t-shirts and stuff with that in. Quilters always press to the dark side. I kind of want that t-shirt. That'd be hilarious. It's Darth Vader. The t-shirt is Darth Vader with an ironing board, and he's pressing his quilt or quilt block or whatever, and it said quilters always pressed to the dark side. It's cute. I like it. Press to the dark side. See, mom's knows what's up. All right, so we just wove in that end there. Yeah, it's a birthday crazier in April in our family. You want that shirt too? I know, it's kind of funny. I haven't bought a t-shirt like that for myself in a long time. Mom knows everything. Yep. She does, Justin. Except for paper piecing, apparently. Mom, have you started your paper piecing yet? I got my video up. I think that only happens when your kids are adults. You haven't started yet? Paper piecing is one of those things that looks like a huge, crazy mystery, but once you have it figured out, then you got it. It's just starts to be relaxing. Yep, you got to do 8 of them. 8 of them. 8 of those little paper pieces. Mom knows all, and sometimes my kids think I'm psychic. That's hilarious, Lisa. That's awesome. I like it. All right. Done with that thread. I'll have to get some more out, and like I said, I'm super scared that I'm gonna run out of my floss. Your son is 4. You don't know anything right now. That's hilarious. Oh, Dad says hi. Hi, Dad. So Dad and me are the non-April birthday people. All right, let's see. Look, I'm almost out of this. I'm freaking out. I don't know what I'm going to do if I run out. So like that last thing of floss, I only got this far, so I might not have any floss left, and I haven't used this floss for anything else, but the Weeks Dye Works only comes with 8 meters of floss. It doesn't, or no, the 5 meters of floss, when usually other brands come with 8 meters, so I've never gone through one skein of floss in a project before, so I'm freaking out a little. I might have just enough. I'm hoping I have just enough, but this ain't promising, people. At least I'm splitting my floss into 3 strands. It starts with 6 strands, and I'm splitting it into 3, so at least I get a double there, but still, I'm scared. So I just like pulling the 2 sides apart, and the trick is to not let your ends here touch this middle piece, otherwise it'll wrap around and get crazy. And then I have the other side just dangling. I need to do another one of these blocks. I kind of missed the conversation a little bit there. I kind of want to do another one of these too, but I got to catch up first. What if you use a slightly darker DMC on the floss section? Oh, I could do that. I mean, ideally, I'd like to use the same because it's as if they're crocheting like this little piece here. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh, I kind of have a fun idea. So let me show you the one that I'm actually working on. If it gets to be where I don't think I'm gonna have enough, but like, so this is the actual inspiration for this piece. But this is my grandma's actual floss that she used to have, and I ran out of the purple, so I started some tan with it, or some cream. So I could kind of mimic this completely. I could just straight up start some cream with it, and then it will look just like this. Here, let me put it side by side. That's kind of a fun idea. I mean, no one else will know what the heck I'm doing. Like, they'll be like, why did you change colors? But that could be a fun idea. You know what? Maybe I'll just do that anyway. I kind of like that. So I don't know, how would I do that? I mean, technically, yeah, creative opportunity, right. So technically, if this was really crochet, it would have gone around this entire thing, but I could just do, like, why don't I do, like, this whole section? Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do, so this section, yeah, exactly. So cream would have been all the way around the outside, but, you know, since we're in magic land here, we can do kind of whatever we want. So maybe I will take maybe just this section here and do cream and do the rest of this cream. I don't know. Is that weird? I mean, I might actually have enough purple to do this, but it would be kind of cool to really mimic this even more. If you do 2 pineapples, it'll look like a heart. Oh, that's true. Oh, I don't have 2 pineapples left, though. Oh, I see. If I do this, it'll look like a heart. Okay, Cora, we're doing that. It's happening. All right, great. I'm totally doing that. I think that'll be so fun. Yeah, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to do... Let me get my stiletto. I don't like pointing with my scissors. So we'll do this little bit here. All that's around, saved, yep, tic-tac-toe. So I'll do that in kind of a cream color. So I'll have to see what I got going on here. So that means I just have to do, I'll just do this little bit here with the purple yet. Oh, and then I have like 1 stitch here. Jeez, I just have 1 tiny stitch over here. All right, so we're gonna do that. It's gonna look crazy. People are gonna be like, what the heck? But I know what it's gonna mean, and maybe I'll take the photo with, I'll take a photo like this, so, of my block, so you can see how it changed color. Okay, I like it. That's what we're doing. Yeah, so if you're just popping in, I'm gonna switch colors here because I barely have any more floss, and I'm thinking that I won't have enough floss to finish this and go around this whole thing. But it's based on this doily that I made out of my grandma's floss, and I ran out of the purple here too and changed to the cream. So it's kind of mimicking each other, and I like that. Even if I have enough floss, I like that idea better anyway. So I'm gonna just do that. So let's, I still have to do purple with this little bit here, and then I have this 1 freaking little tiny stitch there to do. But yeah, and then I'll find some cream and do the rest. Maybe I have some variegated cream. I'll just do cream. You know what? I actually have, maybe I'll actually use, this is the actual floss. I could just use the actual floss like doubled up. Maybe I'll do that. Were you so sad when Grandma's yarn ran out? Well, I actually have a bunch. So she had several spools left. And so I probably have 10 more different spools yet that are all different sizes. Yeah, it's kind of sad when I run out of, you know, like I don't have any more purple because I used up her purple. And I did another one of these where I used up a yellow variegated that she had. And so now I'm adding all this other stuff. But it was so fun on the other one that I made that had the yellow variegated. I'll have to bring that out later maybe. But it had yellow. But hiding in one of these little things, in one of these spools, was a tiny ball of green. It was only about this big, a tiny ball of green. So I stitch that into it. So it's about this much green, just like this hideous, horrible green that does not fit with it at all. But it was because it was hiding in the little spool that I had. So I kind of love that. I might actually use this actual floss for my other color, but you know what? I might find a color that's like this though too, because I'm actually afraid that I'm gonna run out of this soon for this doily. So let's see. Let's deal with this purple first, and then I will bring out my floss containers and see if I can find a cream, because then we can stay consistent with the size. Maybe that might be a better idea than using the actual stuff. Then I can stay consistent with my 3 strands of embroidery floss. But yay, okay, I like this idea. Good idea, people. I like it. That's why I got you guys around. You guys give me all the good ideas. I like it. All right, got this threaded. So again, we're just gonna do this little bit up here. And then I have just that one tiny remaining stitch over there. And then the rest we're gonna do that cream so it looks like a little heart. I like it. All right, so let's do an away knot again. Necessity is the mother of invention and creativity. There you go, Cora. I'm pretty excited about this. I wonder, maybe I should go the other direction. So yeah, screw it. We're going this way. I went from here to there on all the other loops, so my stitches will be a hair backwards here, but that's okay. I don't think anyone's gonna know. Cora gets MVP. Yeah, I think that was a few people. Like, I think Diane said to switch to the DMC floss and stuff. It's all you guys are so smart. I like it. So yeah, so technically it wouldn't, you wouldn't crochet it like this unless you were doing it on purpose, because in crochet you start in the middle and go into rounds. But I also, can't actually be crocheted anyway. Like here, I drew it in. If it was actually crochet, you would have connection points at all of these little rows. But in the design, when I was designing it, it was just too much stitching. Like, it would have just been a mass of stitches here. You wouldn't have been able to see the design very well. So I just eliminated it to give an essence of embroidery, but you couldn't actually embroider it this way. Although some people said that you could actually tat it this way, and that'd be interesting. Like, you could actually tat this exact design and have it look like this. Oop, I'm going to use that back of the needle thing again. So I've only ever tatted once, and it took me a really long time to figure out how the heck to do it. And then once I got it, the mystery was kind of gone. And so then I haven't really done any tatting since, and I'd probably have to relearn all over again. Over it, yeah. It wasn't so much that I had a project I wanted to do. That's why we all dropped it. Oh, funny, Diane. Like, all I wanted to know was like, wow, how do they hold that shuttle? And you know, it's that I wanted to learn what that tool, how that tool worked. And they have their thread all over their hand and this shuttle, and they're just going like this, and magically they have like this doily thing. That's what I was interested in. I wasn't interested in making anything. I just wanted to know how to do it, to, like, you know, how I keep saying it's like a secret weapon that you add to your arsenal or whatever. I just wanted to know how it was done. And once I knew how it was done, I'm like, meh, I don't care. I'd rather crochet. I'd rather crochet something that looks similar. Although I think my great-grandma did do tatting. We have a little tatted piece, or my mom does it at home, and I think it might be I don't know, is that great-grandma Schulz's, I think? So on my dad's side, I think his grandma used to tat. So maybe I'll learn sometime just for that, because I like that aspect of it. Or learn again, I suppose. But yeah, it was so confusing when I was figuring it out. Like, you have to slide thread from up and around, and I don't know. It's basically you're tying a bunch of little knots with this special tool. But you got to do it in just the right way, otherwise your knots won't work. And you have to hold the thread in all this interesting way, and you have to go above and under, then under and above, and I don't know. It was once I got it, I'm like, okay, this makes sense now, kind of. But it took me a long time to get there. I had gotten a kit from somewhere, so just like a little tatting kit, like, here's how you tat. And man, it took me forever reading those instructions to figure out what the heck this person was talking about. So I don't know. I'm not convinced it's something I want to pursue anymore yet, at least right now. Alright, a couple more stitches of purple, and then we're done with the purple. To break out the boxes. Luckily, I brought I have all my embroidery stuff sitting here. I didn't know I'd need today, so we can look through. Did I remember we gave you the kit? Oh yeah, so that's what it was. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm like, I don't remember purchasing that kit. Where did that come from? So yeah, they got it from St. Louis. What museum in St. Louis? I don't remember. But yeah, so I have it here still. But yeah, I'm super stoked about it. The St. Louis Arch Museum. Oh, funny. But yeah, I remember like, ooh, I've been wanting to learn how to do this because it's one of those mysteries that exist in the world is how to tat, right? It's like one of the great mysteries. But yeah, so I'm super excited. Learn how to do it, and then I'm like, okay, I know how to do it now, kind of. I would like to actually try it again, though, sometime, maybe. Maybe we'll try it on Periscope again once we're done with the Splendid Sampler. Because it is kind of goofy. It'd be fun to learn again. But I would bear it through one project so I could make something like what my great-grandma Scholes did. It'd be fun to do that. I like that historical aspect of it, like family aspects of it. I mean, that's why I like crocheting these doilies so much, because my other grandma would make these doilies like in mass. Not in mass, like church in mass, as in like a ton of them. When I said in mass, I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. Crochet in mass. All right, a few more stitches and purple will be finished. I think we'll use the needle to grab some of these threads. I learned how to crochet with a knit crochet on doilies. Knit crochet. What's knit crochet? I have no idea what that is. Lisa, is that a yarn, or is that like some crazy needle or something? All right, 2 more stitches here. Then I think I'll weave it in the back around here so I'm not making a jump here. That's what the thread was called. Oh, I like knitting and my sister crochets. Oh, that's cool, Joe. Oh, thanks so much, Peggy. Is it Peggy? Oh, I missed your name there. So I don't know if my mom's still here, but Mom, are you at home today? Because there's a package coming to the house. Are you with Justin? A package that probably shouldn't be left outside if it's cold. But oh well. We'll be in the car yet. Okay, good. Then it should be fine. Keeps freezing up. I know, it's been, I mean, it's sunny here today. Oh my gosh, I almost started stitching some more, but I'm done here. So I'm gonna weave around to get back because I have that one stitch over here. It snowed all day yesterday again, and like I was saying this yesterday, but it was 70 degrees here a couple days ago, and then it snowed the next day, and it was 30 degrees again, and it's been kind of snowing ever since. And that 70-degree day, I was like, oh, here it is. Summer's here, and late spring, and summer, and loveliness. And, oh, I'm on Bluetooth so Dad can listen. That's awesome. Hi, Dad! But yeah, and so it's just been snowing. We had snow all day yesterday, and I was sad. But it does look pretty bright and sunny, at least today, although I'm looking outside and it looks pretty overcast, so maybe it'll snow again. I haven't gone outside yet today. My thought is that it's probably pretty dang cold still. Oh, it's below freezing too? Ah, boo! Yeah, I mean, we didn't get a lot of the snow like what what you know, I know some people around the US are getting, but still enough snow that I wish it wasn't. And you know, just with that 70-degree day, it just tricked me into thinking that, you know, we would not have to deal with it anymore. But you know, that's where they get you. That's where, oops, that's where spring gets you, is making you think it's gonna be nice, than being, haha, gotcha. Yeah, 70-degree days are teasers. Oh, but it was so good. It was so funny that day too, because we had been inside all day, and it was freezing cold the day before, like it was 30s the day before. And it was sunny, but you know, it's that tricky sun where you know it's really freezing, but it's sunny. And the sun is actually letting in all the cold because the clouds aren't there anymore to protect it. So I thought it was that, and so John and I were gonna go out, I don't know, for an errand or something, so I put my big coat on, and I put my scarf on, and I went outside, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so warm! We took all of that off, and then when we got in the car where the thermometer was, it said 70. I'm like, well, there you go. But seriously, I had all the gear on for a really cold day. And then the next day after that 70-degree day, it was cold, and it's been cold ever since. I'm ready for that not to be the case anymore. Cora, I know, I'm so excited. I love that it's gonna have that that little bit of cream in there. I think that's just gonna be so fun. I'll have to take a photo with it, with the with this doily. So this is another thing that, just as a side comment, you know, we've been doing the Splendid Sampler, which are all these cool blocks on this on my evening periscopes, but I gotta bring back this again, because all I have to do yet is I'm putting all these little kind of pineapple wings on it, and I got most of them done. I have, oh, here we go. So here's it without the wings or the pineapples. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, I got 5 pineapples left, and then we gotta do a trim around the whole entire thing. But I would sure like to get this guy done soon. I've had this, you know, I haven't worked on this since I got my new computer, because my new computer is super fast. I only used to work on this while I was waiting for, my computer to save. I would be working on this, so isn't that crazy? So I haven't worked on it since, because my computer saves so fast now. So I gotta pick this up again. Maybe I'll watch a movie or something later and work on it, but I'd be sad to not finish it. Okay. I'm gonna find, I need that cream colored, so let me grab my floss buckets here. See what we got. I know I have, here we go. Here's where all my creams live. I just reorganized all this the other day, so now it's all fancy and perfect again. So it's not always so perfect and lovely. It's just I've been organizing them lately. So, all right, here are our creams. So I got, let's see. I got a cream like this, and then I have like, I'd like to use a cream because this is kind of that cream color. And I think a cream will pop against this white a little bit more than a white would. So here, let me see if we're in focus down there. All right, so I have a kind of pinkier, it's kind of pinky orangier. And this one is a little lighter. Make sure that there's some contrast with the background. Yeah, exactly. I want you to be able to see it yet. That's kind of the deal. And I don't, like, that's all I have for creams. So maybe I should go with the darker one. And maybe we can test on the background a little bit here. So let's pull this off here. Ah! So it's a little bit different color than this, but it's close enough that we're just getting the effect. And I actually like that it's a little pinkier, because it'll kind of go with some of the pinks and yellows that are in here. So that you'll probably be able to see. Let's swirl it around a little bit, like it's all like crocheted up in there. Okay, so that's that. Oh, sometime you'll organize. I mean, mine was getting pretty crazy. I get some skeins from manufacturers sometimes, so I had bags and bags of skeins, and I've just started to wind them all. So this is all my stuff that I've been normally using, and now I've been getting extra boxes together for skeins. So here, let me show you one. For example, like you know the Weeks Dye Works that I've been using for this. Here's one of my buckets that I just wound of all Weeks Dye Works floss, and I have 3 more of these filled with just this beautiful variegated stuff. It is just crazy town. And what I love about them is they have like super fun names. So let's just pick one out of here. Like this is called Grapefruit, which is like so perfectly named. And let's see what else. Here's a pretty blue. Oh, that one's just called Navy. That's boring. Let's do this one. Oh, this is Gunmetal Gray. And there's one, like there was a green that was called Bullfrog. Oh, Seafoam. Oh, those are all normal names. Here, I gotta find one that's got a really cool name. This one, this is a pretty interesting looking thing. Oh, Adobe. See, isn't that a good name for this color? Like, you couldn't have named this better. It's got a bit of green, a little bit of orange in it. Adobe. So, I don't know. So I just bought some more containers like this, and I've been wrapping all my floss. This was all in skeins, and I had never used any of it for years. But now I'm actually using it in pieces. So and I'm kind of way into the variegated now too, which is kind of funny. Oh wait, we were testing creams. So I have this cream, and then I have just a whiter cream. So this would really pop. I think you would be able to see this. So we'll probably go with that one. Here's this one. Yeah, that maybe blends in too much, right? Yeah, I think that'd be tough to see. It would look invisible. So yeah, I think you guys are right. We'll go with this one. It's more visible, and it'll still pop on these darks. So all right, switching to there. Let's get this guy back in here. Get in there. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna leave my little, I like this guy here. Let's grab some of this. So I'm gonna use 3 strands for this again too, just like I've been doing here, so we can stay consistent in the thickness. So that's what the different numbers of threads make. It makes your stitches thicker or thinner, and I talk a little bit about that in my embroidery thing. Psst, yes, Mom? Oh, you wanted to know a little bit about the Facebook Live thing. I can talk about that a little bit. Unless you were going to ask me something just then with the psst. Oh, yes, thanks. Oh, you want to know about the Facebook Live. So Facebook Live, and you guys might have seen some of them. I just started to do a few Facebook Lives. It's not rolled out to everyone yet, and I think it's random. I think it's random who it's being doled out to. It started by they just had it like celebrities and that sort of thing, but now they're rolling it out to the normals like you and me. And I think so. It's pretty random. You saw some in Guernsey. Oh yeah, so it's random right now who they're rolling it out to. But luckily I was on it for some reason, and I was one of the randoms. And so basically now what we're doing on Periscope here, live video, you can do live video on directly on Facebook. So when you're doing your post, like your status update or whatever on Facebook, just like how you normally would put a photo. Oh, you watched yesterday? That's awesome. So as you would do a photo, or you're just writing a text post, or how you would do any normal post, right? But now there's an option in there to do live video. Sometimes you have to click the three dots for more, but sometimes it'll show up right there, and you just click that, and then you can type in a title. Oh, you clicked it by accident. Oh, so you have it, Cora. So you can do some live videos too. So yeah, if you click it, it won't go live right away if you click it. You have the option to write in some text. But then when you click go live, it'll have a countdown. It'll say 3, 2, 1, and then you'll be live. So at that point, you're broadcasting live, and it'll show up in people's news feeds. Only people that follow you. So it has to be your friends. I mean, they can share it though, and then get it, but it'll come like any other news feed, like it's a photo in a news feed, the live video, but it will actually be live right then, and you can comment on it. You can comment as it's live, and you can, you know, the like button and the little heart button and the little other reactions buttons, you can click those, and you can actually tap them like you do, like you can hear in Periscope with the hearts. You can tap those different reactions. Do the comments pop up? Yeah, so the comments pop up. Well, it's different. So that's where it's different, and that's where I don't like the replays of the Facebook Lives as well as the replays here. But they do pop up like yours just popped up there, Cora. But they pop up as comments, like a normal Facebook post, like a normal photo. They come up as comments, but I can see them come up. But then they're just sitting there as comments. So on the replay, they don't come up. On the replay, they're already there in the comments section. So you don't, what's a bummer, because what I like with Periscope is that here and on the replays, like you guys can say something there and I can react, and if you watch on the replay, we can still get the conversation, but you can't get that on Facebook. On the replay on Facebook, all the comments are just there already. But while it's live, I can see them come up and we can have a conversation like this while it's live. But then I think it's just saved in the videos on your page, and I think it's there indefinitely, so I think you can always still look them up. I mean, I'm still using, I'm using, I thought about maybe doing this day-long scope. I was thinking about doing that on Facebook Live, but I had read that you could only be on for 30 minutes with Facebook Live, and I knew I was going to be going on way longer than that. So I did a test the other day, and that's when I did the bee embroidery, the Be Brave quilting bee embroidery. I wanted to test how long Facebook would let me stay on because I knew that was going to take longer than a half hour, and I wanted to just see. So Facebook Live let me go on exactly an hour and a half. So it was longer than the 30 minutes of what I read. So it was exactly an hour and a half, but you know, which still wouldn't work for this scope here. And then the other thing is I like that my periscopes are all saved at Catch. So, you know, everyone, if you wanted to see a replay of this, for example, or any of my other blocks, you can go to Catch, katch.me/penguinandfish, and they're all saved there. And as long as I'm still doing the Splendid Sampler blocks, while I'm doing the Splendid Sampler blocks, I'd like them to all be saved in the same place. So that's why I'm going to continue to do my 930 scopes on Periscope. But I might pop into Facebook Live every once in a while during the day. I think for Facebook Live, I'll do kind of smaller tips, like here's how you do a French knot, and here are the 3 pitfalls to a French knot, or something like that, and just in and out, kind of like that, for little tips here and there. I think that's my plan right now for Facebook Live. But I have seen some Facebook Lives with, like, you know, famous people, and it is cool that you can tap, like, it has that heart feature still, kind of like Periscope here, but you can tap the reaction. So if they say something shocking, you can put like the little, like, oh my god face, you can tap that, and if they say something cool, you can click the like or the heart. And so if you keep tapping, those will come up in the Facebook Live. So that aspect is kind of cool yet. Oh, yep, our Amazon pantry box is here. Oh, and John got me fancy coffees. He just got back. He was getting his hair cut. Oh, Mom, you had a different question about Facebook Live. I don't remember what that was. Something else. Oh, Mom says hi.
Hi, Mom.
John says hi. Oh, you can probably hear him, actually. But yeah, so that's generally the deal with Facebook Live, and it will it'll be in your news feed in theory, and you know, but it's like any other news feed where you're not guaranteed to really see it when it pops up. However, right now, Facebook. Oh, that's what the question was. Thanks, Mom. Right now, Facebook is highly promoting the live videos. So if you do the live videos now, it'll probably be. Can you give me a coaster for right there? Look, I got fancy coffee! And, yeah, just let me put that there. Thanks. And,
Anything for the star.
oh, I forgot what I was talking about now. Oh my gosh! Oh, you gotta go to the post office. You'd be awesome. fancy coffee got me distracted. Video. Oh, so what about the video? What was I saying? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I remember. So Facebook Live is highly promoting the videos right now. So if you do follow someone that's using Facebook Live, most likely it'll pop up in your feed and you'll see it. I don't think you'll be notified about it though, unless you have your notifications on or something like that. Facebook might be having that as a separate notification now. Who knows? But that's the deal with Facebook right now. And so Mom asked me if my phone's gonna work through this marathon, because it's been if you guys have been with me on Periscope for a while, it's been totally cutting off at like the 45-minute mark. But this won't, Mom, because I got a new device especially to do these live streams. And we've been I've had no problem with it so far. I have a different I know, right, Cora? Well, I figured I was doing them every night, and I wanted to when we did block 11, I didn't want it to cut out on my own block. So I got an iPhone actually, and the iPhones they haven't overheated like my Samsung, so that's why we're doing it. So that's the deal. Yeah, so this is actually being broadcast on the iPhone, and you know what? I love my Samsung so much, and I'm super sad that I wasn't able to use that yet. But yeah, so I got one without the. Well, no, this isn't a phone. Like I got it without a plan. So I'm not paying like a monthly fee or anything on this for a phone. I'm still using my other phone, and we're actually using this. My husband does a lot of film and video stuff, and now the quality on the phone these phones have like high quality video settings, and so this is going to be another one of our film video devices that we have in the house here. But yeah, I haven't had any problem with Periscope with it yet, except for it sucks typing in. Like I hate the text stuff and the autocorrect stuff on the iPhone, because the Samsung, it knows what I'm gonna say beforehand, and it doesn't put weird stuff up. I love typing in my Samsung so much more, but this stays it doesn't overheat for me. You can turn off autocorrect. I know, but I like Samsung. My Samsung has the autocorrect, but it's way smarter than the autocorrect on the phone. Like if I type the letter E and M on my Samsung, it knows I'm gonna say embroidery. And if I'm saying like if I wanted to say come find me on Periscope, I've written that so many times so that when I write the word like CO, it's gonna know I mean come, and it's gonna know that I want to say find me on Periscope after, and I can just go click, 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 and it's done. Like, it's so awesome. So the iPhone has like a way farther to go in their autocorrect land compared to Samsung. So I do a lot of writing, like for posts and stuff on my Samsung. So I really like that aspect of it. But yeah, it was overheating, and I had originally gotten the Samsung for the video quality. But yeah, it doesn't seem to learn. Yeah, it's just dumb, Cora, compared to the Samsung. But yeah, it's just what I learned with the Samsungs is that it just kind of uses too much power to use the apps though, and that's why it was overheating. So I do have the phone plugged in though right now, because the iPhones take a lot of energy to do this, but let's see, but it's not, I'm touching it, it's not really hot at all. It's a little warm, but it's not overheating. Like, I mean, it was hot to touch. Like, it was too hot to touch almost my Samsung after some of these scopes. So yeah, new device. I was angry. I was super angry that I had to do that, but I'm really happy with it now for these. Had no problems. My 4s are like that. 6s are pretty chilled out. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna sip my fancy coffee. Oh yeah, oh, John got a bunch of yummy groceries too. There, fancy coffee. What is this? This is good. Where's this from?
Peace coffee.
From where?
Peace.
Oh. Oh, this at the grocery store. Our grocery store has a really good local coffee shop thing in it. This is like a cinnamon latte or something. A cinnamon vanilla latte. Yum! I barely ever get fancy coffees. We call them fancy coffees, the lattes. So it's a treat. Treat for sure. A little bit of cinnamon, like a tiny, just barely a hair of vanilla, like you can't even tell it's there. And then some cinnamon. And it's mostly just still tastes like coffee, which is what I want. That's my jam. Love cinnamon and vanilla creamer from Walmart. Oh, funny. Oh, so that's like a thing, cinnamon vanilla. Oh, I didn't realize that was like a taste these days. Anyone look at the blog for the designer of the next block? No, have they released something of what the next block is? I have no idea what that's gonna be. I actually had a really fun time. Here's my block from yesterday. I want to do a whole baby quilt like this, I think, because I love that these, once you have 4 of these next to each other, like if all these corners are next to each other, if you did a bunch of these, you'll have like this little, you'll have these little pinwheels going. So I kind of want, oh, bunnies. I was thinking of my latest collection, which is the Serengeti Beasties, which has a lot of dark blues and it has a lot of lights. I thought it'd be fun to do a whole baby quilt of this block, and I don't know, I kind of, that's on my brain now, and usually when I get something stuck in my brain like that, I eventually have to do it. But I don't know, I liked how easy that block was, and I think, you know, in this block you had to cut. It was easy, Mom, but I think it could be done a little differently if I was going to do a bunch of them. So to do this block, they had where you cut out all of these triangles individually. Well, not individually, you're cutting squares, but then you're cutting to make triangles. But then you're sewing together the triangles, which means you're dealing with a lot of bias sewing, which means you're sewing on the 45-degree angle, which makes things stretchy. So there was that aspect to it. I did use my starch and sprayed it quite a bit, actually. Oh, Jane, you're just finishing work. Oh, thanks for coming in. Thanks, Jane. So it was a lot of sewing on the bias, and that's the only thing that could be tricky with this. However, I don't think you would have to do it that way. I think you could figure out measurements where you could do that whole thing where you're sewing and then you're cutting and then it makes your little triangles. I think there would be a way to do a whole lot of that with this block, and then it would be easier, especially if you're making, you know, like 8 of them, 8 or 10 or however many, 12 probably to make a baby quilt maybe, or I don't know, 16, who knows. Anyway, if you're making a lot of these, I think there'd be a way to sew a bunch and then cut them. Like with these, for example, I'm pretty sure that I could sew a square, so like 2 squares together, sew all the way around and cut on both sides, and I think we would get all 4 of these all in one like shabam. You know what I mean? So I think that would maybe be a faster way of doing that, and then you would just be sewing, you know, one bias thing on here. So I don't know. I think there's ways to do it that could make it go a hair faster if you were doing a bunch all at once, like in a baby quilt. But I totally Oh, I think, you know, I have the fabric right here, guys. I was thinking so I have this is some of the fabric I wanted to do with it. So like this is some of my Serengeti Beasties fabric. Like I have like a little wildebeest guy there, a little Timon and Pumbaa thing here, but I thought maybe like these could be the darks, and then I have like these light blues and stuff would be kind of fun for this. So this is kind of, I brought these out because this is kind of what I want to do for the baby quilt out of this. Like I need another project right now, but I was just thinking about it, and you know, it has like some fun things like that. So I thought, you know, that would be my option for this. So that's my plan. But I did really enjoy that block, and it was fast too. I did it very leisurely. It still took me 2 periscopes to do. It probably actually took me it took me about 1.5 periscopes, and I went pretty slow too and chit-chatted a lot. So I mean, I think you could probably do the whole thing in an hour easy. A crafter's problem. Projects never end. I know, right? And Janelle, this year I've been trying to make all the things. I'm in the make all the things mode. And now with the Splendid Sampler, it's kind of taking up all my crafting time. So that's kind of going out the window a little bit, but oh well. I'm having like just so much fun doing this, and I'm just learning so much, and that's one of my favorite things about crafting is just learning and trying new things and all that. So for me, it's paying off in that sense. I'm learning something new with every block for sure. I'm loving this so far, guys. It's so weird, but I love it. It just like really mimics this, and that's just totally making my day. A fun, oops, I got a little knot back there. Fun little deal. You can make a bigger squares. Oh, that's true. You can make bigger squares. You know, that actually might be fun because then you could see the motifs from the fabric a little bit more, maybe. That would be cool. Here, I'm gonna use the other end again and do the swoop under with the butt end of the eye end of the needle. We'll be pros when the Splendid Sampler is finished. I know, it's like, seriously, Mom, we will so be pros. I mean, I've tried out a ton of new gadgets, and, well, here, let's take a look. I've been talking about this. So here is the block. This is block 12, I believe, and this one, if you watch this one on Periscope, my whole purpose of this block was accuracy. I'm going to do everything that I can for accuracy, and if it's not a perfect scant 1/4 inch seam, I'm going to take it out and redo it. And so I sprayed it with starch. It was my first time using starch, and I did all I could for like perfect accuracy on this one, and I'm like super proud with it. I mean, I wouldn't do that for everyone, but now look at this one compared to number 2, which is really similar. And this one, I've clipped corners all over. It's wobbly a little bit because I've pulled and pushed on seams. You know, things aren't totally matching up or anything either. And it's not the right size. It's a 1/4 inch too big, which means I'm gonna snip all my ends again. So it's too big. This one, where we focus on accuracy like way later, I mean, it's a little hard to tell, but this one is the exact perfect size. And, you know, there's just a lot of learning between these two, and it's just kind of exciting to know just the difference. But yeah, so that was neat to see, to pull both of those out for me and just be like, wow, yeah, those are completely different as far as experience and learning. I mean, I did on purpose spend a lot of time with accuracy. I emailed you pictures of 67-year-old embroidery. Oh, from your mother. Oh, all this unfinished project. Oh, that's so funny. I have to check my email. I haven't checked any of the emails from yesterday, really. Yeah, taking time is key. I'm gonna have to look at that. Look at those projects. That's awesome. Taking time is key. Yeah, the one that I spent with all the accuracy, like I went into that one thinking, okay, the whole purpose of this one is I'm only gonna focus on accuracy, even if I don't like it. I'm gonna just straight up go accuracy. I know, and I prefer rushing through mine too. Mom, I just, you know, that's kind of my game. I'm like, I don't care if this seam is curved or anything like that. Sometimes I even like the inaccuracy that you can see in blocks sometimes. I actually kind of do like that when things aren't all perfectly matched. But that one was all about accuracy, and it did take a long time. I mean, something like that where you're just putting a checkerboard like that together shouldn't take forever and ever and ever. But I spent a long time. I measured each segment when I sewed it together to make sure it was just right. If it wasn't, I redid it, and I mean, it paid off, I suppose, just because it did turn out more accurate, and I really did learn a ton from doing that, even though it took forever and it was tough. But you know, now I can decide if I want to. Ooh, fusible grids. That's interesting. That would be fun for that sort of block. But now I can actually make the decision if I want to be accurate or if I just want to rush through. You should be journaling the peaches. Oh, that is a great idea, Janelle. I should be journaling. She says I should be journaling the pieces as I go. Huh. That's an interesting idea. I might have to do that, actually. I like that. Oh, you know what I was gonna do? Oh, and I haven't started this either. You know, as we've been talking during my evening scopes, you know, I've been making a list. Here's my list here. Like whenever we come up with a new thing, like I wanted to check out best press, and I gotta check for my 1/4 inch, you know, and try. I have this crossed out because I actually purchased one of these. We'll see. So I have my list going. I was thinking of making a list of everything that I've learned so far because like I said, I've learned something new with each block, and which has kind of surprised me. I didn't think I'd learn that much with each block. Oh, she's journaling as she goes. Oh, that's a good idea. So I was thinking of making a list, because I love lists, making a list of the things I've learned as we've gone through this. So I might do that. Maybe I'll, when we're done with all the blocks here today, maybe I'll sit down while I still have them all out and make a little list, or just a little journal of each one. I think that's a cute idea. And it's still early enough that I can probably remember a little, or enough about it. That would be kind of fun if somehow you could write all that on the back of, like, on the back of the quilt. If that was the quilting of it or something, just like what you learned, like the text written out, that would be kind of crazy town, but it'd be kind of cool. Only need 1 or 2 lines. That's true. Yeah, you know what? I think I might do that. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm trying to figure out which direction to go. I think I'll keep going here and then go up there. You can put in a journal, like your reach. Oh yeah, so you could put that's true. A little special journal that goes with it. That'd be kind of fun. But yeah, I should do something, because I mean, even when I laid these out, I hadn't numbered some of them, and I had to look them up, and I'm like, oh, I'm sad that I don't even remember what number, like, was this one first or whatever. So like, just forgetting that kind of upset me yesterday, so last night. So yeah, some sort of journaling would be kind of cool. For your future art gallery, yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, here's my future art gallery right here. The penguin and fish art gallery, right? Where the coffee's already made when you get in there and everything. Gallery's right there. I'm doing the 365 challenge too. Oh, a new block every day. Wow, that's would be way too much for me. Maybe embroider a tiny number. Oh, you know what? I was thinking about that actually. I was gonna do, like, in the bottom of each, just barely visible. So this one I would do red. It would say, what is this one, like 14? I would just do a little 14. Oh, thanks for your emails. One asked me to email back. Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. And if you have an email from me, I'll eventually get back to you too. I'm just a little backed up there. But yeah, I was thinking of doing like a little number, so it's not visible really, unless you get right up close to the quilt. And I think I want to do that too, because I'm gonna put them out of order. I'm not gonna put them in order when I put them in the quilt. Like I said, if you guys were here earlier, I think I'm gonna use this as the model of my quilt. This is block 12, I think, but I'm gonna use it as my model. So I'm gonna do like darks and light blocks next to each other, and it's gonna start with my reds and yellows and kind of go to my blue and purple block. So I think this is the template for my quilt. And yeah, so you know, the numbers will be in all different places out of order. So I think that would be good to put the numbers in there. I gotta remember to do that. Maybe when I have all this embroidery stuff out, maybe I can just start doing that. I've been saving them with the instructions in a binder, so I'll still know what numbers are. Maybe I'll just do all the numbers when I have all 100 done, because then I can, I don't know, stay consistent with it or something. But yeah, I like the idea of numbering them too. But I do like the idea of a little note about like what I learned or what I thought about while I stitched it. And I mean, luckily, you know, here's the thing. Maybe I don't have to journal it. I've journaled this whole process on Periscope. So if I want to go back, I mean, I have all my catch videos really of me working on the block. So I could actually even look back at some of those, because I know I've talked about, oh, like I've learned this and this on this block. I could go back and take a couple notes from there. But yeah, I have a visual journal. I have a real-time journal of the whole process. I mean, it would take hours and hours and hours and hours to go through it, but still. I told my boys that when I die, their sister gets a doll. They both sighed with relief. That's pretty dang funny. Like, good luck, Alyssa. Yeah, to go through all of those videos again, that'd be a long time. And I don't think I could watch one video of just me talking. It's kind of scary. Are your Periscope videos on your website? They're not right now, but we're redesigning the site, so I will, I believe, be uploading them all to there. Right now they're at Catch, so it's katch.me/penguin and fish, all one word. They're all there right now, but in my redesign of the site, which we're currently doing, I think I am going to have them all. Oh, there we go, Cora, my happy hands, put it up. The website. So that's where all the videos of these live. But yeah, I think eventually I'm gonna put them on my site as well. That's the other nice thing about Catch, is that I can download the videos. And I don't think I can do that with Facebook Live, because, you know, Facebook probably wants to own all that stuff. I haven't tested it that far. But yeah, I'd like to have everything living on penguinandfish.com, so you can find everything you need right there, right away. Don't have to go looking at all sorts of different websites. It's all right there. So yeah, I think that we'll have a video section. And I'm hoping to do more short how-to videos. So like I was saying earlier, like, what are the 3 pitfalls of why your French knots aren't working and how to do it right, or something like that. You know, I'd like to do shorter videos like that. And then just, you know, if you need to quickly look up how to do a French knot, it'll be there. You know, you don't have to sit through a whole like hour of a Periscope just to get a French knot. You'll just get it there right away. So that's the plan too with the new website, is I'll be doing more short how-to videos like that. That's the theory, at least. That's the plan. But yeah, I'm hoping to still continue all these nightly scopes. Well, this isn't nightly, but I have my 9:30 p.m. scope that I usually do. Almost done with this piece of floss. We're going here. I mean, you know, we did this whole section here, and you know this, so we're cruising along here. How long have we been on so far? I don't even know. It's oh, we've been on for like an hour and a half already. So it took an hour and a half to just do that little bit, so it'll probably be at least another hour and a half to get all this stitched, and then probably another hour for the needle. Justin says, drink water. Yeah, you know what, I should. I got my, this is a Infinite Black. It's the cold pressed coffee that our coffee shop has, but it comes in this awesome glass bottle, and it's my water glass now, and I have a glass straw too that I use for it. It's awesome. There, I had some water, Justin. I know, I gotta remember to like not cross my legs and stuff too, so my legs don't fall asleep and all those things. And I'll stretch every once in a while here too. And I can show you kind of what I do for that. And I don't do that nearly enough like I should for all this embroidering. Yeah, and we're listening to Pandora, so we got our little ads going too. All right, we are almost done with this piece of floss. Your coffee is getting cold. I know I got coffee all over the place now because I got fancy coffee. My coffee's always cold because I don't suck it down super fast. So it's always cold, which sucks because the best part about coffee is that holding that warm mug with that hot, you know, smoky liquid in there. That's just like the best, that muddy, smoky coffee when it's just hot. Aroma, yes, the aroma too. Yep, my coffee maker actually has an aroma button on it. So I don't know, it has a little fan that blows out the yummy smell. So I have it on a timer, and in the morning I can smell it all the way upstairs sometimes, and that's sometimes enough to get me up. Hey, thanks for coming in. All right, so I think that's my last stitch there. I'm gonna weave in the ends here. Then we'll start another little piece of this cream color. So I am so happy about this cream. That was just such a good idea. I'm so excited about it. I mean, I did this purple variegated thread to mimic this doily too. And then to have this cream in here, then it's totally exactly this doily. Almost home, see you later. Awesome! Happy birthday tomorrow, Mom! I'll call tomorrow too for sure. And don't open your packages yet if they're there. Except for the one that you should probably open. Just think, if you had it finished right away. Yes, exactly, Janelle. See, that's why I like doing it online here with you guys too. Just because you guys always have such good ideas. And I'm just stealing them for this. Just got home from Asian market. Ooh, yummy. Ooh, pho, that sounds really good. So it should probably be pretty clear the one that you should open, Mom. And if it's not there, then it should be at some point. But the other ones that say Amazon on it, you can't open it tomorrow. Snip. Alrighty, here we are so far, guys. I'm gonna do this little bit next, and then we'll start this whole swirl thing. And I am gonna have some more of my coffee and some water. So, yummy! Oh, thanks, Cora. I'm loving it. Yeah, that was a good idea to do 2 sections, and it'll look like a little heart. I really like that a lot. A little heart. All right. Next piece of floss. Okay, what do I do with my needle? Oh, put it in exactly where it should be. With the rest of my needles. I made a little felt. This is just a piece of felt. And I've stuck all my different kinds of needles in here. And then when I'm not working on it, I'll just stick it upright in the felt like that, and then I can grab it again. But yeah, there's all my needles. Oh, I like this song. This is from that Limitless movie that I like too. I think we talked about that before. Pandora likes to play a lot of the same things. Alright, so I'm going to do my little away knot again. Okay, I think I'll do this, and then I'll go back and do this guy over here. I took up the sticky salve. Oh, was helping with your block! Oh, yay, that's exciting! I'm going to take off my sticky Fabri-Salvi tonight. So in my normal, I do a 9:30 p.m. scope. That's when I'm going to do it. Did you do the birds yet? Nope. Well, I did. I have, I'm this far on the birds. I have not done my blanket stitching yet. So I'm going to blanket stitch around the outsides of all these. But the birds they're fused. They're fused onto there. Look, I love this fabric. Look, there's already a built-in seagull. Ah! Isn't that the craziest? I love it so much. A little seagull and then our flying seagulls. Oh, that's what you're waiting for when I'm going to do this. So I'm not going to do that until I'm done with this one. So that will be for a couple hours yet. Let's see, how are we doing? It's 20 to 1. So maybe check back at 2:33. We'll be here for a while yet. You took off the Fabri-Salvi. Oh, you never did by hand before. We are going, we're going to blanket stitch it by hand. I have my book by me here because I might have to actually look up how to start it again. In my own, oops, you guys, I'm doing this wrong already. In my own, I have to look back in my own instructions on how to start the blanket stitch. Oh yeah, seriously, that is the reason I use the Fabri-Salvi. I use it almost on every one of my embroideries I do these days. Because the not having to trace, to be able to print this out. First of all, when you're printing it, you're going to get it exactly how it was intended to be because you're not tracing it. You're not like redoing it again by tracing. It's perfect because it's just a printout. And yeah, the not having to trace, that's the way to do it. I mean, tracing is perfectly fine too, but you know, why take all that time to do that when you can just stick this on? I love it. Da, da. I love that you can see this. I think you're really going to be able to tell. But yeah, I'm excited for tonight because tonight we'll be taking off the Fabricelli from here. And that's kind of the fun. I mean, that's the one downside of Fabricelli, but it's kind of fun too. You can't see your fabric as much. You know, I'm not seeing the actual what this fabric looks like, so I can't tell exactly what this will look like on the fabric. But then you get kind of a big reveal when you take it off, which is cool. Oops, I got a little knot in there. There we go. All right, I'm gonna grab a little bit more water here. Ah, the rest of these little pineapples. So yeah, so we have the rest of all the stitching, the crochet hook too, and then we have the birds, and then after that I'll clean up here a little bit and set up the sewing machine, and then we'll do the rest of the paper piecing here. Oh yeah, you know what? Stretch break, I should do that, so let's actually do some of that right now. I should do that in between every one of, when I change floss, every single time I'll do that. So we'll do some of this both ways. Thanks, you're gonna be my stretch reminder, Janelle, that's awesome. Because that's something I really don't do like I should. And I've been doing a lot of embroidery over the past couple days, this past week, and it's really, I can start to feel it, and that's not great. So like going like this, like kind of gripping, pretend you're gripping the ground too, that's helpful. Snack time, I got my coffee still. Let's see, what else do we got? I think maybe I'll take a little, I'll have some lunch in like a half hour or something maybe. You guys can watch me eat sushi. John got me some sushi from the store. All right, I'm gonna stand up for a second, stretch behind my back. And just stand up for a moment. Roll my neck a little. All right. I think that's good. I'm gonna take my sweater off too. That got warm just doing that little stretch. All right, let's keep going on here. Yeah, I definitely don't do that like I should, and so I'll do it between every thing of floss. We'll do that. We'll make it a habit today. How about that? That'd be smart. Oh man, that's a good fancy coffee. I'm gonna have another sip of that too. And like, John knows that, look how small this cup is. Oh, maybe you guys can't tell. This is like half the size of a tall at Starbucks. John knows I only liked a tiny bit of coffee at places like that, because otherwise it gets too cold. It's still pretty warm. And I've already had 2 cups of coffee already. How many strands should I use in a feather stitch? In any stitch, it is really up to you for the amount of strands. Right now, I'm using 3 strands, and it's just because I like the thickness. So something you might want to do is just on a separate scrap, try doing that feather stitch, a couple stitches of it. Try with 3 strands, try with 1 strand, try with 6. See what thickness of line you like the best, and then go with that. I mean, that's really the only reason to change up your however many strands. The decision to make how many strands you want is the thickness of line you're going for. In general, my standard is just to use 3 strands, and 3 strands is this thick. But this is kind of a stitch that doubles itself up because I got this side and this side of the stitch. So this is thicker than what the feather stitch would look like. But yeah, I would just do a couple of stitches with some different strands, a different number of strands, and see what you like the best. On one of my periscopes, if you go to Catch, katch.me/penguinandfish, there's an embroidery section, or there's a tab of collections, and one's called embroidery lessons. And I believe the latest one of those I've laid out a bunch of the different thicknesses right next to each other and stitched them, so you can kind of see that. And yeah, so you got some of that sulky 12 weight that I used. Yeah, that's awesome. So you might have, I know a lot of people with the sponge stamper have some Aurifil 12 weight, and that'll be the same thing. And you can use 12 weight. I did 2 strands of 12 weight. And in that example on Catch, I showed that. And in the example on Catch, I also used pearl cotton floss, 1 strand of that. And so you can get a sense of the different thicknesses. But yeah, the only reason to do different number of strands is to control the thickness that you want to go for. Okay, the air just turned on, and it's for the heater, but holy cow, it's putting out cold air. I gotta put my sweater back on again. Alrighty. Got cold all of a sudden, that air. And more coffee too. Alrighty. We're almost done with the doily part of this. I'm so in love with this cream little heart here. It's just so fun. I love the idea behind it. I don't know. Love it. That was a fun thing to have happen, I think. Reason for everything sort of thing, right? If you're just coming in, I thought I was gonna run out of my purple embroidery floss, and then there were a few suggestions to change colors, and then I had my doily here, which is what this whole thing's based on, and I had changed colors in the doily, so we're kind of mimicking that with this floss. And I love it. And then we did it this way where it could kind of look like a heart with these 2 sections here. All right, so let's go around these 2 guys, and we'll start on this side. Almost done with this middle section. A lot of people are only doing this middle section, and I think that actually looks really cute too, but I'm gonna go around and do the whole thing and do the crochet hook. The crochet hook, we're gonna use this metallic floss. When I did the crochet hook with this metallic floss on the original one, it was kind of funny because I would walk past it, the block, like sitting on the kitchen table, and I'd think it'd be the real, like I'd have a glimmer of that silver, and I thought a couple times like, oh, why is my crochet hook over there? But it wasn't. It was just that silver thread. So the silver thread can be a little, or the metallic thread is a little more difficult to use, but it's still kind of fun to have that shininess. Alrighty, a few more of these guys. I know someone said here that they're gardening and listening, and I was just thinking, oh, that would be perfect. I do laundry and listen to Periscope sometimes, and if I could be in the garden, it's not warm enough for the garden yet though, but that would be fun. I could see myself doing that, listening to Periscopes and pulling weeds. I think that sounds nice. Alright, let's go around this one here. This is gonna be our last little pineapple. I keep calling them pineapples because in crochet, these sort of shapes that go like this, you can kind of see one. Those are called pineapples, typically in crochet. These little doilies. Alrighty, almost done. So you guys have to let me know if you're doing how many more blocks you have to catch up on. That's so cute. Can't wait to see without this Fabric Selfie. Yeah, I'm excited for that. So we'll be doing that tonight, Cora, at 9:30. I think we might just do that and that's it. So we'll press it at the same time because you can press embroidery when it's wet and it works great. So I'll show you that whole process too. That cream will be amazing against the navy. I know, I'm so excited for that part against like these little navy bits here. It's gonna be fun, and I think it is gonna be bright enough. Let's see, can we tell in the back? Oh yeah, so we'll still be able to see it on the white like this too. This is a good choice, I think, versus that other cream. I agree to contribute to the aid school kit. So I'm doing 2 blocks for that today. Oh, that's exciting. That'll be a nice project for the day for sure. Do a lot of people quilt at your work? Because that's pretty cool. Cool that everyone's working on the AIDS quilt. That's interesting. So I did buy a few more crafty gadgets that we'll test out on here. I did get that add a quarter ruler. Add a quarter ruler. That should be helpful for paper piecing and stuff. I had to watch a video online though about it because I'm like, why would you need this? So I'll do that. No, only a handful in the hospital. I'll work for VA. Oh, that's great. That's so cool. You'll have to send me a pic of the blocks that you're working on. I'd love to see. And like the quilt when it's done. So yeah, so I got the quarter. Awesome, thanks Janelle. I got the add a quarter ruler. I'm not convinced I need that though, guys. When I saw the video, I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. But do I really need? I know it has that lip. It's supposed to help with paper piecing. You can butt up the ruler against the lip of your folded paper to cut like your seam allowances, but I have a ruler with a 1/4 inch that I can just lay on there. I mean, maybe it'll go faster. We're gonna test it. I'm not convinced I will keep that though. I understand when you wash the quilt, it will shrink. I'm concerned on how this block will look. I'm thinking the shrinking will be pretty minimal. I'm not sure you'll have to worry too much about it. You may need to like gently move some of the stitches back in place, but you shouldn't really have too big of a problem, I don't think, with the shrinkage. I'm doing this block in a bit. I'm using, variegated reds. There was someone else that did variegated reds, I think, and it turned out so beautiful. I think that's a great, variegated reds is a great choice. I actually kind of want to do a variegated red one after I saw that one. So I might actually do another one of these. I kind of want to do a blue, because I have all these blue fabrics, a blue with that variegated red on top. Oh, I just think that'll be so pretty. You'll have to email that to me or put it on Facebook or something. I'd love to see what that looks like with the how it turns out with the variegated red. Yeah, that'd be awesome. There's someone doing a quilt. I don't know who it is, but it's been popping up on Facebook, and they're using only red. Ooh, blue work. See, I love all that traditional stuff, blue work and red work. But they're doing it's all like, I think they're only using like 3 solids, and they're all red, like a bright red, and a bright red that's just a hair darker, and a bright red that's just like a hair lighter. And man, those blocks are looking pretty stunning. I mean, I don't think there's any pattern in them at all. It's just this bright red. And man, as a quilt, when that's finished, that's just gonna be like just a red blast, and it's just gonna be just really interesting. I don't know, have you guys seen, I don't know who's doing it, but every once in a while I'll see it pop up. It's beautiful. I think I would get so bored. I know, that's the one thing, like I think during it I would get a little bit bored. Like I already got, you know, I've talked about it a little. I've gotten bored. I have all these blue ones over here. I'll just tilt you guys up. So I have like some of these, I was doing all these blues, right? And I was getting fatigued with those. So then I started adding these reds, and then I was just all happy doing the blocks again. So I think I would get bored with that too, but I think as a quilt, when you're done, it would just be stunning. Yeah, that Halloween one is pretty funny. The Halloween one she's using old Halloween fabrics, and for this one, she turned these into bats. I thought that was so clever. I really thought that was cute. It's really, I love, if you're not on the Facebook page for the Splendid Sampler, you should go join it. I mean, it's really fun to see people just how people do the same block differently. Is just, even when it's just fabric color changes, you know, people's fabric choices and stuff, it is so fascinating. I love it. And I mean, it's a great place to get ideas and stuff too. It's just been really cool. And the Pooh one, I only saw that once, I think, with just like some Winnie the Pooh stuff. Oh, someone's doing one that's all kitty fabric. That's pretty hilarious. Just all cat fabric. Actually, it's funny because she's calling it Here Kitty Kitty, and that's the name. I did a fabric collection that was all cats. I'm actually out of all that fabric. It's all sold out, but that fabric, or that was the name of the fabric line, Here Kitty Kitty, and that's what she's naming her quilt, which was kind of just a cute coincidence. Yeah, I got lucky with this fabric. It just happens to have this tree and this little seagull in here. This is from a fabric line that I had in Fat Quarters, and I have this is from that same line. All this kind of painted watercolor stuff is all from that same line, and I had just kept it in Fat Quarters because it was just too pretty to break out of the Fat Quarter bundle. It was just too pretty. And it's from 2010, this collection. And so since 2010, 6 years, it's been sitting on my shelf just because I thought it was too pretty to break into it. And I'm like, that's crazy. I got to start using my stuff that I have and work with it. And you know what? Oh, well, it's not going to be in the Pretty Fat Quarter bundle anymore. I have a problem cutting into my pretty fabric. So I finally decided to do it, and I'm so happy I did because I'm loving it in this quilt so far. I wish you could stay. How long are you on? I will be here. Oh, I'm glad that this has all been helpful. I will be here until I'm done. So I have this block to do, I have the stitching around this block to do, and I have the rest of this, the paper pieced one. They're all paper pieced, I just have to finish that. So it's gonna be lots of hours yet. I would say that I have at least another 2 hours or so probably on this quilt. Oh, maybe not 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half now on this one. And yeah, probably a good 3 hours at least yet, and probably more. So that's how long. So yeah, you're welcome to pop back in when you can. That's cool. I may have to take a break, but I'll probably just leave it running. You'll be scoped out before tonight, I know, right? Depends on how much we stop you, yeah. how much I stop, and I gotta remember to stretch and all that too. But yeah, I'm gonna scope again tonight. And again tonight, all we're gonna do is take off this Fabricelvi with the water and then press it right away. I think that's all we're gonna do. Maybe we'll just kind of recap what we did today here, show all the finished blocks together. But other than that, it's gonna be a super short scope tonight, and then I'm probably gonna watch a movie and go to bed. I'll be super tired. Whatever you do, don't forget the laundry. I know, you know what? I left. You know, last night I was saying that I forgot a load of laundry and it's sitting in the washer and it's probably getting all moldy, and I still left it in there. I'm gonna do it when I'm done here. It's just, unless John decides to all of a sudden do the laundry, but I don't think that'll happen. But I'm gonna, it's still in there because I have to rewash it anyway because I let it sit in there too long, so it's still in there. I'm gonna start it up when I'm done for the day here. But yep. There's that laundry. All right, so here's the cute little heart there. Oh, it's 3, and yeah, you'll be able to catch it on catch. Yes, 3. That's pretty dang early. All right, so I'm gonna weave. You know what? I have a little bit of slack here yet. I'm going to start this stitching. Did you run out of the purple floss? I thought I was gonna run out of the purple floss, so I only have this much left. And then we had the idea of this is what it's originally based on, and this is out of my grandma's my grandma's thread, and I ran out of the purple on the doily, so I started the cream, and so we thought that would be such a fun idea to mimic that. So that's what we're doing. I'm mimicking the original here on purpose. I might have had enough, like I'd probably have enough to get to like right here or something, but we thought we'd go with it, and I loved that idea so much that we're doing it. I have supper made for my hubby. Oh, going to a movie. What movie are you gonna watch? Yeah, so this is kind of an accident that we went with, just we came up with it here just now, you know, like an hour ago or so. And yep, so that's the idea behind it. That's why I have my doily behind here yet, to show we're doing those switchy color things. I wonder if you should consider ending and starting a new scope when you switch blocks for catch. You know, that might be not a bad idea either, just because then we can have them on. But, you know, the nice thing with catch, too, is that you can fast forward and rewind and stuff. So, yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'll see. I haven't decided all that yet, Janelle. I think I'm going to just do backstitch now for all the little bits. I'm doing this little bit that looks like it's around the crochet hook. I'm kind of out of focus, aren't I? There we go. It looks like there's a little loop around the crochet hook. I'm just doing that with a few backstitches, and then I'll switch threads again. But I think on the catch, the first frame will show all the 3 blocks that I'm working on here. So I think it might be okay if we keep running, although I'm not positive. I like to have you in my sewing room today. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, Marla. All right, I am going to do this one last stitch, and we will weave in the ends again. So there we go. It's going around the crochet hook there now. Kind of nice to just listen to the music too. Can you guys hear the music? It's the Beatles. A friend wants to see Hardcore Harry. I don't even know what that one is. Different from what you usually see. Hardcore Harry. You can't hear it? Okay, I'll turn it up a notch. There, how about that? Hardcore Harry. I guess I don't see previews very often anymore. I don't know what that one is. Oh, there it is. You can hear it now. This is kind of a quiet song, so maybe I might have to turn it down if a louder one comes on. Weaving in the way knot. I know, isn't this one nice, Cora? I think this is a live version of it. Oh, that doesn't make sense. It's
There are
got
times
birds.
being a genius.
Whoa. Okay, there we go. Then we get an ad after. We can turn that down. Okay, here we are. We got the little heart in there now. So now we'll go and do all the rest around here. Oh, great. Dave Grohl performed it at the Academy Awards. Oh, I missed that. Oh, gosh, I bet you that was just beautiful. All right, guys. So I think I'm going to take a bathroom break. So I'm going to run and I will, I'll come back. This isn't my grandma's crochet, but it was crocheted with her thread. I actually stitched this. It's with her thread and her needle. This is both her thread and her needle, and I'm making it with that. So it is still very much connected to her, and it's her pattern that she stitched all the time. So in that sense, it's her. So all right, guys, I'm gonna be back in 3 minutes, but I'll let this run here. So if you need to go to the bathroom, now's the time. So I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna have more coffee. This is my tiny little cup of coffee. Are you talking about if this is kind? Yeah, this is just. Here we go. It's vintage. This is you know, this is probably from the 50s. Who knows? Merchandise, boil fast. Oh, funny, boil fast. I've never heard that phrase before. Yeah, it's just cotton. Man, I'm kind of itching to crochet now that this is down here. Alrighty. Grab some water quick. Well, speaking of vintage things, look at this book that I'm reading. I'm almost done with it. It's The Instant Sewing Handbook, a complete guide for the home sewer. I think this is from the 60s. Let's see if I can find the from 1972. But I love these old sewing books because I mean the illustrations are always so good. Let's see, where's that person I just saw? They're like, you know, here's how to read a pattern. I love the old illustrations in these. But I mean, this is where, you know, it's in depth. Like, here's different ways to sew a pocket, and it really gets in depth with everything. And I know the hairdos kill you, right? It's just kind of hilarious. Oh, but this is where, you see, we got the clapper thing that we talked about, and this is actually where I found out about that buttonhole scissors. So yeah, right here. See? I'm like, oh my gosh, I've never seen a scissors like that before, and then I found one on eBay. Do I have it around here? Yeah, I think so. So this is where I found out about that scissors. I had to buy one. Isn't it crazy? But this is how I found out about it. Oh, it would be awesome as wallpaper. But yeah, I'm reading that book right now, and it's awesome. I love it. All right, let's keep going on this. You know, I should do my stretching again. Let's do that. I think I might have a banana too, actually, before we get going again. Let me go grab one of those. There, you guys can watch me peel a banana. Have a little snack. So, do you do the way, supposedly the real way to peel bananas from the bottom like this, but I don't do it that way. Here, I'll just peel it and come back. Oh, I don't have any napkins. But yeah, I want to start crocheting this again. Monkey! We should have a block with some fruit in it at some point. Wouldn't that be fun? I think we should have to applique some pineapples or something. Alrighty. How much does a banana cost? I have no idea. Okay. More floss. We'll start doing all these loops around. So with this, I'm going to do a back stitch. So we're done with the chain stitches, and that's kind of what takes a long time. So we should be able to speed things up a bit now. You know what, I'm going to put some lotion on. I just washed my hands. So I've been going through my lotions. I just have these sample packs. I've been using that as my lotion. I need to buy a new bottle of lotion. Yeah, cheap, healthy food. I know. Isn't that the worst? Like, the healthy stuff is always so expensive. It's just not right. Or the real food, you know? Alright, I'm splitting this into 3 strands again. A bunch for $1. I have no idea what bananas cost here. Alright, there we go. Just let this kind of release. A salad, yes, I know, right? Salad $8, a burger $2. I know, it's kind of crazy. It's really ridiculous, actually. It's just ridiculous. You know, and it's funny because we've been trying to eat better and stuff, and we're trying to eat not as much gluten. And it sucks when we want to go out to eat because it's like, oh, where should we go? I have a hard time, like, can you think of a restaurant by you that you can go to where the main part of anything that you order, unless you order just like a dinky salad, the main thing of anything you order is gonna be like mostly bread related, you know? Like, it's hard to, I mean, just think about it for a sec. I mean, like, what can you order at any restaurant that isn't gonna be basically bread with some other stuff? So that's been like hard because I'm trying to not eat as much. They have gluten-free buns. That sounds weird. But like that, you know, it needs to not have like I don't want the sugar or the gluten really, and so that's kind of the problem. We have loads of fish here. Oh, see, man, that would be delicious. More fish at places would be great. But yeah, it has to be fish that's not breaded with a bunch of stuff and with no sauces and stuff either. I've been seeing soy and everything. Yeah, and that's right. So for the Whole30 plan, which Cora, which is my happy hands right there, she just finished, and I had done that earlier. There's no soy allowed in it too, so all that, you know, replacement stuff with soy, that's not part of the plan either. Oh man, you're lucky, man. That's awesome with the fish. I gotta check your profile. Is Henrolo your name, or can you let me know if that's not your name? Just because I want to be able to call you by your name. Yeah, man, what a Deborah. Okay. I'm like Henrolo. That's be an interesting first name. All right, thanks, Deborah. But yeah, I mean, what a treat. That'd be so cool to get fresh fish like that every day. But yeah, it's a problem. I mean, Cora knows. Cora, she just finished the Whole30. There's a lot of stuff that you can't have on that plan. And, you know, really the whole point is to get your gut into, like, the best shape it can be, and then you can see what affects you. But a lot of things that knowing, like, scientifically affect a lot of people are, like, gluten and sugar and soy products aren't regulated very well, so there's a lot of question marks with soy and then some other things, but that is what you see out there. I've learned sugar does not bother me, but corn syrup does. Oh, interesting, Cora. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I definitely the gluten. I mean, you know, and I could eat all this stuff. It'd be just fine, but I'm going to be way more comfortable. It makes you lazy and angry. Interesting, Cora. So Cora took really, really good notes when she was doing this process. And high fructose bothers you. Okay. But yeah, so I mean, things can affect us in different ways too. Like if you just all of a sudden feel tired or like cranky or angry, it could just be because you have a reaction to high fructose corn syrup or just to gluten. Like just things like that. Your mood during the day, sometimes you don't always realize that, oh, that's directly related to the sugar that I just had. If I don't have that sugar, I don't get these kind of depressed or this other kind of feeling. And gluten slows down your gut. Yeah, whenever I have a lot of breads or any of that, like, I think it's mostly bread stuff. I'm not sure it's so much sugar for me. I think it literally is all the bread stuff. But yeah, I just get lethargic and just get stomach aches and stuff like that for a couple days. I think it kind of lasts for me. And again, you know, it's not like I have celiac disease or whatever where it's like a huge problem, or like, you know, I could eat gluten every day and just be fine, but it's a comfort level, and, you know, just knowing what it can kind of do to your intestines and stuff, I'd rather just kind of do without. I'm learning the tasty stuff and used to love, love to eat what used to make you sick. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think of my food as more of like, okay, this is what I'm putting in my body to make my body work. Like I'm thinking about a lot about that a lot more often now. Like making sure I get the fats I need and the proteins and the greens and stuff during the day, because that's what my body like needs to keep going. And it really, for me, it's mostly about energy levels during the day, because I want my days to be as productive as possible. And when I have that other stuff, I just get tired and I can't focus as well. And that is a problem for me, because I want my focus and my concentration and ability to get things done to be like as top as it can be. And I've learned that my food and my water intake during the day, that has like a big thing to do with that. And I would have never thought about that before. For me, it was mostly like, oh, I'm just not getting enough sleep or whatever. And I mean, that's been a big thing too. So actually eating better has helped me sleep better, and exercising and stuff too. But it really is a whole lot based on that food, how productive I am during the day. Hubs is ready to get back. He's fed up with it. So, he's ready to get back onto the plan again after being off, or he's ready to eat all the crappy stuff again. He's ready for Whole30. Yeah, you know what? That's kind of how I'm feeling too. But it's been tough actually to get back on. So I read this book about habits, and there's some truth into, like, scientifically that it's harder to start up a habit that you've already tried to do once before. So the first time we did the Whole30, it was my husband and I together, and we're gung-ho, and we were helping each other along and stuff. But now, wanting to pick it up again, we haven't had that big, powerful initial movement to try and do it, and it's been tough. I think, we talked about this a little earlier. I have a crock pot coming in the mail, and I think that's going to actually help a lot getting back on the healthy Whole30 stuff, because I found that I'm really, really good at breakfast time. Like, at breakfast time, I make really good meals, and it's all good, and I'm gung-ho, and it's ready to go. But by the time it's lunchtime and dinner time, my brain is somewhere else. I can't deal with either of those meals. And so I'm thinking, if I can, in the morning when I make my breakfast, which is awesome, if I can get the crock pot going with the healthy stuff and have, like, the salad stuff all ready to go in the fridge for lunch, I think that's going to solve the issue. I think the issue is not wanting to do it later in the day. So much easier when someone is along with the ride. Yeah, I mean, it really was. I'm not sure I would have been able to do it alone. But yeah, I feel like with the crock pot, I could be better at the grocery store, and then I'd always have dinner ready. I did get it. I purchased it. It's not here yet. I would have thought it was going to come today. My pantry, that big old pantry box, I think came, but not the crock pot yet. So maybe that'll come later today. I don't know. But yeah, once the crock pot's going, I mean, I think, so my plan is in the morning, I'm going to start, I always have like this eggs with a salad and stuff, and it's like a loaded up salad with a lot of really good stuff, and I love it. But I cook my eggs really slowly. So while that's cooking, then I put the dishes away and all that, but I'm thinking I could put the dishes away and also get the crock pot of stuff going, like put some chicken in there and vegetables and whatever, and have that started for the day. And then I won't have to think about lunch or dinner, because lunch will just be salad. Oh, you can freeze crock pot meals. Ooh, so we'll do that too. And because I think literally that's been my problem and my husband's problem for starting the habit up again, is that we can't concentrate at lunchtime and dinner time. So we always end up going out or buying something, and I think this will solve that problem. Once you get used to it, you won't even notice the time it takes. Yeah, so that's what I'm hoping to do, is just start my breakfast cooking and start dinner cooking in the crock pot. And then it's that thought, the thought that I don't have to worry about dinner and I don't have to worry about lunch, is what's tripping us up right now. So I think that's the workaround for the habit. Pinterest is loaded with ideas for all it. Yeah, so I'll have to look up some good crock pot things. But yeah, so when I go to the grocery store, I'm pretty good at cutting everything up and all that. When I get home, I kind of have to make it an event though, because cutting all that stuff takes a long time, but I usually try and prep all that beforehand, so I should just have to put whatever protein and cut up vegetables, like beets or something even would be good, into the crock pot. But yeah, because that's what we've noticed, Cora, is just that we can't cook in the evening and make the decision because we're too tired and we're in work mode still. Proteins and lots of veggies work with me with a little fruit. Oh, see, that sounds perfect. That's kind of our game too. My Graham gave me crockpot. Oh, that's so fun. Yeah, this will be our first crockpot. I kind of can't believe that we don't have one. It's a little ridiculous. So that'll be in the mail. it was hard to decide. I didn't know which one to get and whatever. And I know we had a few suggestions here, and I looked at those, and I was looking at reviews. You know, I'm big on reading all the Amazon reviews and stuff. I ended up going with the bestseller one. That one seemed just fine. So I don't even know what it is. I think whatever the like Crockpot or Cuisinart or whatever it was, bestseller one. I'm loving these little loops. We're going around, just kind of leisurely stitching all these guys. It's fun. I love the back stitch. I like the one I have. Just wish it had a light that showed, oh, when the power was on. Oh yeah, I would want that for sure. We Crockpot all summer. Nice. It's too hot in Texas to run the oven. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Sorry I cannot stay on vacation. And oh, no problem. Thanks so much for popping in. Would like to watch. Need to catch up as well. Yeah, so all of this will be saved at Catch, katch.me/penguinandfish. And I'll be on for several hours yet, too, today. But thanks for popping in. But yeah, so I'm excited to give that Crockpot a try. And we definitely need more groceries, too. So hopefully, maybe it'll come in tomorrow's UPS or something like that, and then I can get it going. But yeah, I'm telling you, I think that's going to solve my eating issues, just to have lunch prepared. Your craft today will be your meal plan. That's awesome. See, so Cora, I am not as good with planning my meals. Like, I kind of can't. I'm horrible at it, and I don't like to do it. I'm good with having the similar things and stuff. I can't look at a recipe and be like, oh, okay, I'm going to go to the store and get all these things, and I'm going to cook this on Monday, this on Tuesday, this on Thursday. You know, I can't. Like, I just can't. My plan is just to buy a lot of vegetables, like we usually do, and get them all cut up, you know, a bunch of root vegetables and things like that, and then just a bunch of different proteins, like, you know, some pork chops or something, and some roasts maybe for the crock pot, and a bunch of chicken and all that, and just have it all ready to go. And then in the morning when I make breakfast, which is when I do things like hardcore, I do awesome at breakfast as far as eating right. When I'm in that mode, I'll just grab whatever I feel like from the fridge. It'll all be cut up and ready to go. And then put it in the crock pot. And I make soup pretty often. I haven't actually in a while, but I need to make a big batch of soup again too. I love soup so much, even though it's going to be summer now, but oh well. The closest store is 20 minutes. Oh, geez. Yeah, and a small one. I make the meals for the work week on the weekend. Oh, see, that's smart. Take meat out of the freezer the night before. Exactly. So I'll be having it all ready to go the night before. Oh, you're laying on the Caribbean? Oh, man. That sounds pretty dang nice. It's been so cold here lately. It is a little, it's overcast today, but it's light out. The last couple of days it's been like dark snowing. We're almost done with this piece of floss. I'll have to remember to stretch after this floss too. I don't think I stretched my neck last time, and my neck's getting a little stiff. We'll have to stretch my neck and shoulders and wrists and all that. So if you're crafting, remember to take a break too and stretch a little. We're 1.5 hours to the store. You know, I'm tempted to try those delivery services, you know, where they just bring your groceries to your door for like $5 extra for the delivery fee. I'm kind of tempted to do that. I might actually just give it a try just to see what it's like. Just because then I don't have to go and spend the time to do it all. I don't know. That would be a pretty spoiled thing to do, which would be awesome. I'll have to check into that. Just because my husband and I are just kind of working all the time, and the grocery store run is so long. So if the groceries just came to me, that would be cool. And then I'd still take a long time to prep it and everything. That's what I meant. Local stores local stores double the cost. That sucks. Oh, you give the husband the grocery list. See, the problem here, I don't think he has his headphones on, so he can probably hear me. But the problem here is when the husband gets the groceries, cookies always come home with him. And then, like, when I have those in the house, I can't not eat them. I have to. I'll eat like 8 cookies in a row. like it's bad. Like it's like that whole sugar addiction thing. I mean, that's like one of the things. Like you just have to eat it. Like I have to eat it if it's here. So we'll go through like a whole thing of, and these cookies are so good. They're these peanut butter cookies that the grocery store makes, but holy goodness, they are so delicious, these peanut butter cookies. But yeah, we'll eat, yeah, darn sugar, we'll eat, like each of us will, it comes with like 12 or something, and these are big bakery cookies. We'll each have like 6 of them in, 2 hours. And then, of course we feel totally disgusting and gross and sick afterwards. But, oh, they're so good. Can't not eat them. Even knowing that it's going to do that to your body and your head and hurts and all that. But, oh my God. So, those usually come home when he gets the groceries. Yeah, totally addictive, but so good. Yeah. And, like, we don't go to that grocery store all the time. But that particular grocery store, it's right by us. It's walking distance. That one's got the cookies. All right, I think that's our last stitch with this floss. We'll have to get some more out. Now you're hungry. Oh, dang, those are good peanut butter cookies, though. They're all buttery. Way not Whole30 compliant. I have to make sure we eat before shopping. Yep. No, I'm totally with you. I always, I try and eat beforehand. My mom always used to say that. Gotta eat before going grocery shopping. Peanut butter means fat, right? Well, first of all, the peanuts aren't always good for your body, but it's just all that butter and I don't know, so good. Yeah, like carrot cake is a veggie. Carrot cake is my husband's favorite cake, so I'm gonna stretch again. So yeah, a good carrot cake. Our wedding cake was half carrot cake and half like red velvet. But oh God, that carrot cake was delicious. Oh, carrot cake and cookies. See, I don't know. That all sounds good. Oh, yours was carrot cake too. Coconut cookies. That sounds good, Marla. Yeah, the good carrot cake that has all the actual like real carrots shaved in there with the cream cheese on top. Ah, yum! That's the good kind. Yep, that cream cheese ice cream. Or not ice cream, icing. Shaking out the wrists a little. All right, I'm gonna stand up and stretch behind me. Ice cream sandwich. Yum. All that good stuff. Stretch. Oh yeah, your iPad keeps cutting out. It could be a Wi-Fi thing probably. The replay will be good, but yeah, just try going in and out again. I have a stash of peanut butter eggs. You know what, Cora? I had some jelly beans stashed, and sometimes I'll eat a bunch of my jelly beans and be like, oh, I can't eat them anymore, but I'll hide them in my office, so it's a surprise later, and I found more just a couple days ago, and I ate the rest of them, and now I can't have them again. But I do that too, Cora. That's hilarious. What does your husband do when you're doing these? When I'm doing these periscopes, he's working on a short film right now. So he's a filmmaker and a designer, and I think he's working on a short film that he shot. He's editing it and putting visual effects and stuff in it. I think he's doing that today. Otherwise, he's got a bunch of irons in the coals, or whatever that phrase is. What is that phrase? Irons? I don't know. I'm bad at phrases. But I think he's doing some of that stuff today. The struggle is real. I know. Easter, those irons in the fire. There you go. That's the phrase. Lots of irons in the fire. But the jelly beans, those it's Brock's jelly beans. It's those big ones with that like big crust of sugar on the outside and the goo on the inside. Irons in the fire. And dang, when Easter comes and those come along, that is my favorite. That is the kicker. And I almost managed to go Easter without them, but then I caved right at the end. Went to Walmart and got a bag of Starburst jelly beans. I ate them all. That's the problem, Lisa. Like, I can't not eat them when they're there. The only irons in the fires here have marshmallows on the ends. Oh, yum. All right. We clearly have to stop talking about all this food. Luckily, we don't have any of that in the house anymore, so that's good. Because I would be eating them right here in front of you guys now. If I had my jelly beans still. I do try and keep my crafting and food separate. Because I don't like to stain stuff. Oh, you're eating all the cookies, yum. I know, we're such a bad influence, aren't we? We're house sitting otherwise. Oh, you'd have a peanut butter egg by now. Yeah, those are bad. Like that fake peanut butter that's in all those Reese's things. Like the Reese's peanut butter cups and stuff. That's some good, whatever that is. Not real peanut butter. Crazy. Haha, no, don't do it, Lisa. We'll just start talking about all the healthy stuff that's good to eat. I gave up chocolate for Lent. Oh, funny. Trying to eat all the chocolate now. The Pinterest recipe says it's made with, really? With graham crackers? Oh, that's interesting. You could make like fake ones with graham crackers. I kind of hate graham crackers. That's like one of my least, I don't know. Growing up, we used to have them all the time because, you know, that was when like the cinnamon stuff on the graham crackers came out. And all those graham crackers, I don't know. I don't like the graham crackers as much. Nope, not for me. Oh, did I stretch? Yeah, I stretched a little. Probably not enough. Here, I'll stretch my neck a little. Oh, I buy them for dog treats. That's interesting. Oh, they have Reese's Pieces now in the UK, and now you love them. Yeah, those can be dangerous, all those Reese's Pieces. Funny. So I was thinking, you know, we talked earlier about putting, I was going to put these videos on my website once I finished the redesign of the website. And for that, I was hoping to have like a little summary of what we talked about written underneath. And this one, if I put this one on the website, it'd be like, we talked about jelly beans and Reese's Pieces and peanut butter cups. And that would be the caption for this one. Talking candy for 3 hours. Yum. Alright, still cruising along with the backstitch. The hub has got some sushi from the store. I might have some of that once we're done. I think maybe once we're done with this little swirly thing, maybe I'll eat up that sushi quick. and then start on the thing. The grocery store by us, it's kind of a relatively new grocery store, but they have a really good sushi guy there. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't normally do that. But it's specifically good at this place, so we got it as a little treat today. Ooh, I'm right through a seam. That was a lot to pull through just then. I'm excited to take the Fabri-Solvi off of this and see what it looks like. Do you have express service at home? Express service, is that where they send you your food? No, at home. I don't know what that is. Is that where they send you? I think one of our grocery stores does. I'm gonna have to look. I have to look into it. Yeah, and I think they can do it to your home. I think I wanted to try it out once. Oh, he's just eating all the cookies. He just got home. Funny. I think we could probably get it here, but I have to look into it. I mean, I'm pretty lucky because we live just right. We live in Minneapolis, which is, you know, a major city, and we just live right on the outskirts of it. So we have a lot of those sort of services, and I actually have in like a 2-mile radius, I probably have 7, like literally I probably have if I count, there's probably 6 or 7 grocery stores within a 2-mile, 3-mile radius of me, and all from like the low end to the super duper high end grocery stores. So I have a lot of grocery store selection in my immediate area, which really is a blessing. I mean, it's awesome. So there's a lot of choices and a lot of really good food, and I do think some of those deliver. Yeah, lots of temptation. But I just thought the whole idea of, you know, since my husband and I do work a lot, and, you know, we're in like work mode a lot, if the groceries just showed up at our door, that would save half the amount of time, because then I just have to prep it. Here, McDonald's, Pizza Hut, and others. They have delivery service? Are you serious? That is hilarious. Oh my gosh, I didn't know McDonald's delivers by you? That is so interesting. The closest store is very small and 10 miles away. Yeah, that's the trick if you have can't get everything. Like, I know my brother, who's up in Alaska now, his store is quite a ways away, and they have to get a ton to last them for a couple weeks. Yeah, it would be, that's the thing. That's why I haven't done it yet, is, cause it would be good for me to just stop working, get up and go to the grocery store, walk around, get moving, get away. So, I mean, I feel like that is a good thing to do. Step away from what you're doing for a little while. I think that's probably why I haven't tried it yet. But I like that there's the option. I just wanted to give it a try and see if it's something I maybe do in the future, if we're really, like, if we're on a deadline or something like that and we just need the food to come. Because that's what's going to change me from just, from us ordering a pizza to bring to the house versus us having the food that I can put in the crock pot. You know what I mean? That's what the difference is. It's that some of it is just that I don't have the stuff in the fridge and I don't want to go to the grocery store because I'm working and all that. If the food would just come, then I can stick to this whole crock pot thing is what I'm thinking. Which is what's going to allow me to eat a little bit better, I think, or healthier. Almost done with this thread. I need to cut more after this. Yeah, you know what? I'm pretty sure we would have ran out of the purple because I think this would have probably been my last bit of the purple. I think the purple, if we stuck with it, we would have only gotten to right here. So this was a good move. Oh, put the music way down again. We're almost to the embroidery, or not the embroidery hook, the crochet hook. We're almost to the crochet hook, so that'll be fun when we get this center area done and we can switch over to that. I'm gonna have to try that grocery thing where they shop for me. I know, right? I mean, Cora, I mean, literally, I think it's the thing that might keep me doing that crock pot, cooking everything beforehand because I have it all on hand. That's the test, at least. So I gotta get my crock pot in here. And that should be in the mail at any moment. I think we should hopefully get that maybe today or tomorrow or hopefully Monday at the latest. And then I'll try that for a couple days. And I'm thinking that would make the hour drive. Yeah, an hour drive. That's a long way to get groceries. But yeah, so I'm going to give the crockpot thing a try. And if that seems to be working for us, and I really think it's going to, then then I might even try to have the food delivered here. Because like I said, I mean, we really do work a lot, and if we can just maximize our getting our stuff done here by having like little services like that come in, I mean, that might be worth it for my husband and me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll give it a try. Now, if I could get someone to come here and do all my laundry all the time, that would save me a ton of time. I feel like laundry takes all freaking day because it just keeps interrupting you and you have to go back for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, we can't afford that, but like with the groceries, I think that's just like a really, really small delivery fee, and I think the groceries would probably actually be cheaper than what we would go be getting anyway. Yeah, I know, laundry though. That'd be nice. Yeah, someone to come clean our house, that'd be pretty dang cool too. But it's just me doing all that. And John, it would stop the impulse buying. Oh, that's true, maybe, yeah. Stop the impulse buying of the cookies and stuff. Cookies. Oops. Alright, almost done with this thing of floss. I think I got a couple more stitches in here, and then we will have to cut a whole new piece. I bought a Snickers bar yesterday because it said feisty instead of Snickers. That's hilarious. Yeah, this is cruising right along, Cora, I think. I think once we got out of this area, I mean, it's the chain stitches. The chain stitches really do take time to do, and it's pretty packed in there with the chain stitches. So once this back stitch, that's not difficult at all. It's much faster. And I'm not going all that fast either. I'm kind of just leisurely doing it. I mean, I don't have any real reason to go super speed. This is just fine. But yeah, then we'll start this little crochet hook. So after we're done with this block, I'm gonna do the birds, and that'll be a whole lot more embroidering like this. Basically, we'll be doing the blanket stitch around the edge. I think let's do one more. Did you do long bit and chain stitch or did I do the long bit? Oh, did I do this in chain stitch originally? No, I did this in the back stitch originally because I wanted it to look like this was the single thread, and then the single thread was crocheted to make all these chain stitches. So that's kind of what the concept was. So yeah, so these I always did chain, and this I always did like a back stitch. I could have done like a stem stitch or a split stitch or something like that. Oh, you know, oh yeah, you know what I did, and you're right, Cora, and I didn't. I did the back stitch again. But I think if I would have done I could have done a split stitch. A split stitch would have made this look less beady. It would have made it look like one long line. And maybe I should have tried that. I forgot. I just went back to the back stitch. This is what I did in the original one, back stitch. But yeah, I think a split stitch would have been fun for this. Ah, well. If I do another one, maybe I'll try that. Someone did a stem stitch, and that actually looked like yarn wound, like this, you know, how a yarn is twisted. It looked, that was really pretty, the stem stitch. It looked like actual yarn on it. I thought that was a really cute idea too. Oh, you like the back stitch? You know what? Back stitch is oh yeah, I had a ply look exactly. Oops, I'm gonna run out of thread here. I gotta weave it in. Back stitch is one of my favorite embroidery stitches, just because I do like the beaded look. To me, it just kind of screams embroidery. So I do like that. But yeah, I was gonna try. Oh, look, I didn't do my away knot last time. Funny, I got 2 away knots here now. But Yeah, if I did the split stitch, it would have been more like one long piece of thread instead of all the little beady back stitches. But oh well, guess we're in backstitch land now. So we're getting kind of a sense of what it's going to look like on these other colors. So that's going to be pretty, this cream, I think. Oh, thanks, Cora. I think I would like to try and do another one, though. Oh, the other one. Oh, is that what someone was saying before? Okay, I think I get it now. The other one, if I do a second one, that would be cool to go on the back. Where are my knots? Here's one. Yeah, when we were talking about the munchies, where'd that other one go? Oh, it's right here. So I'm snipping both of the way knots, and oops, and now I got both of them to tuck in here. But you could actually do this whole thing with away, like leave your away knots on the entire time, and then just snip them all when you're done. You could do that too. I do that sometimes. Oops. Why don't you use the existing stitches? You can do that. That's actually, you can, it's called a, oh, what's that called? A way knot or a, you know what, I'm going to look it up right now. I have it in my book here. So what you're talking about is this. Here, I'm going to just look it up here quick. Oh, a waist knot. So this is what I'm doing. I'm doing it where I'm going, oh, here, let's get focus. I'm going far away and then doing the stitches and then weaving them in the ends. You can do, if you do a stitch along your line, so here's our stitch line, and here we've tied a knot, and you can kind of catch all of them as you're stitching. So that is a way to do it as well. And here's the reason I don't usually do it this way, is that I like the security of how weaving it back and forth 3 times is. So with that waist knot, you're only kind of getting that once over. I like doing the back and forth 3 times. I think it's more secure, and then I don't have to think about it at all actually while I'm stitching because it's out of my way. The waist knot, you have to kind of make sure you're catching it as you go. So that's why I don't do that way. You know, I just use the way knot. What about the next thread you've already got stitched? That's for the first thread. What one did I already have stitched? I do back and forth with the, oh yeah, the waist knot. But with the waist knot, you know, it'd be like if I was stitching this line, I'd kind of have it here, and as I'm stitching, I'd be grabbing it. But then, you know, then I would run out and I'd only be covering it with a few stitches. I like the away knot because then I have this big long piece that I can weave back and forth. But the waist knot, they're both technically different waist knots. Why can't you weave the threads from the last thread you just ended? From the last thread I just ended. So I weaved in the end here, and then these are from my beginning. This is from the beginning ones. I guess I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what you're asking. So what I could have done with a waist knot, I could have still my long piece, go over the first stitches, and then go to the back and snip it and weave it in 3 times. But I mean, I like the back and forth 3 times thing because I think it really secures that thread down more than just doing it once and more than just doing a knot. Oops, I'm gonna fall out of my needle here. I'm a little close to the hoop edge here, so it's a little difficult for me to get in there. I weave back and forth. I just finished with my new piece of floss, then start. I weave in back and forth. What I just finished. Oh, I see what you're saying. So if this was my new piece, I could weave back and forth 3 times and then do it. Well, that's not a bad idea. Why don't we try that? We'll try that with my next floss. That makes sense. All right, Janelle, we're doing that. I get it now. All right. That kind of makes sense. We'll give that a try. I get it. So let's give that a try. I mean, that wouldn't work if that was our first stitching, but it'll definitely work now. Here we go. Alright, ooh, that came right off. I just had the right amount of floss in there. Okay, let's split this. Alright, no, but I think I got what you're saying. Let's try that. In this case, that would work great. If I was starting in some other weird place, it'd probably be a little different. But yeah, no, let's try it. That makes a whole pile of sense, people. That sounds like a great idea. See, I learned something with every single block I do. I'm telling you, there's something new to learn, even on my own block. You know, it's awesome. That's why I'm loving like the splitted sampler and just hanging out with you guys. And just, you know, in the Facebook group and all that, like, there's so much oh, wait, I'm already doing the wrong thing. Here we go. I was going to tie my knot again. Let's not tie a knot. Alright. So, instead, we are going to weave in these back stitches. Oops. Ah! So 1, 2, 3. All right, so we'll just weave into these. And I'm gonna just kind of stop. I'll just hold that there. We'll just hold it with my finger. Then weave back here. And then one more. I like it, people. I like it. This totally is gonna do the trick. All right, and then now I'll snip off this little end. Did you see Aunt Faye's pic? It looked like she was doing her hoop upside down. Oh yeah, I've kind of seen that before. Oh yeah, so this worked great. So we're kind of skipping steps. So yeah, that worked really nicely. Now I can just start, and it's basically like the same way that we've been doing it. So yay! That's awesome. I love learning new things like that. So I have seen people here. I'm feeling weird. There we go. I have seen a few people do that before. I think it's just a kind of a personal preference. I know if you're machine embroidering, that's kind of way to do it. Like you're putting your hoop this way, and then it goes in the machine for machine embroidering. So I know a lot of machine embroidery people who are starting hand embroidery kind of do it that way. I personally just like it this way, so I have my fabric closer to me, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to try it that other way too. I think if you're doing stuff on the back, like weaving in the ends, it would be easier the other way. It keeps my needle from falling out when I set it down. Oh, that's interesting, because when you set it down, you can just throw it in there like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll have to give that a try. Next time I embroider something, I'll do it that way. See what see what the differences feel like. And report back. I will do that. That's interesting though, Cora. You can just throw your needle in there and it won't get lost. I mean, that's worth it. Oh, I was talking about gadgets earlier. So I did purchase one of those paper piecing rulers that at a quarter ruler, so we'll test that. I also got an embroidery stand where it holds the embroidery hoop in place, and then you can stitch. I've never used one of those before, so I'm kind of curious. That was actually difficult to find. There's a lot online, but none of them seemed right. So, and this one that I got is from some weird manufacturer in China or something, and it's going to take like a month to get here. But that was the only one I could kind of see where I could maybe flip back and forth like this easily without a bunch of contraptions in my way. And so that was kind of surprising to see that there wasn't just what I was looking for. So, but I did order this, but it's gonna take like a month to get here, and we'll see how that goes. I know what you mean. I've been looking into getting one. Yeah, just because, you know, what it is I'm bent over it a lot. I would love to have it raised up so I can have just better posture while I do it. And I guess that's mainly the main thing. And then if I shoot videos, like if I show how to do an away knot or like a French knot or something like that, then I could have the stand. Like if I wanted to get really close up, like if I wanted to get like this and show how to do a stitch on a stand, it would stay in place. Is kind of what I'm thinking. So we'll give it a test. Oh, you got embroidery fever. That's awesome. So anyway, that, you know, like I said, it'll take like a month, but we'll do a little test of that on here too. That's been kind of fun. You have a floor stand for tapestries and cross stitches. Yeah. And how do you like that? I mean, I'm guessing it's really good for the back and your neck and the posture. Oh, you need to do that with your computer monitor. Yeah, I know. I have my computer monitor. Oh, now I have a new computer that's bigger, so it's the right height, but I have like a bunch of books underneath. I have a couple monitors to get at the right height and all that. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's just remembering to get up and move around and stuff too. Oh, you know what? I didn't. Oh, you had 2 spinal operations, so you need that good posture with that. See, that's super smart. I'm hoping that's what it'll be like with that hoop that I get. You know, I can just focus on posture. Because like I said, I've been this past week, I've been doing a lot of embroidery, and I'm really feeling it. And, you know, I exercise and try and stretch and all that, and I should not be feeling it from embroidery. I just, you know, we all need to take care of ourselves, I think, a little bit more, and I think if gadgets can help with that. Yeah, a good chiropractor helps, yeah. You have a great stand hoop from the Thimble Lady. Okay, I'm gonna have to write that down on my little notebook. Not my notebook, my paper here. So Thimble Lady. Lady AU embroidery stand. Yep, the wish list, right? Embroidery stand. Yeah, I thought I might even test a couple of them out like that, so maybe I'll look into that too. Mine is a Lowry stand. Okay, I'm gonna write that down too. Ooh, better lighting. You know what? I need better lighting too. I'm gonna write that down too. Lighting. There's some embroidery stands. They're like more for needlework and stuff. But there's some of them that have built-in lighting. That's cool. So the Lowry stand. Okay, I got that written down. But yeah, I mean, I'm you know, with this Splendid sampler, I'm definitely playing with the gadgets more, and I've never really done gadgets. Oops, I had some weird thing on Periscope just happen. Okay, never mind. I touched my screen funny and it freaked out for a sec. I'm not the only one who has that constant wish list funny. An OttLight on sale, yeah. I'm thinking I might have to invest in an OttLight too. Because there's a little area in my office that I'd like to do more in, but the lighting is so awkward there. And even for these periscopes, it might be nice to have a little OttLight thing. Using it now, nice. Like, I think for that, I'd like one that, I don't know, maybe I want one that sits on the ground? I'm not sure yet. Oh, helps with your photos too. Oh, that's good to know. Ooh, we might be able to finish this with just this floss. That'd be cool. The table, it's kind of mid-sized. I'm just trying to, I think what's kind of keeping me is I'm trying to figure out, I don't want to crowd, my office is like really, really crowded, packed in as it is, and I don't know if I want to set it on a counter, or I don't know where I have floor space for something like that, but I don't know. Oh, something like that would clamp on my shelf that I could aim. That might be kind of fun. Yeah, a ground one, I suppose I could move around to other rooms and stuff. Yeah, that might be the way to go. Or something that clips on. See, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Cora. Something that clips. An OttLight, not a fan. Try to work in the daylight. Yeah, I want something that hangs from above. Yeah, something that hangs from above. See, a floor lamp would be good for that because, you know, that would go over you. Oh, an OttLight in the fan. Yeah, that would make sense. That'd be cool. I mean, if you don't want that, I mean, it's a bright blue-based light. I mean, that's, you know, like a daylight light. Usually, indoor lighting has a yellow glow. It's tungsten lighting, and outdoor daylight, it has a blue sort of light, and the OT lights have that blue light, so it'd be really good for photos, but sometimes you just don't want that bright blue light, like in the evenings and stuff. So I don't know if I'd want it right on my chandelier. As a chandelier. I don't have a chandelier. Full spectrum, yeah. I don't know if I'd want it as a normal light. I think I'd want to have it just when I want. Oh hell, but so much heat, yeah. You aim it downward some. Yeah, so it's not just not right in your face. Yeah, that's in my brain as something I should be getting at some point. Oh, you needed to see the thread. See, yeah, exactly. So that's, you know, necessary. Maybe try a filter to soften it. Yeah, that's true. Do they have filters for those? That'd be kind of interesting. I have no idea. I'll have to look into that. And yeah, I know Joann's has sales on that stuff all the time. Like 70% off all our out lighting and all that. Have to check it out. All right, you guys, we're done with this. We're done with the doily finally. So here we are. We got our little fun little heart section in there. So I gotta tie off the thread, but yeah, we don't have to do the away knot because it's already woven in already. So that's kind of cool. So we'll start on the silver floss in a bit here. You know what? I think I'm gonna take it out of the hoop to do this here. So this is where it would be good to have the hoop flipped the other way. In this case, just because I can weave this in easier. But we'll let it sit for a little while, let it unbend itself. I've been waiting for the crochet hook for weeks. Oh, sorry, I know. That's why I wanted to do this this Saturday, like get it done scope, because I just I'm like, I'm never gonna get to that crochet hook. So I wanted to be able to get to that today. Pandora wants to know if I'm still listening. I'll click yes in a moment. Yes, Pandora. Alrighty, done with that thread. So I might actually grab some food really quick here, guys. All right, so here we are so far. Yay! Okay, so I'm gonna do the silver for the the silver metallic for this. Which is a little more difficult than usual, but I'm gonna stand up and we'll stretch again. So if you guys are crafting or working on something, it'd be good to stretch. I'll turn Pandora back on. Yes, I'm still listening. And I'll have to show you the yummy food that John got me. Look, see all the yummies that John got from the store? I'm going to eat those real quick here, and then we'll get going again. I just need to stretch my neck, too. Oh, it's so good. Oh, you like the smoked eel? See, I don't know, that scares me a little bit. Yeah, I bet you that's really good. Yeah, this sushi is just from the grocery store, but they do a really good job there. Alright, one more and then I'll come back here. Alright, stretch. Oh, hello! Thanks so much for coming in. You got me, I'm like, my mouth is full of rice. If only I could see you guys eating your cookie sandwiches. I know, I'd be way jealous. So some stretching. Actually, let's go on the ground here. The backward chain stitch. I know. This is the first time I've done that. Was this project, that backwards way of stitching. It really helps get rid of the mess of all the thread everywhere. It's just like a normal little stitch where the thread doesn't get in your way. I'm just kind of loving it too. It's more relaxing. I'm just gonna stretch a little bit more. I definitely need to stretch my neck a little. All right, and then we're gonna start on this the silver. Oh, I wonder if my coffee's still warm. That'd be good. I think this is just so funny. Almost done, I know, right, Cara? Then we got some birdies to do after that. All right, stretch. Coffee, how are you doing here? Oh, yeah, right, I know, wouldn't that be nice? That would be awesome. He did get me lunch and coffee though, so he gets lots of points for today. All right, let's get this back in the hoop. Oh, I gotta stretch my neck a little bit though. Stretch. Yes, he was very nice. So I shimmied it over this way a little bit more, just so I have a little bit more working room here. Hopefully I have enough in the hoop. It's a little difficult putting it in the hoop when you're not, when your fabric is smaller. What you can do is you could take a bigger piece of fabric and baste this to it and then cut away the center of it. And then you'll have a bigger piece of fabric that you can work with, so you're not just grabbing the little corners like that. That would have been a great idea for this, but I thought I'd give it a try like this. But that is an option if you didn't want to do it this way. Okay, and you know, we're a little loose here, but that's fine. It's taut enough for us to work with it. Okay, let's see here now. Here we go. So I am going to double up this floss, I think. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I should double it up. No, you know what? I think it's thick enough already. I'm not going to double this up. So this, you can already see how crazy this is. It just wants to get away from you. Where's the end? Here we go. I'm going to end up with a tangled mess here. I use regular gray floss. I think you can use the same, if you use 3 strands, I think you'll be good with the 3 strands. This is probably equivalent to maybe 2 strands, but just using normal floss, that's going to work so much easier than this metallic floss. The metallic floss can get a little annoying to work with. It just kind of goes wherever. It doesn't lay as flat and nicely as a gray floss. Gray floss would work great. All right, so I am going to do the away knot though here. Actually, maybe I'll just weave it in the ends again. I'm going to do that weaving in the ends thing again and not do the away knot. I like that way. All right. So I'm going to just do 1 strand. So here, let's see if I can get in focus. No focus here, guys. Phone doesn't want to focus, but this is a little thicker than 1 strand. It's probably equivalent to 2 strands of the 6-strand embroidery floss. So here, if we go close up here, there we go. So here's the different thicknesses. This is 3 strands. This is just 1 strand of the metallic. So it's maybe 1.5 to 2 strands. So, but this is so thin that I think just using 1 will work fine. So I'm going to use a short and long stitch for this, and it'll be a little weird because it's so thin, so it's just going to be like 2 stitches next to each other until we get up here and we'll start doing more than 1 stitch. Okay. I'm going to start down here and then work up this way. So where's the end here? Right here. So I'm going to weave in the end right here. our back and forth 3 times, like how we did the last time where we're just weaving it into stitches we already have. That was such a good idea. IMX silver blending filament. Ooh, with gray pearl. Wow, that sounds really beautiful. And the pearl cotton is so shiny itself too. Oh wow, I love that idea. Love that idea. Oops, this fell in the middle here. 2. So this metallic floss is particularly metallic-y compared to other metallic floss, so it's kind of fun to work with. This is, I think I have this written down. Oh yeah, this is Cosmo's, let's see. I made a note for myself in my sketchbook. It's the Cosmo embroidery floss, which is by Lycian, and it's the Nishikito is the kind I'm using, and this is the real, it's a bunch of colors, but it's like really, really metallic-y and really shiny. So that's what I'm using for this. It's a little difficult to find. I know there's an Etsy seller that sells it. That's where you can get it from. Alright. Here, we'll trim off the end. I love that new way of doing it. You guys are so smart. Okay. So, short and long stitches. Let's get close up here. There we go. Short and long stitches is basically exactly how it sounds, but you only do it for the first row. So, for the first row... Oh, you know what? I'm going to redo this. This is the seam allowance line. I'm going to actually go a little further into the seam allowance, like continue this line a little further into here, so that when I sew over it, it's like right on the edge. So I'm gonna just go a little further down. Thread that again. Okay, and the metallic floss gets a little unruly too, so I'm gonna have to watch for knots and stuff too. All right, so I'm gonna start a little into my seam allowance. Just a hair. There we go. Alright, so short and long stitches. And you can do this to fill a whole large space, but again, we're only going to fill this tiny little space here. Here's a little bit bigger, so it'll be more apparent what we're doing there. Okay, but in the first row... Oh, I think I might sneeze, guys. We'll see. So we're going to do a short stitch. Let's do a really short stitch. So we got our short stitch, and then we're going to go back to where we started, but just a hair over. So like that. Can you guys see? I'm starting kind of right where we began there. And now we're going to do a long stitch, which will be about twice as long as this one. So let's go about right there. And I'm going to make this part just 2 stitches wide. And it's metallic floss, so I'm just kind of squishing it. So there we go. We got a short stitch and a long stitch. So after that first row, so if I was doing a larger space, like if I was trying to fill this space right here, I would do another short stitch, then long, then short and long, and short and long until this whole space is filled. But we're only going to do this tiny little spot, so I'm going to only do the 2. So after I do my first row, which is a short one and a long one, I'm going to do all the rest of them long. But since we have this kind of stair step going, they're all going to still have the stair step. So I'm going to make all my stitches about this size. So we'll go back to our short side, and we'll come up right where we started it. If I can get in there. There we go. So I'm coming right where I started that stitch and doing another long stitch. There. See, that's a longer stitch. There we go. And then this one will still do a long stitch. We're going in the top of that second stitch there. And we'll do another long stitch. So they're all just going to be continuing long stitches now. The short and long is only for the first stitch. So see, you can start to see it's like little bricks almost, short and long. First I've seen the stitch. Oh, really? Oh, cool. So, yes, this is an alternative for a satin stitch. And it's actually best, this stitch is actually best for filling large spaces. Because a satin stitch, for example, like let's say we have this space here. Let's say we wanted to fill this space. This is a huge jump for a satin stitch. Like, it would be really loose and stuff if we were jumping this whole space for a satin stitch. But for a lot of short and long stitches all stacked, it still kind of has that effect of a satin stitch, really, because they're all moving in the same direction. So that would be a better way, short and long stitch, to fill up a larger space like this. So that's kind of how I think about it, unless you kind of want this stair-step look. The other thing with the short and long stitch, like if I was filling this space, I could blend my colors. So let's say for row 1, the short and long stitch, I used this silver. The next one I could use, the next row I could use a sort of like gunmetal color. And then the third row I could use like a black, you know what I mean? So then it would look like it's a gradient from the silver to the black, you know, with that gunmetal in between. So that's kind of the fun thing you can do. That's how a lot of people do floral petals and all that. So they'll go like from a pretty pink to a white or something like that. That is all with this short and long stitch. But yes, it's definitely a good alternative to satin, and it's definitely better for filling a large space than a satin stitch. But yeah, so I'm gonna just keep going up this little crochet hook, and with my stitches here, they're kind of wide and a little apart from each other. You're not going to have this issue if you're stitching with just normal cotton floss. It's just this metallic likes to stand up a little tall on itself, so it's gonna be a little more bubbly than usual.
That's why Arby's is selling 2 new
Arby's. We'll turn that down. Sorry, ad. I have the free Pandora, so we still get all the ads on there. So I'm gonna just keep crawling up this crochet hook with these long stitches. And like I said, after the first row, you're just doing long stitches. But this metallic is so fun. It's so shiny, and it really does catch your eye. What about ironing it? So ironing it is just fine. I haven't had a problem yet with pressing it. So I think it'll be fine. And pressing it will flatten it a little. Probably not too much, because I press it in a way where I don't flatten my stitches. I'm going to show you guys what that is tonight when I take off the Fabricelli. So they won't really flatten out all that much, but that's okay too. I'm fine with how it looks. It's I haven't had problem though with the metallic floss and pressing it. If you have a metallic floss that has some sort of like polyester filament or something like that, or something that is affected by heat, I would definitely read the label, just because that could melt or do something weird with heat. But this particular stuff is just fine. I mean, this is how I did my last one of these for the, the original one that'll be for the book and stuff. And that I used this floss and it pressed just fine. Just crawling up with the long stitches. And you can fill a space pretty quickly. Like, this is faster than doing a satin stitch this way, which is kind of how you'd have to do a satin stitch. This is much faster, for sure. But yeah, it's really fun to fill a whole space with this and blend the colors and everything. We should try and do that. If there's another embroidery project, I don't know if there is or not, but if there's another embroidery block, maybe we can play with some short and long stitch blending. That'd be kind of fun. Just kind of squishing them down as I go. Again, it's that metallic floss that I can kind of push it down to get a little bend in it. Oops! Caught. I hate when that happens. cut my little closure. My satin stitches start straight, then curve diagonal, or vice versa. Yeah, that's pretty common thing. I mean, you really have to do a few and then look back, you know, from far away at how it's going, and then make adjustments. If you're constantly making adjustments every couple of stitches, then the overall effect will still be good. It won't be the overall effect won't look like it's going different directions. Get in there. There we go. Oh, guide marks. Oh, Cora, that's a great idea. So yeah, you could do that like with a water-soluble marker, like put guide marks every few little bits, and then yeah, and then follow that. That's a great idea, especially if you're doing a big area of satin stitches. Do I keep going out of focus? There we go. Otherwise, you just go wonky. Yeah, totally. Hey, did you ever finish that Snap Crackle Pop? Cora was embroidering embroideries that say Snap Crackle Pop for her chiropractor. I thought that was so cool. Oh, you're still on Crackle. Funny. I love that. All right, so we're approaching this kind of fat area. So see, we're starting to get fatter here. So I'm gonna just extend more of my long and short stitches in that area. So I'll show you how that works. The last one will be easy. Is that the snap one? Or did you do that one first? I start in the middle and work outside, and then start in the middle. Oh, that's interesting. I start in the middle, work to outside, then stitch again in middle for satin. That's interesting. All right, so here, so I'm in the middle here now. I'm still following the same line of this short and long stitch here. So we'll make that stitch first. All right, so then I'm gonna start filling this space here. So I wanna do, here's where I'm gonna put another I'm gonna put a short stitch. It's actually gonna be another long stitch, but I'm gonna line it with, here, let's get closer. Oops, there we go. So the stitches, when you're going in a row, they go from like this short point to the tall point to the short point to the long point. So I'm gonna make another short one that's in line with the short one that's 2 stitches over. A little less. Oop. There we go. So see, it's in line with this short one. So short, tall, short, tall, short, tall, short, tall. That's what we want to do. So we're in line with that one. And then I'm just going to go down to wherever the line of my embroidery is. So it's about right there. There. So now I have 3 points that I have to worry about. So I'm gonna do a long one right above the one that I just did, and it looks like I'm even gonna have to make another one. But let's do this row first. So there's a long. Why would you flatten a fig? I don't know. Is that a joke? To make flatten a fig. I don't know. Why would you flatten a fig? To put it in a sandwich. A fig sandwich? I don't get it. Oh, you sprayed my fig flatter. Oh! Okay, I thought it was a joke. So do you like it? So what she's talking about is, here, do I have that around? It's this, it's this starch alternative, a starch-free smoothing spray called Flatter. Flatter is the name. It's by Soak Wash. And so their starch, or their starch-free smoothing spray, is called Flatter, and then this is the fig flavor. I thought that was a joke. Oh, you just ordered some. So Janelle, you like this? You like the smell of it? I freaking love the smell of it. So I've been using this lately on all the blocks just to give the fabric a little bit more body. So it's stiff. Yeah, you like it. I just love the smell. It's not too girly or fruity, or I don't like when things get too floral. It's just yummy. Ooh, the citrus one. What one's that? Like grapefruit or something? I don't remember what their citrus one is called. I think my mom has that one that has that funny name, like what's that one? It's like 4 letters or something, then it's a weird name. It's like yerba or something like that. That's not what it is, but something like that. She has that one, and that one smells pretty good. Yuzu, that's it. Ah, see, 4 letters, and it's funny sounding. See, I knew that. The yuzu, that's pretty yummy too. But I think that one's a little more florally. All right, so here, just so you guys can see, so I did here we're stacking the stitches again, so I have to do this one over here. It has to be in line with this one here. I love it, but it's strong smelling. The yuzu, I like the fig. The fig is like just right for me. I don't like when smells get too floral and I don't know, girly smells. I don't like that. But fig, that's just got the right bit of everything. Oh, you have them all. That's awesome. I mean, I just started, like I was saying, it was this block. This is the first block that I used starch on ever, and so I've had this bottle of flatter, the fig flatter, sitting around forever, and I hadn't used it yet. So I think we can get away. Oh, you know what? I might put another row right here. I'm gonna throw another. We're gonna do four for this little area, and then we'll go back to 2 here. But yeah, so now I'm using it a whole lot more often, and I don't know, it's fun. And now whenever I iron, I get a little whiff of that smell, and it's just so good. All right, so I added 4. So see, we got a short, long, or they're all long actually now, so it's probably better to say like the lower and upper and lower and upper. We'll do another row of the 4, I think, and then we'll go back down to 2 and then go back all the way to the top. But yeah, so that's how we got a little bit bigger, but we're still keeping that sort of like brickwork. It looks like, you know, like bricks, every other one. So we need 2 to go in the middle of these long ones that we did. But yeah, you know, you could call this like a brickwork stitch or something, would make sense too, just because it does look like a bunch of little bricks. I think this is actually, where's my crochet hook? I think this is probably close to the actual size of this tiny crochet hook. So here we go. Yeah, oh, the embroidered one is even bigger, see? Or the hook is. This is, I mean, look how freaking small the hook of this thing is. Like, can you imagine crocheting anything with it? It's kind of crazy town. It's just so small. It's the smallest, it's my grandma's crochet hook, and I have another metal one that's just a hair bigger, but that's the smallest one ever. I know, it's so tiny. When I started this doily, this is the smallest floss I've ever used for a doily, and it's just crazy. So here we go. I put in, oh, let's get in focus again here. Sorry guys. Boop. There we go. So I just put these 2 in, and now we'll do another one here. I think we're maybe done with this one. I think we'll only go 2 here now. So we'll do this one, and then we'll just start going back and forth again. So we're done with the 4 across. This is kind of 3 across, and we got a 4 across. Maybe we'll go 3 across here again, but then we'll just start the 2s again. All right, like right there, looks good. Wow, we are almost done with this block. That is so crazy exciting. It's been, this one's been sitting around. New blocks keep coming, and I'm like, you know what? I gotta take some time and just finish these. And I'm not too worried, like I was saying this in my email, like I'm not too worried if I get a little behind, but I don't know. I thought, it'd be fun to just get some things done. It's just good to finish things sometimes. Like, I'm not worried about falling behind, but it's good to finish things, finish all the things. I've got you on Periscope and the Masters on TV. There you go. Yeah, not much to listen to with the Masters. Yeah, I can be the audio instead of the Masters. So I think we'll put one more stitch in there. You too? That's so funny. Masters and some stitching. Now that, I mean, it's embroidery and golf, that is a full-on slow Saturday, people. Like, can you think of two slower things to do at the same time? I think that's awesome. That's so funny. All right, so here I went down to 3 again. But yeah, so here now we can start to see that little bloop happening. Lazy day, yeah. So now I'm gonna just do the 1 and 2 back and forth again, like we did down here, till we get up here. Here I might just do a satin stitch to fill in this little hook space here. I'll probably do a satin stitch here, and this probably will be satin stitch. I'll do the short and long to right here. Heart rate way down. Yeah, I know, right? So I'm gonna actually turn it around now, just this direction, because it's easier to hold now for me. But I'm still doing the same thing, just a whole bunch of long stitches, but they're stair-stepped. Down to 2 again. Oops, get my thread shorter. I might have just enough floss for this, which would be totally awesome. Oh yay! Thanks, Diane. I think it's fun. I like I said, with this silver floss, if it catches your eye when you walk by and it's like, why did I set my embroidery hook there? And then you realize, oh yeah, it's that pretty silver floss. But it looks just as nice with some gray thread, and you know, pearl cotton floss is really cute too, because pearl's got some of that shine in it. Actually, that's what I was thinking. I wanted to try doing this whole thing with the pearl cotton, because the pearl's so pretty. I'm just coming in. Did you run out of the purple floss? Oh, well, I thought I was going to, but then we had the idea, Harmony, to do it like the original. So this is the doily that I was making with my grandma's thread, and I did run out of the purple here and had to start this cream. So we thought, why not do that? And then this is kind of like a heart shape, so we kind of went with it. So now it's even more like my grandma's doily. So that's why, because I was getting really close. I don't think I would have made it. I think I would have gotten to maybe about here. I would have finished this and got to here and would have ran out. So this seemed like a cool option. But yeah, I'm like even more in love with it now. I think that idea was great. It was so fun idea, and I definitely am excited about it. But yep, so we have like that little cream heart in there. And when I take a photo of it, I'll have to take a photo. Oops, I think I just lost my floss. Oh no, we're still good. I'll have to take a photo with this too. Would be interesting to see what you do with that tiny bit of purple floss. Yeah, I know, I don't know. It really is little. Oh, you should frame this one. Oh, that'd be fun. I do want to stitch another one, so I don't know, we'll see. I'm so excited for this to be a quilt, though, all these blocks together. And I know I don't know how many of you were here right at the beginning today, but I was saying, yeah, I'd have to make another quilt, right? Oh, I'd have to make another for the quilt if I frame this. Oh, I was thinking it'd be fun to have one of these on the back to maybe embroider some flowers and another black. Ooh, that'd be cute. But I was saying earlier how I laid out all my blocks, like I don't know, like 16 of the blocks. And I got overwhelmed right away because I have 5 blocks by 3 blocks laid out on the table here. And I was thinking, okay, so it was 5 by 3 to get 15 blocks or so, right? And besides this one. And then I was thinking, oh my God, when we're done, I'll have 10 blocks by 10 blocks. And that felt like my body, when I thought that thought, my body got overwhelmed all of a sudden, and I even had a flash in my head of like, oh, I want to quit. And I was like, oh my God, my brain just thought that because it got overwhelmed for a second, and that like took me off guard, that like my brain wanted to like fight or flight from this just because I got overwhelmed at the thought of it being like a 10 by 10, which is way more blocks than this 5 by 3. And I don't know, that just struck me as like, wow, I can't believe that tiny moment of anxiety made me feel that way when I'm clearly like committed to this. I mean, I've been doing all the blocks on Periscope and stuff too, but I was just surprised at my brain and body's, you know, coexisting reaction to that thought. And it goes with that whole thing, like, when your brain is like thinking weird things, like if you're all of a sudden thinking depressing things or something like that, you know, have I eaten lately? Have I had water lately? Have I had enough sleep tonight? And then, you know, assess the other things around you. What else is going on? Oh, I had that stressful phone call, so now I'm stressed about this thing. Like, it really put in perspective that whole thing again of just, you know, in this whole food stuff that we've been talking to about with the Whole30 and all that, just how that might actually be the problem, not that you want to quit. You might not actually want that. You just might be, you know, hungry. It was fascinating. But like, I had that reaction this morning. I'm like, wow, that is not a reaction I meant to have. And it just happened. All right, so I'm just kind of filling in this space, tiny little space here. We only have a few stitches left and then we're done with this. Oh my God. That's crazy town. Yep, we are all, you know what, Diane, we say that all the time here, my husband and I. She says, we're all small kids at heart. And totally, we always say we're just little kids. I laid Maine out by the TV room so my husband can see what it's all about. That's awesome. All right, so for this little bit here, I am going to just satin stitch. Jeez, man, my brain went away for a second there. I'm going to satin stitch all these in the same direction that these are, so I have that same look. So this direction parallel to here, instead versus this way. And I think that's going to only take like maybe 4 stitches. I think we'll have enough floss. That's the hope, at least. But yeah, we're all just little kids who have to deal with stuff, and we just want to be kids and be little kids. No, just have a recess. Just want to all go have a recess. Not think about anything else. Like groceries and money. Couple more stitches. I think I'm gonna have just enough floss again. I love when that happens. Except it gets scary. That's what crafting is, recess. Exactly! I'm totally with you. Alright, I think maybe one more will do it. So this hook has a hair different look than this short and long stitch, but I think that's okay. All right, there we go. There's the little hook. So here it is in total. There's the little. Oh, let's get in focus here. There we go. So it's got all that sheen to it. All right, I'm gonna tuck in the floss and. Then we're done with this until the evening. Let's do this quick so I can take it out of the hoop and we can look at it. But look at the back, how shiny that is. It's just so shiny, this floss. I actually think I might weave it into this cotton floss. It's going to be easier to weave in than that metallic floss. Oh, a happy and sad moment to be done. I know, right? I don't know. I always like finishing things though. Oh, thank you. Purple penguin. That's cute. I like your name there. All right. Was that just 2? We'll do one more. So tonight at 9:30 p.m. is when my usual Periscope time is. We will take the Fabricelvi off at that time. All right, so let's take it out of the hoop. Oh, it's your favorite block. That's nice. Yeah, I'm excited to see what it looks like because I have these little red corners on, and I wanna see my little red corners. I can't see them very well, so well, we take it out of the hoop right whenever we can because then it'll help release some of these little bits. So there we are. Here, let's peek. Let's just pull some of this away. There, see, we're gonna have some red popping in there. Yay! Let's pull some off of here too. I'm totally peeking. Wow, it's really stuck on there now. Oh, there. Here, let's just snip that off. We don't need any of that anymore. Yay! So here's a hint of what it's gonna. Ooh, it's gonna be really bright. We'll see. I'm excited. So yay, guys! Done. So this is. Oh, love this. Was 3.5 hours. Yeah, I knew this would take me a few hours yet. So yay. So yeah, actually, once we got this part done, then this line went really quickly, and the crochet hook actually didn't take very long either. But here, let's match this up. So here's what this purple or this dark blue is gonna look like. Like, ooh, that's gonna be pretty. That's silver on this dark blue. Yay, I'm excited. So tonight at 9:30 we will take the Faber-Selvi off. So I am stoked for that. All right, it is break time, like stretching time again. All right, we are gonna move on to this guy next. So I'll have we'll do the blanket stitch around this guy. I love chatting and taking part rather than watching replay. I know, it's so, I love chatting with you guys so much. It's kind of the best. It's like the best part of all this is just getting to hang out with you guys. So I'm going to do a little stretching again, just because I don't stretch as often as I should, and this is a good excuse to remember to do it. I'm going to stand up and stretch my neck again too. Alrighty. We are awesome! Exactly. Check later, it's morning here. Oh, I need to start the day. Okay, awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah, we'll be here for a few more hours yet for sure. Oh, you're gonna get a piece of carrot cake. It's a veggie. I have some carrots around here. That'd be kind of good. Oh, you're just checking back in. We just finished this guy. We'll be taking off the Faber-Selvi of it tonight. So we're just taking our stretching break again, and then I'm gonna move on to the birds. But yay, one more block. I guess it's not really done yet. We still have to take the Faber-Selvi off. Here, I'm gonna move the doily away again. Just stretching a little again. Get the wrists all good. But yay, moving on. We'll start this guy now. Yay. This was the big thing, though. I knew that was going to take me some time to get done. But yeah, again, we'll take the Faber-Selvi off tonight. And that will be good. That's what I'm really excited. That was a deflated yay. It's nap time, that's why. Wow, it really is. It's 2:45 already, isn't it something? We've been doing this for a long time today. Stretch. I want to do that stretch where you just kind of grab with your fingers. All right, little neck rolls. All right, I think I'm gonna. Oh, let's roll up this. He has this guy likes to come unrolled. Let's just clean up a little bit over here. There we go. Here's our little scrap. Don't need that. Oh, so I am not going to do this with an embroidery hoop. I'm going to just stitch right onto here. So I'm going to wrap up this embroidery hoop. Don't need him anymore. Get some of this stuff out of the way. And we're done with those two flosses. Throw those down there with my stuff. And we have all our scraps here yet, that's okay. Okay, let's start thinking about this guy here. Alright, so I am going to do this with this blue variegated floss. So this is that Weeks Dye Works again. Oh, this one's called Sky. That's appropriate. Since we're sewing these, stitching these flying geese. But I think this variegated will be pretty with this. It's kind of, the colors go in between, like this light color blue to this dark blue. So it's kind of works perfect. So I think, you know, I've been more and more about the variegated embroidering with the variegated floss lately, and I've never did that before, but the more I use it, the more it's so cute. Like, I love stitching little leaves that go from like yellow to green. I mean, that's just so fun, and so I'm kind of on the variegated yarn or variegated thread train lately. So I think, since these guys are so little, I think I'm going to only use 2 strands of floss for this blanket stitch. Because if we look at this, so like this, for example, let's get close up here. There we go. So this is 3 strands. And I think that just might be too thick for these birds. Like, these birds just seem more delicate than that. But I don't want to do 1 strand because I don't think that'll be strong enough. So I think I'm gonna do 2 strands. Oh yeah, so variegated sulky 12 weight. Yeah, so that's what I was using. If you've looked on Instagram, my Instagram or anything like that, I've been doing a bunch of embroideries lately, and that's what I've been using is the sulky 12 weight. And for that I've been doubling it up, using 2 strands of it. But that has been super fun to play around with, and yeah, that's what I've been doing a lot of the variegated stuff with besides this block, and I'm loving it. I want to do everything with variegated yarn lately now, which is kind of funny. All right, so I'm only going to take 2 strands from this, and so I'm going to, you know how I usually take 3 strands and split it? I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to just do that way where you grab 1 strand, and you can't do this with more than 1 strand. You have to do it one at a time. So I just pulled, oh, let's get in focus. You make me spend money. Yeah, you know what? I've been playing with gadgets and stuff a lot, this Splendid sampler, so I know I'm kind of doing that now too. But it's really been fun. So I've just taken 1 strand out of here, and I am going to just pull that right out. Yeah, I'm going over my camera here, so. There. Super easy. So now I got my 1 strand here. I'm going to do that one more time. Get 1 more strand out of here. Pinching it, and zoop. So fast and easy, and I think that's kind of the intended way to take strands out of your 6-strand embroidery floss, and then you just kind of put it back together. So now this will be my 2 strands. You know what I could have done? I could have just taken 1 strand and put the needle in and then doubled it up that way, but too late for that now. Oops. See, like, I could have grabbed both ends, put the needle so it hooks on there. That would have been thinking, you know, I suppose I could still do that. I think I'm going to still do that. So I cut the 1 strand. So what I'm going to do is now I just have 1 strand here. I'm going to take that 1 strand, put it up to the other, and I'm going to just tie, this one I'm not going to do that tucking in and away knot and all that. I think I'm just going to tie a knot and be done with it. So I'm just going to go around twice. I know there's tricks and stuff for this too, but we're just going to go this way for now. All right, so there. Now, see, I have it just at the hook, or the loop at the top is holding it in. So, all right, this is a nice short piece. I won't have to stretch my arm a ways to do it, which will be nice. I'm not sure I'm going to make it around a whole bird, though, with just this amount, but we'll see. All right, guys, so I'm going to look up really quick, just because I kind of forget. There's a way to start the blanket stitch, and I just wanted to look it up quick here, just to double check. So I have, this is my book, Sew and Stitch Embroidery, and I have a bunch of instructions for stitches in there, and I just wanted to double check. So, all right, yeah, so I loop around and I come up. Okay. All right, got it. So we're gonna do that. So I think I'm gonna start in the middle here of their tail and then go around. We'll see how that goes. All right. I think I want to go just, oops, I think that's maybe too far. I want them to be kind of little stitches for the little itty bitty bird here. There we go. It's a little harder to push through because I have that stabilizer in here, so this is pretty stiff. All right, I'm gonna go in right at the edge and then come back up in that same hole to start. All right, and then you just come up and kind of slide it away from the direction. I'm gonna go in this direction, so I wanna go away for my first little stitch. All right, so that's kind of like the starter stitch for the blanket stitch, and now we're gonna go around and just like a bunch of little stitches. So this is a teeny tiny stitch that I'm doing. Usually if you're doing blanket stitch around an edge or something, you'll go a little bit bigger, but these birds are really dainty, so I thought I'd do just really dainty ones. We'll go about there. So I'm poking it in a stitch length away from the edge, kind of holding this loop, and then coming up on the edge within the loop. See, so kind of like a chain stitch where I'm coming back through the loop. How many strands? I'm just using 2 right now, only because this is really dainty around this bird, and I thought 3 strands would just be too thick. All right, so that's our first blanket stitch right there. And now for a corner, so we're at this corner already, I'm gonna put one right at the corner at this angle and then another one. So I'm gonna be going into the same hole. So that's how you can do corners. So I'm gonna do 2 like that. So again, I'm pushing it into the same hole there. Corners you do a little differently than normal blanket stitches. And I'm gonna come up right at the corner. I love this red fabric so much. This is kind of right around when I wasn't feeling the blue anymore. So I'm happy that we started doing the red. Okay, so there's right at the point. And now we're gonna do one more in that same hole to get this other direction going. We're gonna keep turning. So back in that same point, just for this corner, and then kind of 90-degree point, and up through the hole again, up through the loop. Your nails match that red fabric, I know, right? So don't look too closely at my nails. I've had this nail polish on for like probably a week and a half, and I just keep touching up the tips of it because I've been doing laundry and a bunch of other stuff, so I haven't had a moment that I have a period of time where I'm not using my hand, so I haven't been able to sit down and redo it for real. All right, so now we're gonna do our normal blanket stitches to here again. So we just go a stitch length away, so a stitch length away and then a stitch up basically, and that's where we're putting our needle, making this loop of thread, and then coming up the stitch length away right on the edge there. I don't know, am I in focus? There we go, that's a little bit better. So right there, so stitch length away and a stitch up, and we're coming back just the stitch length away on the edge. I really like using the blanket stitch, but just sewed very close to the edge. Yeah, that's what I did. I did that in block 4, so that's why I'm on purpose doing something different, because there's so much applique that I want to try to do something different each time. But that's what try the fast sachet vite vast. Okay, I'm writing it down on my list. Because I need to do that. So it's funny, this is my sewing side of the list, and this is my just chit-chatting side of the list. That's where I have the crock pot and stuff written down. But here with block number 4, that's what I did for block 4. I just sewed around the outside and kind of clumsily, but that's what I did for block 4. So I thought I'd try something different, and I did needle turn applique for block number 1 with the heart. Here, I have that one here too. So this one I did needle turn. This is my first time doing needle turn. That was kind of fun. It was really relaxing. It actually kind of felt like embroidery, where you can just sit with something and relax. So that's needle turn. I'll be checking in and listening while I drive. Oh, nice. Thanks for coming in, Pax. As long as the connection holds. Yeah, I know, right? So that's why I wanted to just do something different, because I had already done needle turn, and I did the sewing down of the heat bonded one for the number 4. So this one I'm like, okay, I'll heat bond it down, but I'll do a hand blanket stitch. I'm just trying to do something different for each one, just to keep playing and keep learning, I suppose. All right, so another one, a stitch length away this way and a stitch up this way. Yeah, oh, you can have that. Oh, you have a nice haircut. Oh, it's cute. My husband got a haircut earlier. That's where he was, and I haven't looked up to see him yet.
She's been ignoring me all day.
I know.
People.
Yep. All right, so now we have like one of these inside corners. I'm gonna just put one stitch like right here. I know, and he's getting me food and everything, and I just ignore him. He got me fancy coffee. Shame, shame, I know, right? But he's eating the rest of my sushi now, so that's okay. So I'm really up close here, but I am making, I mean, these are the smallest blanket stitches, honestly, that I've ever made. So, I mean, I don't know if you can tell, like, from far away. I mean, if you've done these birds, I mean, these are teeny tiny little stitches, which probably would be easily done with a machine, but my machine doesn't have all those fancy stitches on, and I wanted to do another little hand project. So we will keep going on this. It's actually kind of nice with just this shorter length of floss. It's a little easier to work with for this. So for this corner, I'm gonna go in that same spot right here and kind of grab on the other side of that floss. Oop, I'm out of focus again. Are you gonna hoop it while embroidering? No, I'm just holding it by hand like this for this. You could do this with a hoop, but I think I have the stabilized sort of bit here, and we're just doing it this way. I think this works fine too. All right, just keep on going around. I hand turned this black. Oh, but managed to lose a bird's head. Oh no! It appears he was looking elsewhere. Oh, that's funny. I was gonna needle turn this block too, but I was falling behind kind of at that point. So I'm like, you know what? Just let's do the heat bond. It'll go just a little faster. But I do definitely want to do some needle turn again, because that was really fun for me to do that with the first block. So maybe the next applique, we'll see. I'm just guessing that there's more applique since we've had so much already, and we're only on block 16. So if there's more applique, depending on the size. I mean, I wasn't confident with my needle turn skills with this either. With all, there's just a lot going on here. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm good enough to do all that yet. But maybe in the next, a different applique block, I'll try needle turn again. But it definitely was relaxing. And now that I'm going to be caught up and stuff, I'll maybe have some more leeway to do a needle turn. And I don't feel as bad now that my block is done. If the other ones take a long time, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. We will so be experts when we're done. And that's, my mom was saying that earlier when she was in. That's so true. I mean, we learned so much. Oops, that would have been bad. I came up on this side. I would have just made a loop like this just now because I wasn't paying attention. I have to go down on this side and up through the loop. What makes a difference? Sorry, that's where I missed what you said because I was about to freak out on my about to screw up on my embroidery here. But yeah, so it's starting a little bit. I'm working on, you're working on the paper piece one today. Oh, that's cool. Oh, yes, like little tips of the feather. Oh, that's cool. I like thinking about it like that. That's fun. You know, I'm going to tilt this down a little because I've been having to look to the side of it. This will help me look underneath my phone a little bit better. There we go. That's helpful. All right. We can scooch these down too. So here I'm going to do that kind of couple little corner point stitches thing too. I probably won't go right there. I'll do one further up here, and then this one I'll go in that same hole. Little tiny wingtips. Yeah, I think 3 strands, for me at least, would have been too much. If I were using the 12 weight floss, I might even do only 1 strand of the 12 weight for this. I think I'm going to tack that down. So I'm just going to put a little tack in that same spot, like how I would for a chain stitch, to kind of hold that point in place. You see? Now it won't try and fumble up on me. And then I'm going to come back up just on the other side of the stitch here, just as if I didn't do that tack. But now it'll be tacked in a point in that corner. This one I'm going to go in the same hole here. So another way to do this is I could hold it this way, and I could, maybe I'll do this. You can go into the hole, into where you go in and come up at the same time. So that works really well with keeping your thread in the loop. So that's probably a better way of doing that. So I'm gonna do that way for a little. So put it in, oops, see it's a little stiff, this stabilizer. Then come up. And you're still catching that loop. Alright, we almost have this one wing done. Oops. There we go. So we'll be here a little while doing these little birdies. That's okay. We're still gonna get everything done. And then I'm gonna sew this paper piece one up yet. That one we're almost done with. We just have to sew all our pieces together. The paper piecing is done. So we got one little wing there going. I don't know if we can see any of the variegation of it yet. Oh, here we can kind of, so it's a little darker here and then gets a little lighter from the variegated floss. It's kind of fun. Little blanket stitch going. We're gonna come up to the point of his beak soon. And we're gonna wanna do, with the beak, we'll wanna do that little tacking down thing that we did here. Oops, I just lost everyone's comments. Oh, you just lost everyone's comments? I think people just aren't commenting. I think that's what's going on. I think everyone's taking a sleeper. I don't think you lost anything. Just enjoying the music. All right, so now I think I'm gonna jump and do this beak. We were paying attention. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna, do I have enough thread for the beak? I think I'm gonna just tack it down here. So you see, I'm just gonna put a little tack on the other side of this. Too busy watching Cooking of Funny. because I'm out of floss. So I think before I get to the beak, I'm gonna just turn this around and I'm gonna, yeah, you're eating the carrot cake. I'm gonna weave in the ends again here before starting that beak. Just to make sure I have enough floss for that. Oh, you're stitching too, yay, that's exciting. Chillin' and stitching and chillin' and stitching. Listen to music, chit-chatting. People versus OJ. I have not seen that yet. Okay, let's get focused down here. Snip that. All right, and I think we're gonna do that thing where we weave it in here again and just start. It's so good, you like it? I'll have to, maybe that'll be my next show. All right, guys, here we are so far. I think I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick and then I'll be back. So give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back. Oh yeah, here you can tell, here it's a much lighter than here. It's dark and then light, and that's from that variegated floss. So, all right, guys, give me a second and I'll be back. You guys can chit chat. Okay, guys, I'm back. stretched my shoulders a little bit too. John's been talking to my mom on text or something, and I think she opened her gifts a day early. Not nice. Supposed to wait till her birthday. There was one thing that she was supposed to open, but not all of them. Yeah, bad mom, exactly. She's the one that always says to us, like when she sends gifts or whatever, like, you can't open it till Christmas or you can't open it till your birthday. Oh, I was gonna weave these in. Let's do that. Alright, daughter gives you hers early. That's funny. Alright, so I'm gonna just weave into these stitches that we already got going here. I'm gonna stretch a little bit again too. I need to put lotion on my hands too. So 1, 2, and 3. Oops, I don't really have you guys in focus. Oh, that didn't really work. There you go. Sometimes the phone doesn't want to focus all the time. Phone's been holding up though, that's good. Alright, I'm gonna snip off this little end. And we're ready to go again. Alright, I'm gonna put some lotion on my hands quick. They're getting dry again. Alright, grab some water and we'll get stitching again. I'm gonna stand up while I do that too. Sometimes all this fabric can really make your hands dry. We're actually out of all of our lotion. I just ordered some more, or we get this handmade lotion. You're regretting the carrot cake. Oh man. Was so good. Alright, drink some water. Funny. So good. Alright, I'm gonna just stretch again a little. Should have given it to me? Funny. Making your eyes droop? Yeah. Yeah, Cora, how does that affect you? Is it mostly the sugar? Oh wait, you said sugar doesn't affect you, so just all the like gluten stuff. Oh, stomach ache. Yep, that's what gets me right away, is like I get a stomach ache and then I get really just droopy feeling and oh, the wheat. Yeah, I think that's what it is for me too, Cora. And I mean, again, it's not like I have like a disease or anything, you know, I can do it, but you know, you just don't feel as good, and then you know, don't get as much done and stuff, and I like getting things done, so. Stretch, shake it out a little. Alright, I'm going to stretch above my head a little bit again. This is way more stretching than I normally do, and I still feel like I'm probably not doing enough. Oh, I've never been to the USA. What time is it there for you? Is it early morning, or? I'm not very good at keeping track of all that. Okay, you know what? I'm having one more sip of coffee. I know, Janelle. You know, really, it's because of you. You're making me do this. Oh, it's 9:30 p.m. That's usually when my normal Periscope is, so that's kind of funny. We're kind of opposite of you. Where are my evening Periscopes? Oh, hey, I'm gonna have one of these too. Have you seen these before? These little date rolls. I kind of love dates. It's just dates rolled in like some almonds. It's kind of like it's totally like a treat. Yum. They look gross, but they're so good. Set by my coffee cup. Hey, Andrew, we are still here. Doesn't look gross. They're so good. I love dates so much. Okay, back to it again. Let's, so we ended it right here by making this little tack. We're gonna come up on this side of it as if we didn't do it. Yep, I'm still here. Still here, Andrew. Did you have a nice nap in the sunshine? That's what I would do if I would take a nap right now. I'd open the shades and have all that sun on me, and then just take a good old sunshiny nap. It was everything and more nice. Ooh, earthquakes. That's no good. That scares me, earthquakes. I've never been in an earthquake before. Great, you know, I'm gonna tilt this down even a little bit more, guys. Let me know if we flip or anything. But this is just gonna help me. It's gonna help this be higher on the screen for you guys, but I can see underneath it at my stitching still. Alright. Now for the beak. So again, we're gonna do that little tacking it down, like what we did in the wing here. Just so we have that point. Okay, right there. get it kind of tight in there. There, and now we're gonna tack it down with that little stitch. Lots of rain in the UK. That's like Seattle. Seattle has a lot of rain. It's probably a lot like that. Living in the Northwest. It's kind of, that's what it is when I imagine it in my head, at least. I've never been to the UK before. Any of the countries in the UK. So that'd be really, really fun. I think we had rain about a week ago. Near Guernsey. Oh, little island near France. How cool. Alright. So I'm going to just make a jump down here again. It'll kind of be like, it's going to be kind of like his two little eyes and beak. Alright, so I'm going to do the whole go in and out at the same time thing. There we go. Like that. Jeez. Yeah, low 100 Fahrenheit. I know, we're not good at the Celsius, knowing what the Celsius of Fahrenheit comparisons are here. I don't know what 100 would be in Celsius. 36 is body temp, so 98 or so. Oh, funny. Okay. That's a good way of thinking about it. Okay, that's interesting. Now I'm going to remember that. Funny. So 30s or maybe 70s. That would make sense. What I never got, I mean, you know, with Celsius is, like, for me, there's a big difference between like 70 degrees and like 62 degrees or something. That's a huge big difference, and like all those steps in between there seem like a big difference to me. So to have like that just be like up 1 degree, like for it to go from like, you know, oh it's 21 degrees and now it's 22 degrees Celsius, something like that, that's like way too much of a jump in degrees. Like I would have to go with halves, you know what I mean? Once it's over 80, you're done, yeah. It's funny, my brother, he does the 365 days of winter, because he works on a ski hill, so when, you know, in this hemisphere, when the skiing is over, he goes to the other hemisphere. And so when he goes down to Australia for to work on the ski hill there, everything goes metric all of a sudden, so he's got to do everything in metric then, which is... So he's good at that switching back and forth. See, here, I mean, in Minnesota, you wouldn't think, I mean, like, people who don't live in Minnesota don't think that it gets hot here, but we have the 100-degree weather sometimes, too, and we have it with 100% humidity, and oh man, it's that humidity that can totally, just get you. But we are not there yet, that's for sure. Well, we're coming along with this first little guy. We're gonna get this guy done soon. We do metric all the time, except for quilting. Oh yeah, quilting would be different. Well, do you still say like a 1/4 inch seam allowance, or do you say the 6mm seam allowance? Because I know a 1/4 inch is supposed to be that 6mm, but I wonder, is a scant 1/4? Do you do 5mm then? That might be too little, too scant maybe. So you still, oh, that's so funny. So you still do a 1/4. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I wouldn't have guessed that. That's interesting. Because I know with the books, I do know millimeter because of the car you had. Oh, interesting. I know with when you do a craft book, because like with my craft book, for example, they take all the measurements that you did and then they write in parentheses what the millimeters and stuff are after. So I was just thinking, oh, they must... Oh, you buy fabric in meters. Okay, there you go. Hey, Melanie, thanks for coming back in. We're still here. But yeah, like, so it always says like a 1/4 inch and then in parentheses 6 millimeters. So I just figured that, oh, you must do metric. Well, I just figured you'd do metric anyway, but I didn't realize that for like the 1/4 inch, you still think of it as a 1/4 inch. That's kind of interesting. I didn't know that. See, I learned that too today. All right, so here I'm gonna put that little point in the end too. Quilting all in inches as comes for you guys, but fabric by the meter. Oh, interesting, huh? Well, I bet you guys are like great at the dual thing then. If all your quilting is still in inches and everything. All right, I don't know if you guys have been noticing, but I've been kind of pulling and shaping these stitches as I go. Like if the loop ends up being too big, like if this one, for example, went way out here, I would pull it just to tighten the loop, and then it would be more kind of perpendicular and parallel to what I'm stitching here. All right, I'm gonna put that little tack here. All right, and then coming back up on the other side of that again, as if I just left my last stitch. More of a smooth outline, yeah. Yeah, making sure that my outline's right on the edge, and then having all these stitches be perpendicular to what I'm doing. As old enough to remember when we changed from imperial to metric, geez. No, it confuses my brain, yeah. Confuses your brain, yeah, I mean, it would, I mean, you'd have to, I mean, that, like, seriously, you'd have to read the instructions, like, a bunch of times just to make sure you were, you know, like, oh yeah, that's inches, not millimeters and stuff, you know? I can only listen, not watch, making my pony bread sun catchers. Pony bead sun catchers. What are those? That sounds fun. Well, luckily we're chit-chatty today, so I haven't lost my voice yet. How did the catbird, Cora asks, I don't know if you can see, how did the catbird, wait, catbird, the cat thing go? You bake beads and muffin tins. Oh, that's interesting. Cat bed, that's it. Yeah, gosh. Cat bed. I don't think I've ever done that before with the beads. That sounds kind of fun. There, right there. See, I pulled it up to get that loop tighter, and then I'm kind of pulling it back to the right spot. Cat bed is great. I think it's called a cat butt. Funny. Oh, I'm gonna need more thread again soon. Hut, cat hut, not butt. Oh, funny. Autocorrect. Cat hut. Cat hut. Autocorrect fun. Alright, I think I'm gonna get maybe one more stitch out of this, and then I'm gonna have to weave in my ends. Learn to crochet on YouTube watching American videos, and then realize UK uses different terms. Ah, jeez. That's kind of a bummer. Funny. Alright, this is gonna be my last stitch, and then we'll switch floss. Oh, you know what I haven't been paying attention to? So, a good thing to do when you're doing a stitch like this is, you know, you watch how big you're making it, but always take a look at your whole piece every once in a while, because look, my stitches on this side are getting bigger than my stitches on this side and bigger than this, so I'm going to want to average it out again. But yeah, so to keep your stitches kind of the same, you always want to kind of take a look at your whole piece again every once in a while to make sure you're staying consistent. So I'm going to start making the pieces a little smaller again to average it out, because we're a little smaller over here. And then the next one I'll try and look a little bit more. But we're still, I mean, it's still not really a huge big difference, but just something to look at. Something to keep in mind while you're doing stuff. I saw a tip while back to make marks on your thumb. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I think I'm pretty good. See, to me, that's more for the, like, looking in between each one, but I'm just talking about, like, the length of these stitches, and I don't know, I think it's just good to just keep looking close and look far away, look close, look far away. I think that's easy enough to stay consistent. All right. But yeah, I mean, I just think that that thumb thing is a great idea. I just think it's a little extra work that I think if you just remember to look up every once in a while at what you've already done, I think that does the job too. But yeah, I think it's actually pretty cute, that little thumb. What she's saying is you have like a couple of thumb marks on your thumb, and then you can use that as a measurement tool to make all your stitches the same. I think that's really cute. I just think it sounds kind of like more work than I want to do. Oh, you're multilingual. Oh, with the crocheting in a different language for crocheting, different terms. All right, I'm gonna go one more because that still feels kind of loose in there. That's funny. All right, let's. Crafting teaches many things. Let's snip that, and okay, I think let's flip it around so we can just see it so far. I need to get some more floss out of here. So again, I'm gonna just I've been taking the one strand and doubling it up. So here again, to pull one more strand out of here, just separate the one strand and pull it right up. It gets all bunched up like that, and then just releases. So here's my one strand. I'm gonna grab some of the water. Okay. Thread the needle again. Zoop. All right, I'm gonna do that weaving in thing again. That was a good trick that you guys taught me today. I've got my laundry, dishes, and started knitting my toe again this afternoon. Nice, Lisa. That's a lot of work done. All right, so we're almost done with this guy. Then we got these two guys, and then we'll get on the sewing here. Today on Facebook, someone doing Splendid Sampler had a cool photo of a koala in her garden. Oh my gosh, that's pretty crazy town. And I'm on to flavored coffee. Nice. All right, let's see. I need to start right here. What's up? Where are you headed? Oh, just cold? Oh, that's a lot of stuff to wear. John had to put a coat on. He's too cold. I'm actually kind of sweating here. I might have to lose the sweater again. Something odd, though I usually can't do Periscope well on the iPad. It's been going good. Oh, well, that's good, Lisa. That's good to hear. Oops, I grabbed all of this. Alright. Almost ready to get going again. I'm going to snip those little ends off. Oh, you're watching on an iPad? It's kind of nice to watch Periscopes on an iPad because they're a little bit bigger, but I think it's still like only an iPhone or a phone-only app, so it stretches it out a little. I have a quilt to come back and, oh, it gets fussy, yeah. This is the first time I've been able to stay in. Oh, yay, that's exciting. Oh, that could be, maybe it is an update thing. Maybe that's why, maybe they got freaked out because Facebook's doing so much stuff now and they had to up their game or something. Or maybe it's just because it's during the day, you know? Usually I'm doing this at night. Maybe Periscope is more crowded at night or something. I don't know. All right, I can't get up right there. There we go. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. I can't get on the other side of there. There we go. Oh, you guys can't see. There we go. I'm an Android. Oh, tablet works really well on Android. Oh, that's interesting. All right, we are almost done. I'm gonna do my stitches a little smaller again now. Oh, you're only on 3G? See, so with the 3G, that's what it was when we went on our little family trip a few weekends ago, several weekends ago now. And I wasn't able to scope with 3G. Like it said I didn't have enough bandwidth to do it, or not enough whatever power. Wi-Fi wasn't strong. That's what it was. Wi-Fi is not strong enough on that, or whatever it was. or I don't know, with 3G or whatever, it wasn't working. So that's actually, I'm surprised that you can see with the 3G. But yeah, I was gonna scope while we were on vacation. I brought all my craft stuff with, and then it just didn't work. All right, a couple more stitches and then we're done with this guy. I think maybe 3 more, maybe? So I like this whole blanket stitch thing. I think it's still faster than if I would have needle turned this whole thing, but I still get to do a little bit of handwork, you know, which is relaxing. Even though at this point I would have been fine just sewing it all on because we did all that other embroidery today, but still it's fun. I like it. Few more little blue stitches. Alright, I think we're going to do a little kind of corner here. Night scopes for me are really choppy. Oh, interesting. Always being kicked out. I wonder if it is like an evening thing then. Maybe no one's scoping now. Oh, hi Melanie's daughter! You're 8. Are you crafting today too? Oh, you're doing the beads. How are your beads going? All right, here we're kind of done. I'm gonna just grab this first. This is from our first stitch. I'm going to just grab around the edge of there and pull it right in here. There we go. So this bird is done. Now I'm just going to weave in my ends again. I could have probably tacked down this corner, but we didn't. All right, so I'm going to weave that in again. Oh, you're having fun and it's going well. That's cool. That's exciting. It's fun to play with all that colorful things sometimes. Other people were just telling me what she said to my questions. Oh, I think I'm missing the conversation a little bit. I was looking at my stitches again. So I'll have to catch up. Catch up with the conversation. Oh, you're not getting on. Oh, yeah. All right, we'll do one more. And bird number 1 is done. Just about done. I'm putting my granddaughter on, which is Kiki Bird and has rats on. Has her rats on. On Periscope? I don't know what any of that means. All right. Here, she has pet rats. Oh, funny. All right, I'm gonna stretch again. Let's see what this looks like, though. All right, bird number 1. He's all stitched up. Yay! So it's fun. Now it's got that nice border on it, and I think it just gives it like a really fun finish, but still like hand-done look. So we'll do that with these other 2. So here's it. Let's get it up close here. Oh, thanks so much! You can kind of see some of the variegations, like here it's light, and then it gets kind of dark, and then a little light again here, but it still kind of blends really well. So yay, so just a nice fun little border. It gives it some tactileness to it too. So 2 more of these guys. How long did that take? That was still like an hour or so to do that whole thing, wasn't it? I'm gonna stretch again. Stand up. Getting a lot of stretching in today. It kind of made it blend into the background a little bit more because it's that darkness. Oh, good. I'm glad you guys like it. It's just one little extra finishing thing with it, I think. Stretch. I think we're going to flow into the later scope. I know, right? Gosh, I hope not. It's 20 to 4. So 4 to, yeah, I think, you know what, I don't know, you're freaking me out now, Lisa. I think we'll get done before then. We got You're good for my shoulder. When you stretch, I stretch. Good. That's good. So let's pretend these took an hour each. I'm hoping they didn't take an hour each. Maybe 45 minutes for each of these. I don't know. Let's pretend it was an hour. So let's call this 2 hours, and let's call this block another hour. And I have to set up for that a little bit with the sewing machine. Let's call that a half hour. So that means let's call that 3.5 hours. I think that's excessive. So let's pretend it's 4 to 5 to 6 to 7. So yeah, it might be about 7:30. Crazy. Yeah, we'll have a little break where I'll go offline then, and then yeah, we'll be starting up at 9:30 again. Oh my gosh, isn't that crazy? It's just so funny. It's a lot of crafting for one day. Hey, but we'll be all caught up. I'm just happy. I mean, to get all this embroidery done, that was kind of a big deal. And this is more embroidery. This is taking a while too. But yeah, I'm feeling good about it. I'm happy I took the day to do it. For sure, I'm having fun. And it's so nice of you guys to hang out with me. I really do love that. I think it's cool. All right, I'm gonna grab another thread from here. Zoop. Yes, definitely nice to have company. Okay, I'm gonna actually stretch a hair longer here. Stretch. What's really good to do sometimes? Yes, bonding. What I like doing is I lift my arms up high in the door frame, and I kind of stretch my back through the door frame a little bit. So I'm gonna do that quick here. That'll be good on my shoulders. Okay. There, stretch the shoulders a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna fold my arm across my body a little bit. Missed your completion on the block. Did you have enough floss color? No. Well, I thought I was gonna run out. So we had a different idea. We used a different color, because then it's gonna mimic my actual doily where I had to switch colors. I had to switch to all the cream. So this is we mimicked that instead, because I didn't think I was gonna have enough. I think I might have gotten all this done and gotten to maybe right here or so, and then not had enough left. So we did it instead, and it looks like a little heart too, which I just love. But yeah, it's even more like the inspiration piece, which was this. So that's what we did instead, which I think was just so fun. I'm so happy we did that. But yeah, we're all done with. Well, we're not all done with this. So tonight at 9:30, we'll take the Fabricelli off. So we'll have a real short scope this evening. I think we're just gonna, I'm still stretching, guys. We're just gonna take the Fabricelli off and press it, and then call it an evening. That's all. Then we'll be caught up with everything, which I'm super excited. And then tomorrow we're gonna get the new block again. So it's like we spend all day finishing this up, and then more comes right away. You're gonna be dead tomorrow. I'll sleep in tomorrow, maybe. All right, I'm gonna have more of my little date roll thing. But really, yeah, the neck bending over, that's what I gotta watch, just on the back of my back of my shoulder blades and neck and that area from all this from embroidering a lot. Date roll, yeah, it's so good. Yeah, it's straight up only dates and then wrapped in elements, I think. Oh, bye! We'll check in tonight's scope. Awesome. Volunteer at the fire department. Oh, well, have fun with that. That sounds exciting. All right, I'm gonna finish the date roll. See, here we go. It's just dates all mushed together without the pits, and then just rolled in some almonds. Thanks so much for coming! Alright. It's a nice little... Yeah, I love dates. It's just a nice, sweet little yummy bit. I'm going to retreat in UK tomorrow for 5 days. Ooh, wow. Oh, you'll still get behind on the splendid sampler. I know, like, the blocks just keep coming, you know? So yeah, so, you know, maybe once every 15 blocks or something, I'll have to have a day like this, you know, where I just get caught up, just like a whole day spent doing this. So I'm just going to tie a knot in the end of this one again, kind of how we started the other one. I'm not being too picky here. Alright. I have never done a sewing retreat before, and I think that would be so fun to just hang out and sew like that for a while. I'm going to drink some water. Ooh, fun! Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to be behind on these. I mean, it's totally at your own pace and everything. I just, you know, and I'm fine with being behind, but I thought, you know what, I should at least get my block up to date for people who want help with the crochet hook, and I'm like, let's just spend the day crafting today. Alright. We're ready to go. How did I do that last time? Alright. Alright, for this first one, I printed them off yesterday and we'll work on them next week while the boys at school. There you go. Or is everyone on spring break and stuff now? It's kind of spring breaky time, isn't it? Call 6 of your friends and coordinate your own retreat. Yeah, that's a good idea. You know, that's true. We could just do that. Oh, they're back now. Back in school. Alright, so this is our first little stitch, our first little starter guy. Oops. Our little starter blanket stitch. Alright. Let's get doing this again. I'm going to do that whole little corner thing. I think maybe this time I'll tack down the corner too. Don't really have any quilting friends here, apart from you guys. You know what? I don't really either. I mean, I suppose there's a modern quilt guild. I suppose I could join that and do that, but I just have tough on the time. Your block was the last one finished. Oh, funny. Yeah, my block definitely takes a little while with all the embroidery. Our start break Monday. Oh, nice. Decided Easter was too early to have the holiday, huh? Alright, here we go. So I am going to tack down these little these little tail feathers, that's what they'd be called, right? Which means I'm just making a small tack on the other side of that loop. Can you guys see okay? The lighting looks a little funny. Alright, there we go. Tacking that down and starting back up in that same spot. Alright, there we go. Oops, I feel like I caught something. Oh yeah, see, look, I got a big knot going. Glad I have, glad I was feeling the back of it so I could feel that knot. Okay, here we go. Next bit. I'm gonna go in that same hole because we're doing that kind of 90-degree thing. I can't read that. Oh, I see. Do whatever you want. All right. Tail feathers. Yeah, let me check that we're in focus. There we are. Okay. Yeah, so we thought maybe till 7 we'd be doing this yet. That's a long, long crafting day. Oh yeah. Oh, you're just hopping in now. Yep. We got all the embroidery on this guy done. And here, oops, I can focus that in again. So we made the colors like my grandma's doily that I'm crocheting, and we got bird number 1 done. We have bird number 2 that we're working on now. We're kind of thinking that each one of these would take about an hour or 45 minutes to an hour, which just seems like so long for such a little piece. And then we still got this guy to do. I've got the bottom half done, but we got to do all the top. It's all paper pieced. But yeah, so I'll have to get the sewing machine out for all of that. So after we got this guy, and then bringing out the sewing machine and the cutting board and all that, which is all right here too. I'll leave the camera on still. I just gotta put it all into place, and we'll sew that up, and then we will be done until this evening at 9:30 when we pop in again. But yeah, at 9:30 we'll take off the Fabri-Selvi for this. We'll dissolve. I'll get my bowls of water out, and we'll dissolve all of that. Still doing our cute little blanket stitches. These are, I think, the tiniest blanket stitches I've ever made. I mean, they might as well be with the machine, I suppose, but just the fact that they're all different sizes and lengths and stuff, I mean, that makes it clear that a machine didn't do it. Oh, thanks so much! I love the nod to your grandma and the doily. I'm so excited about that. That happened today as kind of an accident. I thought I was gonna run out of my purple floss, and then you know, through the discussion, we had the idea of a couple people's ideas of doing it a different color, and then it mimicked my grandma's one with the cream in. Here, I have it over here yet. With the cream. Let's get into focus. There, so like with the purple that I ran out of here, and it had to start the cream, so we kind of did that, and this is almost like a little heart shape that we thought was cute. So I'm really, really, really happy with how that turned out. I just think it's so fun, and I can't wait till we get all the Fabri-Selvi off, because with these dark colors, I just think some of these are just gonna pop, like this cream and the silver. I think it's just gonna be really, really fun. So that'll be tonight. Tonight we'll take that Fabri-Selvi off at 9:30. Yeah, I mean, we'll be doing this for a few hours yet, which is crazy, just all for 3 blocks that were already all half finished, and it's still taking us like a whole day to finish them. But you know what, I don't mind so much about being behind or anything like that. For me, I'm like doing a lot of work stuff, and I just want something to feel finished, so I thought this would be like a finish all the things day. Because at least if I get these blocks caught up, I'll feel like that little win of accomplishment sort of thing, and I'm kind of feeling like I need one of those this week. So that's what started this whole like, oh man, I should just take Saturday to finish my blocks. Use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. That is a good phrase, Diane. That is good. Yep. Get her done. Decide and move on. Oh, I still kind of feel like I'm gonna sneeze. I wonder if we just need to change our filters in our house. I don't know. It's from the 30s? Oh, for funny. I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to go back through the comments and find that. Our church loves that one. Oh, funny. It's a goodie, it sounds like. It still cracks me up that there is an actual seagull. I mean, that I would call that a seagull in this print. That was totally an accident. That we found that little seagull here. All right, we're coming to one of these corners. So this is more of a rounded wing, but I think I am gonna still do that like tacked down corner for it, like I did with the last one. Or right, this one. Oop, jeez. Get that in place. So right at the tip there. So I'm gonna get that nice and tight so it looks like a point there, and then that I'm gonna just tack it on the other side of the loop. There we go. And then come back up on the other side again to start the next bit. All right, there we are. We got our start of our little blanket stitching here. Alrighty. But yeah, tonight I think we're just gonna take off the Fabricelli and press it. I'm not gonna do anything else, so it'll be super short tonight at the 9:30 scope, just because we did it all day today. So it'll probably be like 20 minutes, and then we'll probably be done. Maybe not. It'll probably still be like a half hour or so. So I haven't like looked back. I think my stitches still look pretty consistent. I think so. I'm gonna just keep going with the same consistency. Turn up the music a little. I'm gonna have to get another piece of floss soon again. So this to go in and out at the same time, like this, so where I'm going in and I'm coming out at the same time, that would have been probably pretty difficult to do if I had this in a hoop, because you need to have a little bit of slack to just move your needle down and up. So that would have been a little harder versus doing it by hand, or without the hoop, I mean. Good to see the Selby coming off. My black went wrinkly. Oh, wrinkly after washing it. So here, I'm gonna show you how I deal with that. When I take it off, I press it right away, and I'll show you how I do that. And it dries it out, and it's kind of awesome. It'll dry it out and make it flat, but it'll still leave your stitches fluffy, and the three-dimensionality of the stitches. You'll still have that. So that's what we're gonna do tonight. I'll show you how to do that. But yeah, we'll take it off. We will press it, dry it, and leave the stitches intact all at the same time. Yep, I think that's all we're gonna do tonight too. All right, let's do, I think I can get one more, and then I gotta wrap up this thread again. Start a new piece. Kind of right where we were last time. Well, that makes sense because I'm still using that same piece of 6-strand floss. I think this was 2 strands of it. This is the 3rd strand. Oh no, it must have been this must be the 4th because I only have 2 strands left. All right, so this one I'm gonna tack right there, and I'll weave in the ends again here now. All right, get you in focus down there. Oh wow, it's like invisible. You can't even see it on the back here. Funny. It's only been 20 minutes, so I really don't think this will last 1 hour. Okay, well that's good to know. Good to know. Yeah, we should be timing like all the parts of all these, you know. Well, if it's only been 20 minutes, but it'll still be near that 40-minute mark. So yeah, it still takes quite a bit of time, doesn't it? Oh, Starburst jelly beans, yummy. Starbursts are my brother's favorite candy. All right, scrap, and let's get another little strand out of here. I think I only have 2. Yep, I only have 2 strands left here. So again, we can just pull it right out. So goes in a big bloop. Alright. After this one, we'll have to cut some more. Stop that! Hot Lips. What are Hot Lips? Is that a candy? I don't know that one. Alright, man, the air turned back on, and now I need to put the sweater on again. So this sweater, this is another sweater that I repaired by putting like little, you see this is blanket stitched on, I blanket stitched these little wool patches on my sweater elbows. Another repaired sweater like the other one that we repaired on here a few months ago. Alright, I'm gonna, oh, it's my stretching time again too. I forgot I finished that thread and I gotta stretch again, so let's do that. That's what I gotta do from now on. Like whenever I finish a thread, I think I gotta stretch. That's gotta be my new thing, because I'm stretching a whole lot more than I ever have before, and that's good. I should be doing way more of it. I like this one, where your wrists are kind of backwards. Cinnamon chewies? Hot lips, cinnamon chews. Oh man, I never heard of those before. Yum, they sound good though. Alright. I'm gonna stretch my shoulders again a little bit. Roll my neck. This is a good song. Let's turn that up. All right, back to it. Let's do it. Let's get this guy done. Hot Lips was in MASH? Oh, funny. Oh, yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's a little loud. Okay, where did we leave off here? Okay, right there. So we'll weave into that space that we've already done. I have not seen that show in a long time. That'd be fun to... I wonder if that's on Netflix or somewhere where you can, like, watch all of it. That'd be kind of cool to watch every one of them again. Mashes? It is on Netflix? That'd be fun. We've been watching, oh, I think it's on HBO. We've been watching Vinyl. Have any of you guys seen Vinyl yet? The music in that is so good. It's kind of interesting because the music is good, but some of the people are supposed to be like really good superstars, and some of them are just starting. And it's so fascinating thinking about, or for me at least, thinking about how someone had to direct, or whoever does the music for that show, trying to make someone, so this guy sounds like a superstar, and this guy's only at this level, and this guy's only at this level. How do we write for those different levels of music and make it sound like they're only this talented versus this talented versus this talented? I don't know. Just to have to deal with that range, I think, in the music is kind of interesting, I thought. But that's a good show so far. We're only a couple episodes in. Alright, back to it here. Let's get this birdie done. So see how I'm kind of holding it out of the way with my thumb? That helps make the whole little loop a little bit easier. There we go. Almost to the beak. And then around the other wing, and then we got just one more little birdie. Then back to sewing. Wow, that's a lot of embroidery for one day. Feels good to have all that done though. That, and I think a lot of this applique. Actually, the latest blocks, like this block with all the little bits and pieces, that one took me a long time to do too. Just like how a lot of these have taken me a while. All right, so here I'm going to do that little tacked down point again. Just to get that nice point in the beak. There we go. Finished your doily, yay! Thanks for the company bedtime. Awesome, well thanks so much for joining me, that's exciting. Got the doily done. Congrats! Have a nice evening. A nice bedtime. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to get in this time, or having the timing right and all that. That's pretty neat. I sure do appreciate it. Alrighty. Almost done with this birdie. Night night, enjoy the retreat. Oh yes, the retreat. That sounds like so much fun. The snooze face. The snooze emoji. That's a goodie. Ah, I'm losing my fingers on my needle. There we go. We'll turn this one up too. Been watching on Catch. Oh, funny, just found out. Oh, live is even better. Yeah, I like live. You can do all the chit chatting, which is kind of my favorite part of this for sure. I'm happy that you were able to make it live this time. That's cool. I know this is a good song. There we go. I'm gonna run out of this thread soon too. You can't see the variegation as much as I thought you'd be able to, but I think that's okay. It's kind of blending together nice. Oh, they did? Oh, I didn't know that, Cora. Alright, I'm like sweating again. The heater is the warmest in the kitchen here. I'm like in the small dining room kitchen area. And when the air goes on, it blows like right by me. And is really hot, but whew, had to take the sweater off again. Now I'm sweating. It starts out freezing and then it gets hot right away. Yeah, all this blanket stitch, this is kind of like this is a good Netflix thing to be doing. Doing your blanket stitching on your applique. We'll do 2 more here. 2 more little stitches. This one and then the corner one, and we'll rotate. Here it's coming along. Just got the underneath of this wing, and then we'll be on that last little birdie. What kind of needle do you use for embroidery? I am using a size 5 embroidery needle. And the size is just the thickness of it. But when you're looking for an embroidery needle, the big things to remember are that it has a sharp point. So don't get something that has a blunted point. Like a cross stitch needle has a blunted point. You want something with a sharp point to pierce the fabric. And you also want something, I don't know if you can see that close, you want something kind of with a large eye, so it's big enough to put your thread through. So a larger eye and sharp tip. Mine particular ones are DMC. By DMC, they're size 5 DMC embroidery needles. Oh, did LaShonda just come in here? Hello, LaShonda. Thanks for coming. I think, when did we start? We started at 11. How are we doing now? Oh my God, it's past 4. How did that happen? Holy cow. So 11 to 12 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. So we've been here 5 hours already. Non-stop. And I think my phone's the same heat as it was when we started. So that hasn't been doing, that's been doing just fine, this new phone. So that's cool. Thanks for joining us, LaShonda. Alright, we're almost done with this little bit of floss. Oh, I think she might be having troubles. Oh, did Yeah, it looked like she was trying to get in again. That's a bummer. It seems to be going well for everyone else as far as cutting out, or like it hasn't been tough for cutting out. All right, I think I got one more stitch in this, and I gotta change again. So we couldn't quite make it around. Oh, her device can be grouchy. She'll have to be, what was her husband's one again? That one had a funny name. She'll have to be her husband's phone again. All right, this is a little loud now. Or her Wi-Fi, yeah, it just might not be a good Wi-Fi day for her. All right, let's tack this, and I am going to weave in the ends again. Let's get focused down here. And then we are on our last strand from our 6-strand embroidery floss. It'll be our last one, and then I'll have to cut more for the last birdie. I think we'll weave it in one more time. Alrighty, we'll snip that and start the last little piece. Alright, stick in there. Alright, so yep, this is our last strand. We started with the 6 strands, and I've just been doing this 1 strand and doubling it up to stitch with the 2 strands. And again, usually I stitch with 3 strands, but these are so little, these birds, and little delicate that I wanted a little thinner blanket stitch. So I'm just using 2 strands. And again, it's just 1 strand that I've doubled up. Okay, let's weave it in. Where did I leave off? Right here. Weave it into these guys again. Almost got bird number 2 done. Oops, I caught some threads in there. Seagull number 2. It's a seagull. So why don't seagulls go to the bay? Because then they'd be bagels! Wah wah. That's my only bird joke I know. You did it funny. My friend, we had an animation class in college, and my friend from college, she animated someone saying that. And that was the first time I ever heard that joke, and it stuck. Glad I could entertain you, Cora. The seagull joke. Almost done with this little seagull. So sharing it with Mary later, how funny. That's a nice, good, like, 4-year-old joke for a 4-year-old or something. I don't know. I'm not good at ages of kids. Maybe it's a 5-year-old joke. The best kind of jokes, right, Cora? Alright. Almost done. A few more stitches. And we got one more birdie to go. Finishing your dolly block while watching. Oh, cool! Yay! Yeah, we just finished this one first. So we did that one, and now we're moving on to this one. But yep, that was the first one that we did today. I was just thinking, man, I just need to get these guys done. I want to spend the day crafting, so that's what we're doing. Feels good. Good to get some of these done. Alright, I'm going to tack down this little edge. Oh yeah, so again, tonight tonight in my Tonight scope. I have a scope that goes every night at 9:30 p.m. Central. So for that one, we'll take off the embroidery stabilizer. Oh, you never did embroidery before. Oh, well, that's really exciting. Yeah, let me know how it goes, and if you need any help, just you can ask here or email or anything like that. That's pretty awesome. That's what's been. Oh, I think I might have came up in the same place. We're going to tech that down again. That's what's been so really neat about the Splendid Sampler is that there's I feel like there's something new or different or challenging for everyone. Even the people who have been quilting forever, there's things that they're not as comfortable with too. Oh, you're learning too? Oh, that's so awesome. I think it's really relaxing once you get going. I think with a lot of quilters, it's a little difficult to slow down and just relax with the stitching of it all. But I think once you can realize that it's like a different feel, then it's good. So, all right, we got these two guys. Wow, it's really, these outlines are really kind of blending them into the background a little, aren't they? Because like this one just kind of pops a little bit more. These are kind of more subdued. Like you can barely see them flying through the trees, which I think is fun. Never did machine applique before. Now doing a bed quilt. Oh wow, see, that's so cool. Yeah, I mean, I never did the needle turn applique before. And I did that for block number 1, and now I'm totally with you. I want to do like a whole quilt. Oh, I was talking about, do you guys know what those Hawaiian quilts are like? You can just Google Hawaiian quilt, but those are like huge needle turn applique quilts. So it's like a snowflake, you know, where you fold the paper a few times and then you cut like a shape. That's what it is. So for a Hawaiian quilt, you fold it into 4s. And then you cut like a really intricate, flowery, leafy shape out, and then you unfold it, and then all of that you're needle turn appliquing, which would take like a decade. Like seriously, literally, it would probably take a decade for me to do. But after learning the needle turn applique, I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to try one of those Hawaiian quilts. I just think that would be just cool. All right, I think I'm going to start with a fresh piece of floss for the next bird, just because I don't think I have enough to really get real far with this. All right, I'll flip it around again and put it in focus. Here, I'll show you up close here, get it in focus. You're loving needle turn too, Pax? That's awesome. All right, so we got these two guys. It really is blending into the background a little bit more. It's just kind of funny. Maybe just a Hawaiian mug rug. There you go. I should probably start there before doing a huge one, right? Oh, we got a little fluff there. Oops. I just trimmed him a little bit. Let's get some of his fuzzles away. All right. So just this one last guy, and then we are done with this block too. All right. Let's get more floss. Okay. I'm going to have a bunch of floss left over from this one, though, I think. We'll do that whole doubling up thing again, because I like doing that, so I'm going to get a little longer piece to start out with, so we can double it up. Alright. Oh, thanks so much, Marla. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm having fun. I tried the Solvay print and transfer, but it was so hard to embroider. That's super surprising to me, because like to me it's almost just like it's barely there. For me it's much harder to stitch through this this stabilizer that's in here. I mean, that's been pretty difficult actually for me here. I really have to push, but this, I don't know, it has a lot of holes in it. What brand are you using? I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to check it out. But I don't know, I don't feel. Oh, you went through the little holes? Yeah, I haven't had too much trouble of it feeling any different than just going through the normal fabric itself. You're doing a stem stitch? If your needle gums, try cotton ball with rubbing alcohol. Oh, that's a good idea. When I did this, it didn't gum up at all, but it's not very humid yet either. Getting ready to sew, had to clean my bedroom once a year, whether it needs it or not. Nice. Yeah, I'm kind of in that mode too. I just hung up a shelf in the bedroom, or my husband did, and we cleaned up the bedroom quite a bit, but now I need to work on all the other rooms. Alright, I'm going to start this with a little knot again. Yours didn't gum up either. Yeah, that's only ever happened to me, like, I think just 2 times, and I've done it a lot. And I think it was more when it was in the humid summer or humid air, then it got a little gummy. But other than that, I haven't had too much problem. But yeah, you can just kind of wipe off your needle a little bit. SoCal isn't very humid. Yeah, if you just wipe off your needle, then it should be fine again. But again, I mean, to not have to trace a design, it's still, for me at least, it outweighs some of the negatives of using the Fabri-Solvi. But, you know, if it doesn't, then still, you know, you can still trace it and do all that. I'm going to just have one more sip of my coffee and some water. Alrighty. Oh, I almost forgot, guys. It's stretch time again. We've been stretching in between every strand, or every time we switch threads. Because I never stretch as much as I need to, and I'm trying to make an effort today to do it. I think it's actually helped because my wrists feel fine still, and usually by this time it's fine. What's your Irene? Was it Irene? What kind of are you using the Selkie Sticky Fabri-Solvi, or are you using a different brand? Also, you can rub your nose with the natural oil. Oh, really? That's interesting. That kind of freaks me out a little bit. Oh, the Fabri-Solvi? Oh, that's so interesting. You're having trouble pulling it through. I mean, I guess it's maybe a little bit more than the fabric. And you took the paper backing off and stuff too, I'm assuming. It's just the sticky. Well, if you're having trouble with it, then I would definitely maybe go back to tracing. Then you're just dealing with the fabric. It could, if your fabric is a really tightly woven weave, that can be tough. Like sometimes quilting fabric can be a little bit tough too, just because it's really tightly woven. A muslin, I mean, I know you wouldn't do that for this, but like a muslin might, with a little bit bigger weave, could be easier. Like it might be the fabric, but maybe it's not. I mean, it could be this Fabri-Solvi too. But yeah, I mean, if you are having trouble, I would just use it when you can, and if it's just too difficult, then I'd probably switch back to just tracing. But yeah, I'm a little surprised. I'll have to, next time I do it, I'll have to really feel for it, because it does have like holes and stuff in, but I suppose, yeah, it could be more difficult than doing the fabric itself. Oh, I missed what you're saying with the kitty. Stretch. Alright, I think we're ready. Let me roll my shoulders. Oh, my tattoo. Oh, yeah. We got a little kitty with little flowers. There's the tattoo. Meow. My mom, for her 60th birthday, she wanted to get her first tattoo, and I wanted to do it with her and stuff, so both of us got tattoos, our first tattoos, on her for her birthday, and hers is really pretty. Hers has a peony wrapping around her arm. It looks like it's painted on and like colored with pencil and painted like in watercolor. It's so pretty. And I got a kitty because I like kitties. I like kitties. All right, last bird here, people. Let's crank through this guy. Then we're on to sewing again. Then we'll be done. Oh, you want one on your foot, a little kitty? Or a tattoo. Or a kitty tattoo. I love the watercolor look for a tattoo. And fabric. Oh, fabric. Yeah, that'd be cool. A fabric-looking tattoo. Yeah, I love that kind of watercolored look. Oh yeah, I was telling you guys. So the person that did you should look her up on Instagram. But she's like amazing, incredible, and I want like 100 million more tattoos from her. But her account is Butter Stinker, her tattoo studio is called Butterfat Studios, but her Instagram is Butter Stinker, all one word, and then Esther Garcia is her name, but Butter Stinker. You have to go look at it on Instagram. Her work is like, you want to cry. It is so beautiful. Like, seriously, she does like old Dutch paintings of flowers and stuff like that. So incredibly beautiful. I want to, oh, breast cancer waving. Oh, that's nice. Oh, with a butterfly and filigree. Oh, pretty. Yes, Butter Stinker. That's it. It's spelled just like that, Pax. So freaking beautiful. Like, I want my body covered in her florals and little birds and all that. It's just too beautiful. Just wrote it down. Yeah, that's her Instagram handle. Like, it's just amazing that they're even tattoos. So I'm gonna tack this down again so I can get this nice point that'll stay in place. I didn't do that for the first seagull, and I kind of wish I would have, but I think we'll be okay. But yeah, I check out her account every once in a while just because it's so beautiful. I think this guy's a little smaller than the other seagulls, I think. Does it hurt in your arm? Like, did it hurt to get the tattoo? I mean, well, I'm trying to think of how to answer that, because I mean, it kind of does, like, it does feel like if you took this pin and just kind of kept scratching it on your skin like this. I mean, if you do it once, it kind of hurts, but if you keep doing it, yeah, yeah, I've heard it hurts on your foot more, but it is like, or you take a little tip of an X-Acto blade and it's like you're scratching. But actually, when I got to like here, which is a muscle that's really tight for me all the time from all this embroidery and stuff, this actually felt kind of massagey a little bit. It almost felt like a massage if you could forget that it was like scratching. But yeah, no, it's like taking a needle and digging it in and then pulling. It kind of feels like that, but it actually wasn't. I mean, that sounds crazy, but it wasn't as bad as what I thought it was going to be. Like I would have been fine if she had gone for longer and stuff. It wasn't actually that bad. I mean, that sounds like a lot when I say that, but like, it's totally manageable. How long did it take to get that? I had it in 2 sessions, and the only reason is because she did it. She was kind of experimenting. So usually you do the black first and fill it in because the black kind of holds in the color. But she did all the inside color to make it really painty, to give it like this really watercolory painty look. She did that first, and then it had to heal, and then to do like this kind of just really sketchy black on top of it versus hard outlines. That had to all be healed first, the color. So then she went back over it. So that's why we had to do two sessions. And there were a couple hours each, both of them. Like I think they were at least 4 hours each for those 2 lessons. Or lessons for those 2 sessions. But my mom, hers, yes, it looked like a gray blob. It was kind of creepy, but once she got the black on, it was fine. My mom's is about as big. Hers is a little lower. My mom's goes up on her wrist here, and it goes all the way around. It's like this fluttery peony. Hers, she did in 1 session, but it was like a good, probably maybe not 7. It was maybe like a 6-7 hour session. Yeah, it probably is a lot like acupuncture, actually. But yeah, it's just really kind of a scratchy sort of pain, like a pin being scratched. She came in earlier. I think she came on when they were driving home from my brother's house. Yeah, it kind of dulls away after a little while, and then it kind of comes back towards the end as like an achy pain, and that's kind of when they stop. That's when you start being like, okay, I think that's enough for the session. She might pop in later. Maybe she'll pop in tonight too. I don't know, Pax. An addicting pain. Yeah, I mean, like, I want a million more of them. Like, seriously. So I need to make like a bajillion dollars, people. So, because I need to, like, all that money's got to go to tattoos. Because I'm telling you, when you go to Butter Stinker is her Instagram. When you go look at her work, you'll know what I mean. Like, oh, it's so freaking beautiful. All right, well, I don't know what it's like having a baby, so that freaks me out way more than getting tattoos. But yeah, her stuff is just so beautiful that I want my whole body with her stuff on. Seriously. But yeah, that's gonna cost the bajillion dollars, so I need the bajillion dollars first. Oh, she has them all over? Oh wow, see, it's just, you know, I always wanted one, but then never did, because I'm like, oh, but it's on your body forever, and what if I don't like it anymore, and all that, but I still really, really like mine, and it's just a test, I mean, like, it's just, even if you don't like it anymore, it's a history point, you know? It's like, I was this and this and this at this tattoo, and that makes it good, you know? Forever and ever, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It just the history of it. Like, you know, this tattoo will always be like when I went and found this tattoo artist because Mom wanted a tattoo for her 60th birthday, and we went to get tattoos together and stuff like that. I mean, I'm always gonna have like that, even if I all of a sudden hate my tattoo, you know? Oh yeah, I totally want another one, but I want like these beautiful ones from Esther at Butterfat Studios. It's in Chicago, but again, her Instagram, which you have to check out, is Butter Stinker. Oh, it's just like incredible. I want, like, seriously, I want like a whole back and arms and whatever with just all of her stuff. It's so beautiful. I actually want so she does a lot of florals and birds and that sort of thing. I want she's playing around with other stuff though now, so I think you'll have to scroll down a little bit, but she does like lace and all these things, and I want like your tattooed daughter is in Chicago. Oh, nice. I think I did this wrong again. Yep, I did it backwards. Yep, she's in, so it's Butterfat Studios in Chicago. But she does a lot of birds and stuff, and I want like all the little birds that I grew up with in the country and that are out at my little bird feeder, with all the like wildflowers of like Wisconsin and Minnesota and all that. I'm gonna put a little tack here just so this stays in place again. I would love her style of all that. And then it's kind of funny because I got the cat on this side, so it'll be like the cat's laying on the ground watching all the little birds. Birds and the flowers. So that's my theory, right? Of like my massive tattoo when the bajillion dollars comes. Then that's the plan here, people. That'd be a lot of tattoo sitting though, and that'd be a lot of pain to have to deal with, I suppose. Lottery winnings. Yeah, I know, right? I was supposed to win that lottery because we got tickets from the Miracle Mile, and that didn't happen. When was that? That 300 million? Oh no, what was it? No, it was like $600 million or something, wasn't it? It was like half a billion dollars. That lottery from a few months ago. Yeah, there's this there's this place in my hometown. They even they renamed the area the Miracle Mile, and at this one particular gas station, several $1 million+ lottery tickets have been bought there, including one for $111 million. So people line up when the lottery's really big like that. People line up outside there for days and just buy lottery tickets. And my dad got me a lottery ticket there when it was at the 600 million or whatever, and I did not win. So whatever, Miracle Mile. Mon Pa's gas station. Alright, we're almost halfway with this little bird guy. I think I'll get to the beak and then I'll have to start a new piece of floss. His neck's a little curved, so this is going to be a little more difficult than the other ones. I gotta really get in there. But yeah, if I got a huge lottery like that, that would be the time that I'd go to Esther and get more tattoos. That'd be fun. It's been an hour since I started the last bird. Okay, so the bird, so they probably take about 40 minutes or so, maybe. Thanks, Cora. All right, I think I'm gonna jump right to the beak now. And the beak is kind of coming off a little, so we'll definitely have to tack this guy down. Seems like getting faster as the birds get smaller, or the birds get smaller. Yeah, that could be. Getting in more of a rhythm, maybe. Yeah, this guy's beak is a little funny. Well, you've been at this all day. I know, it's been crazy. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I've been, we started, I think, at like 11:05 or so. All right, I'm going to need to set this down. I want to get this point really good here. Yeah, this guy's little beak is a hair tricky. There we go. Let's do that. Let's tack him in place. Does committing to a scope hold you more accountable? Oh yeah, Cora, it has definitely held me more accountable to doing these blocks every night. So I don't know if you guys are new here. I've committed since October to scope every evening, like every evening at 9:30 p.m. Central, and this is I think I'm gonna tack it down again. It's been like a commitment that, you know, I wanted to, my word for this year is consistency, and this was kind of an active tool to be more consistent. And so far I've done a pretty good job at doing it almost every night, unless our family's been out of town or that sort of thing, or I've had family in town, then I've skipped it. But yeah, I've definitely been way more accountable to doing the blocks. I think if I wouldn't have the every night thing, I would have biffed out on it too much. I would have just been like, yeah, I'm sick. I'm not gonna do it tonight, or I don't feel good, or I'm too tired, or whatever. This makes up for the Jamaica time. Funny, yeah. So I definitely think without this having to do it every single night, I would have for sure quit like a long time ago. So this is my test in consistency for sure. But I have done, like I've been saying this for a while, I've done more crafting, more making stuff in the past like 5 months of doing this than I have in years and years and years and years. Like now I get time to craft every night, and there's time, and I mean, I'm in the craft business, right? And there's been times that I haven't made anything for like months, just because I've been too busy with like the business side of things or getting ready for a trade show or something like that I haven't made anything. And now I'm making every single night, and I've gotten so much done, and I've learned so freaking much. I'm better at everything from doing it. Is that good for business? Oh, is what? That I'm doing this every night? Well, it's not good for it wasn't good because I was just getting burnt out, and I'm way less burnt out now because I get crafting time in, and this is kind of like where you get a reboot and release, and you know, I need to start crafting with you again. Oh yeah, I'll finish things too. Yeah, I've definitely finished way more by committing to the every night, and you know, that time of night, I mean, I do it at 9:30. Oh yay, you're inspired to embroider again. That's so awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. But usually at 9:30 p.m. I would have been conked out, not sleeping, but just like, I'm gonna tack this down and weave this in, but I would have just probably been sitting on the couch, too tired to do anything else, or trying to work on stuff in my office and just going so slowly because I was too tired. And now I'm doing the scope instead, and I feel like, wow, I'm actually doing something at this time now, and look at all that I'm learning during this time, and it's so fun to chit chat and hang out with everyone, and it's just kind of revamped my evenings, and I get to make all this stuff. Like I said, I've made more in the past few months than like I have in years. Oh yeah, I love the company too, Cora. It's so nice. Cora's here almost every night. But yeah, so it has really been great. And you know, and I had originally done it because I wanted to do more. That's because we're special, yeah. Oh, it's the first time you're gonna watch live! Yay! That's so awesome. I'm so happy you're here. But yeah, I started to do it because I'm like, okay, I need to practice this consistency, and well, I'm gonna make more stuff, and that's cool. And I wanted to just get better being on camera and that sort of thing because I was hoping to do more YouTube videos. I just wasn't comfortable with that at all, and I'm like, okay, if I force myself because I have to get consistency, then maybe I'll do it. But like, what I wasn't expecting is that I'd get to hang out with all you guys and do that and get a craft and just chit chat, and that has been like by far my favorite thing about, you know, doing these periscopes for sure, and has just been being able to chit chat with you guys every evening has been just so cool. But yeah, I mean, but doing this Splendid Sampler and even a lot of our other ones other projects that we did before the Splendid Sampler, I seriously feel like I learned something with everything I do. Oh, thank you, Marla. But yeah, with every, you know, there's been like, you know, we did that star quilt, and it's like, okay, well, what if we try this? And then we just try it, you know, and that's what I love about craft, just experimenting and learning and playing with ideas. And now that I have this time to fill every evening, right, then I've got to spend time with that experimenting, and a lot of that experimenting has led into other ideas, and it's just been great. I mean, it's been worth it. And again, the key for me was like, I need to be better at consistency, because I tend to start a lot of things and then fizzle out, and I wanted to change that habit, and I thought it was probably a habit. So this is kind of a test at working on that habit a little bit. You know, and now I want to like pick up the Whole30 and all that again, and just get more consistent in exercising and more consistent in even like business stuff, just looking at the right things in business and getting better at that and all that. And, you know, I don't know, it's getting up early in the morning. I've been trying to do that more, and that's been super helpful for me too, to just to have a really good day. I've been getting up in the morning and reading my book and having coffee and just chilling before the day starts, and that has really made my days better and more productive. And I don't know, I'm trying to work on all those good habits, and this consistency part is part of that. But yeah, what I wasn't expecting was that I get to hang out with you guys and have fun and chit chat and all that, and that's really kind of, I think, kept me keeping it consistent too, you know? Keeps me coming back, all you guys. So we are almost done with this wing, which means we get to sew soon. Wow, so we'll be done with this block too. Yay! All this little hand stuff will be done for a little while. Pending tomorrow. Hey, did anyone check the Facebook page today? Is there any hint at what we're going to be doing? You are a new addiction. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's fun. I found you totally by accident. Oh, that's so cool. Oh yeah, Corey, you've been around for a while. Did Andrew share and you saw it through there or something? I know Andrew, he's popped in a couple times today. He was in my first scope, and he's really good at sharing other people's scopes, and so people can find each other. I hope you'll start selling the embroidery start kits you mentioned a while ago. Yeah, you know what? I am. That's good that you brought that up. I'm making. I'm putting together a kit that has basically everything you need to get started. So it's gonna have a bunch of I'm gonna curate a bunch of colors of floss, and it's gonna have the floss in, and it's going to have oh, it said craft when you said you came in. That's funny. But then it's gonna have the floss. It's gonna have a couple of size hoops. It's gonna have a pack of the sticky Fabrisolvi, which again is this embroidery stapler that I love to print on. So anyway, it's gonna have a lot of fun things in there, and I'm having really cute bags printed that I'm so excited that all this stuff is gonna go in. So it is in the works for sure. So it is coming. Oh good, yay. So, and it'll, I think it's gonna come, I'll have like a free PDF pattern to go with it too. It's really gonna be about all your patterns that you can print from the website. So, I'm working on that right now. That's gonna be like a next big product thing, and I'll for sure let you guys know when it's about. But I have my bag samples are coming, and and I'm really, really excited about it. Yay, I'm glad you can't wait. But yeah, it's going to have really everything you need to do any of your PDF patterns and any embroidery in general. I do have the embroidery kits already that have the things that you need, but it's just for the one design. I think I might have one here. Where is that? Oh yeah, so I have like the embroidery kits, like this is one of our kits, and it has like all the supplies and stuff you need in and the hoop. But this is gonna be different. It's gonna have a lot, like everything is gonna last you for a while, like the thread. So my kits right now are just like enough to make one or two guys. And, but this whole thing that I'm putting together, it's gonna be good for a long time, and it's gonna be great for the patterns that you buy on the web. Like a lot of, like all the PDF things, which is how most of us, I think, get our patterns these days anyway. I just think I messed this up, yeah. Do you have the Craft a Happy Life? I don't have that yet, but this new thing is going to have something similar to that. I am thinking I'm still going to do that Craft a Happy Life thing. You know what? Maybe that'll be the free pattern. That's a good idea. You know what? I think that's what I'm going to do. All right, free pattern solved. So when you do this, when you get this embroidery thing that I'm putting together, this embroidery, like this ultimate PDF embroidery bundle or whatever, I don't know what it's going to call, the starter kit. I should ask you guys. We should brainstorm one night what I should call that. But I want it to come with a free PDF, because then you'll get the idea of, oh, I can just print this out on this sheet. I'm going to have all the instructions for it printed out, and then you'll have it, and you can use all the things in the kit, and you won't need anything else. So I want it to come with a free thing. A free embroidery. So I think I'll do that. I'll do the Craft Happy Life for the free thing. So cute. I wanted it from the first time. Oh, you showed us the postcard. Oh, awesome. Okay, well, that's good to know. I think that's going to be the plan. We're just going to do that. And the bag too that all of this is going to come in is going to be, you'll be able to embroider the bag too, and I'm way excited about the design that I did for the bag. So I'll show you that at some point too, once I'm ready with the bags. But yeah, so you'll even get to embroider the bag too, but it'll still have like that free PDF that you can actually use your Fabrisolvi to print out on, and I'm going to have instructions on how to use all that stuff. I'll print up a couple postcards with instructions, and a couple of I'll have some postcards of how to do stitches and all that too. Oh, you got the book! Yay! That's exciting. You should design some 12-weight sulky for beginning embroidery. Oh, that would be kind of fun too. Yeah, the 12 weight's fun to play with. But yeah, I already have. It's gonna be 20 colors from DMC that I have curated already. Have you thought about listing some of the projects rejected from your book? I have, Cora, and that might come up soon. I just want to do this embroidery starter thing. But yeah, I definitely want to bring some of those back, because there are a few. I think there were 5 or 6 projects that didn't make it to the book. And I am so excited about them still, and I want to make them into projects. I really like the banner project you showed. Oh, with the like the family crest banner. Yeah, that's one of my favorites from there. I had a whole font design for that, and I mean, I was bummed about that being cut. I'm still hoping for the appearance of the beaver. Yeah. Oh yeah, I had a beaver. That's right. We talked about that. I'll try and find that tonight, Janelle. I'll find it after we're done here for the day, and it's somewhere. Where is it? Oh, maybe I never got those back. I'm gonna have to look. I'll have to see if that guy's around. I'll have to find a picture of it at least. I'm sure I took photography of that before I sent it out. But that's right, I did have a little beaver. You know what? I'm gonna write that down. Actually, so I remember. Beaver embroidery. Find. I hope you have sheep. Oh, and crochet too. So, okay, so here's the other thing that I want to do, guys. And I've only thought about this a little, but so when I'm done getting this whole really cool embroidery bundle together that you can you know, to do all your PDF downloads, I think I might start a PDF subscription group where everything is just, you know, the same price as my normal patterns, but it'll just be in the group, and it'll be like a once a month thing. And in that realm, I'll be doing more designs and stuff, so if there's certain suggestions and stuff, I'll probably do them. I was thinking about making a little hedgehog quilt. Oh, that's so cute. But yeah, so I think I may start a little email subscription-y thing. But yeah, and in that case, like, I'll probably do a few beforehand, but then but I would be totally taking suggestions and stuff too for designs for that. So, and then that would kind of go with this whole bundle, this whole like PDF starter kit thing. But yeah, so those are what's on my brain for some next plan stuff. So I don't know, you'll have to let me know if you like that idea or not, and I'll for sure tell you guys about it more. Should I start keeping a wish list? Oh, funny. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of, you know, but I only want to do it if it's something that you guys would like and stuff. So I'll definitely show you kind of this kit once I got going on, once I got more of the supplies and stuff for it, and you know, you guys could be my testers for it and stuff. I'll send some out and that sort of thing. All right, we got this done. Let me stitch in. Okay, that is so good to know. I have almost all the supplies for it. I need to design my postcards and stuff that are gonna go in it, and then we'll see. I can give you guys some sneak peeks here, and I'll probably open it up to pre-orders for you guys are probably my newsletter peeps. So if you're not on my newsletter, that would be a good place to be. But yeah, I would announce all that stuff on here on Periscope for my little group of you guys here too, for sure. But yeah, so I'm gonna have a few samples made, and I'll probably send a few of those around, and then we'll do some pre-ordering for it. The black looks so nice. Just got back from grocery shopping. Oh, thanks. I am just finishing up. But anyway, so that's kind of what I got in the works, and I'm pretty excited about it. So I just need to figure out how I'm gonna release it and all that. All right, let's flip around. Woohoo! That is a finished block, people. Yay! So it really did all blend into the background with that blanket stitch, but here we are. Here's it closer up. I like that they feel like they're on the surface a little bit more now with the thing. Oh, thanks guys! I am so excited. So this guy is a full-on, completely done guy. I really love him. All right, we got our little seagull in the corner down. Yep, another one, Bikes the Ducks. I finished all the blocks in one color, line 6 behind in the other. Oh, nice. You're moving along then too. All right. Whew, that was a lot of blanket stitching. We did a lot of embroidery today, people. So here we are. This is all our embroidery. We did a good half of this, and then all of this embroidering. And then tonight, like I said, at 9:30 during my normal scope, so 9:30 p.m. Central Time, we're gonna put this in the water and take this off and then press it right away. So, all right, it is time to stretch again, and yay, this is our first real thing done today. Good thing you can find something to talk about. I wouldn't have anything to talk about if you guys weren't talking too. We're just talking with each other. All right, guys, I think I am going to take another quick bathroom break, but then we're gonna come back. This is our last block here today. Missy doing the hook, did you do the chain stitch? For the hook, I did a short and long stitch. So in the replay, you'll be able to you can zoom ahead, fast forward, and zoom ahead for that. But here is the hook. It's really shiny. It's with that metallic floss. It's gonna look way good though when we take the Fabricelli off, because we were just kind of playing with it. Like here we cut some of the Fabricelli off, but like look at this how cool this dark color is going to be next to that silver. I'm pretty excited to see what that looks like. So again, tonight at 9:30 Central, we'll take the Fabricelli off. Yeah, I know, I'm gonna feel like a total freaking rock star once all these are done. So, I mean, I'm feeling great. Like, even just having this one done, you know what? I'm in love with it. I love the blanket stitch. I'm so happy we did the blanket stitch. They feel like they blend into the background, but they feel like they're resting on top of it a little bit more, which is what I like about applique. It's kind of resting on top. And this guy just kills me. We have a little seagull in there. All right, one more to go, and faster than expected. Awesome, that's great, Cora. So for this one, we have the bottom done. For the top, I'm gonna have to get the instructions out for this one again. Actually, I probably don't need to, but I probably should. Let's see, we have template B. Let's get okay, here's an A and a B, and another A and a B. So for these, we need to put the little center strips in both of them, and then we sew those together, and then we have to take all the little papers out once they're sewn together, and then sew the whole thing. And so we did all the paper piecing already, and you can check if you want some help with the paper piecing, just go to my other scopes. They're at katch.me/penguinandfish, and they are there, and we go through kind of in detail all the process for the paper piecing. But yeah, we just need to assemble it, and then once we're all assembled, we get to pull all the paper out, which is so awesome. And I love, we have our magic perfect seam allowances every time with it too. I just kind of dig it. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna stretch for a little, and I'm gonna actually just run to the bathroom again quick, and then we'll come back and do this. So I'm gonna just leave you on. I'll turn the music up for you, and I will be back in like 2 minutes. Okay, hi guys, I'm back. Alright, so I need to set up for this. Let's see, how are we gonna do that? Alright. What's the song? This is... Oops. Oh, I think I just turned it off. Oh, it's Nobody's Fault But More by Led Zeppelin. Alright, so first of all, we're gonna move the speaker. So I want to show you guys kind of what's going on here a little bit. Oh, that's a little loud. So I'm going to take you off of the stand again. If you're just coming in, I have all of my... Oh wait, come on guy, get off there. There, so I have all my blocks kind of laid out here. And now I'm going to kind of put them all away really quickly just because I need to put my ironing board and everything up there. But here they all are, and now we got this one done and this one stitched, so we're adding to the collection here, guys. I may be done by 6. That we may be close to 6. Yeah. I don't know. It depends how fast we can do this one. So this is what we got left here. All right. I'm gonna just I'm gonna raise you up a little bit too, I think. So I'm just gonna put this underneath. We'll get a little higher up. There we are. I'm going to actually scoot you to the edge here too, so you guys can watch me set up. I will tilt you up. There we go. All right, so I'm going to just kind of get these guys out of the way. Out of the way for now. These guys can go over here. And we'll throw these on top. We'll leave the ones that we finished out, though. Okay. Ironing board. Iron. Overloaded for here, but I think we'll be good. Okay, get all these pieces out of the way. It's expanded, so it's actually just a small square table from IKEA. So this is really small, but I have a leaf pulled out on it, and that's kind of why it's a little bit bigger. Got my cutting board. I have a big embroidery mess over here yet. Needles, floss, all my scraps. Notes. This is a good piece of floss yet, I think. Okay. I'm just, oops, yep, I was afraid of that. Well, the iron just conked out the power strip, which is kind of what I was expecting. So we'll have to turn all this back on again. There we go. Oh, you don't have an access to the cutting board, maybe paper piecing. Yeah, for the paper piecing, you'll probably want a cutting board. So I just plugged my iron into a power strip instead of directly into it, and it conked out the power strip. So the iron's got to definitely be in its own thing. So all right, still setting up. Got my iron over here, or my machine over here. So this is my setup that I do every night before we get going, before we get stitching. So here we go. You guys, I'll just take you off again. This is my setup for the evenings. So I got my machine. Here's my, I have like an old guitar stand that's now I've raised it up by putting it on my, embroidery floss. And then I have this tripod. I have an office which I work in, and that's kind of my craft room, but I'm working, I do this is just our dining room. So I have to move all this to the side so we can eat. But this is where I do the scopes just because, I don't know, it's the best place for it. And then I have the tripod coming out to the side, and this holds the phone in. But yeah, so this is my setup for the evenings, my general setup. Sewing machine. This is all on the leaf that comes out. Throw it on the cutting board, and then this is where all my stuff is stored when I'm not doing the scopes, so we have room to eat. But okay, I think we're ready to go. This craft room there, exactly, right? Oh wait, no, I have to plug in my sewing machine yet. Where is it? Oh, right here. I need a foot for the sewing machine. I go to my dining room table too. Yeah, well, I don't, in my craft room, it's my office too. I don't have a work table like this to work on, so I can't do any of this stuff in my office, really. That's why I'm out here. Okay, I think we're good there. Alright, I need some lotion on the hands yet. Let's use this turn. We got the machine. Yep, that's all good to go. The iron's plugged in. Now we just need our guy here again. Let's pretend this is the top so he can stay out of our way. Template A and B and A and B. Nice to be with family too while crafting. Yeah, in the dining room here. Well, my only family is my husband, and he's in his office. we have a in our house there's 2 bedrooms on the lower level, and those are basically each of our office. Oh, you put one together backwards. I know. I have to keep looking at it because I keep getting confused. All right, I'm gonna put some lotion on my hands just quick, and we'll get going. But man, we did all that embroidery today. I'm pretty dang excited that we did all that. Here we can throw these guys out there. So we did this one today. Finished this guy up. We're gonna take this Fabricelli off later. The lighting is so funny. Lighting's different than it is in the evening too, because I have it's sunny on this side now. Plastic table for those of you, or a party outdoor. Oh yeah, so that's in the basement. I have one of those, and sometimes I'll cut fabric and stuff down there. So the craft room is basically the entire house, but I've been trying to make it so other people can live there at least. Okay, should stretch a little again too. We'll stretch the wrists. Hoo-wee, that was a lot of embroidery today, people. But yeah, I'm so excited. I'm feeling like I'm getting caught up today. I'm feeling it. I'm starting to feel the caught upness of it, and that's getting me excited. All right, you know what? I think I kind of remember what to do here, but you know what? I am gonna get the instructions out just in case. All right, here we go. Here is this instructions. I just want to make sure. Oh yeah, so this is what I wanted to know, what you cut it down to. So 3.5 by 3.5. So, but we're at this point. So we fold it in half, and then we line up with the markings. Okay, it's coming back to me, people. About koala furniture? I have no idea what koala furniture is. I think I'm going to press these again really quick because they're kind of popping up a little. So actually, I'm going to move these out of the way so we can have a pressing room. Bamboo? Bamboo and furniture? That would make sense. Is koala like a brand? Maybe koala is a brand of furniture? I have no, yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, Cora, what koala furniture is. I'm wondering if it's a brand. Uh-oh. Pandora wants to know if I'm listening still. I'll have to say yes. Still listening. There we go. Oh, so it's a brand of furniture. Oh, I'm starting to smell my fig embroidery stabilizer. Not embroidery stabilizer. The flatter, the fig flavored. What's it? The starch. All right. Press these guys again, quick too. You know, the phone still doesn't feel all that hot, which is good. So I think if it's cutting out, I would just try going out and come back in. You know what? I'm gonna press, since we got it here, I'm gonna press this guy a little bit because I kind of smushed him with holding it. So I'm gonna just press the back of him quick. There we go. There, he looks better now. Okay, moving on. So now we need to do, let's get the A and B's together again. Okay, B and A. All right, those can stay off the side so I don't get messed up. That guy can go here. All right, so let's fold this in half. Let's get our little crease in here. Oh, it feels so weird to be going back to a pieced block. I've been doing that embroidery all day today. It's weird doing this. Okay, so I'm just putting in, I'm gonna tilt you guys down a hair. I am putting that little fold in. So there you can see it. So we are gonna aim that fold with these little lines here that are on the pattern piece. So right sides together. And then getting those pieces to match up. There we go, that looks good. And really, I think it should probably match up with this line down here a little bit too. Not as worried about that. But all right, those are ready to sew together. We're gonna crank through this part of it. I think people, so here, let's scooch over. Are you finishing all the UFOs? I am, so this is the last unfinished block for the day. Oh, yep, you can hear him whistling. Okay, turn on the machine, and we are ready to sew. All right, let's flip it around. We're still lined up, and we're ready to go. Yep, he's a whistler. Actually, I'm gonna, hold on a sec. I'm gonna do this without this leader in here. Are you doing, yep, I am gonna do the 930 one still. In the 930 scope, I will be taking the Fabri-Selvi off of this block and pressing it. So when we're done with this block here, we'll be done for the day here, but then we'll be back at the normal 930 to do to take the Fabri-Selvi off of this. And that's all we're gonna do. We're gonna take the Fabri-Selvi off, press it so it dries it right away, and it's, I have a way of doing that that's great. And then you can see what it's like to take the Fabri-Selvi off. But then it'll be a short one tonight. I think that's all we're gonna do. But yep, I will be here at the normal time. All right, I'm gonna start this right on the paper. And again, I'm gonna just follow my line right there. You guys can see a lot better. There's so much more light coming over here that even with the machine on, you can see here. Usually during the evening, that's pretty hard to see. It's kind of funny, like my lighting feels different. Like I feel weird because I'm doing the same thing that I normally do, but the light's so different. All right, we'll do a little reverse stitch in here. My zone time is, 1 hour before mine. So your Eastern time. All right, sewing along our line, trying to be straight. Man, I'm still suck at being straight. I just have to pay closer attention, I think. Alright, I'm not sewing well here. We're gonna have to up our sewing game before the end of the night here. Or end of the afternoon. We're in the afternoon here, people. Okay. Let's take that off. Yeah, I was all over the place here, but you know what? We're gonna just leave it. Trim this. Oh yeah, now I was gonna trim off right away. It's all coming back. I haven't, you know, we're starting this block up again from a little while back and getting used to it. So here's where I'm not gonna press right away because I don't want to press out that little line that we folded. I almost did that the first time. Can you see through the foot? No, I have a little area where I see through, and that's where my scant quarter is. I have a clear for that and is arrow. Oh, that's helpful. Yeah, I just, for some reason, just couldn't sew straight on my stupid line there. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting tired. That could be. All right. So now we got template B. Yeah, let's just make sure. So this is A and B. Now we'll go right sides together again. And again, I'm lining up that line with my fold. There we are. Okay, we are lined up and ready to stitch. We'll turn the machine on. All right. Put a little tack in there, back tack. All right, let's sew straight this time. Along that line. Wow, it really is weird to be sewing now after not, oops, sorry, I hate you guys, after not doing any sewing today except for all the hand embroidery. It was a hand embroidery day. This is different feeling. After all that embroidery, I know, right? It's just, it feels weird. And it feels weird too because, like I was saying, like the lighting is so different than in the evenings. It's like something is off. All right, there we go. Oh, you know what? I didn't. I have to do that. So I forgot to change my stitch length so it's smaller again. Okay, so this might be a little more difficult to tear. I made it smaller just now, so hopefully we're better. But there we are. So here's this piece. I think I'm gonna sew the other one right away, and then we'll press it, and then we'll press both of those at the same time, and we'll take the paper out at the same time too. Yeah, I just make the stitch length a hair short. I mean, like, I don't have all those measurements and stuff like that on my machine, but I make the stitch length a little smaller because you're making more perforated holes. Like you're actually perforating your paper, you know, like a tear sheet. And the closer the holes are, the easier it'll be able to pull off. So that's why you make your stitch length less. I have no, like on my machine, the 12 is the smallest and the 8 is, like, mine's all totally weird. Like, I should show you guys. So this is what my machine looks like. So I have, oh, let's get in focus here. So I have 12 and then it goes all the way to, I don't know, like 6 over here, but 6 is really big. But then I can go past the 12 and it still gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's 0. But it goes this way too, so I don't know. So when it's, I usually stitch on the 12, but then I just turn it a little this way to get the stitches less. So yeah, my machine, I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't know how you would know that unless you use this machine all the time. So yeah, so it's all dusty now. This is as fancy as my machine gets. This is what I got right here, the normal, like, for sewing clothing type stitches and stitch length. Yeah, see, so yeah, it's 12, so I don't know. And like I said, so if I go this way, look, it goes to 6, and, you know, the distance is different too. And then, you know, 12 is what I usually do. And then, you know, if you go all the way to here, it would be just stitching in the same spot over and over again. But yeah, so I go 12 and then a hair this way for 12th of an inch, that would make a whole lot of sense, Diane. Yep, that's what it is. So it's a 12th of an inch. That makes so much sense. Yeah, because then a 1/6 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch, 1/10 of an inch, 1/12 of an inch, and then smaller, 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 smaller. That would make sense. That would make sense of why this is a 6 and going this way then too, because it's actually a fraction. Ah, see, I tell ya, learn something new every single time. Love it. Oh man, that's so funny. Oh, bye Paxi, thanks for coming. Thanks so much for coming again. I'm sitting on a pencil. All right, where were we at here? I have an older. This is the machine that I use. Like, this is my daily use. I mean, like, not daily use because I'm not sewing every day, but this is my kind of machine that I know the best and have been sewing on the most. And then I have my husband's great grandma's old machine. That's like a straight up old black pretty Singer, and it was converted, so it's electric now, but it was a treadle, like a Singer treadle. And I actually have a treadle base somewhere. Well, I know where it is, but I have a treadle base, but it has a butcher block top, and I kind of want to convert both of those back. It was totally separate. Like, I had gotten that at like an antique place or whatever, and then the sewing machine came from my husband's great grandma. But I want to convert it back, I think, like take off the electric, and I have to cut a hole in the butcher block or something. I don't know how to do the top of the butcher block. That's kind of what's keeping me. But I'd love to do like where it's that inset sewing machine, and then get the big ol', I don't know, that band or whatever, so it can be a treadle again. Ugh, I just think that'd be so cool. So that's what I'd like to do. So I have that machine, and it functions, like it works, but I don't ever use it for anything. I think if it was a treadle machine, I totally would though. And then I have a machine embroidery one that's like the cheapest. It was like a $400 one to play around with machine embroidery. So I have that one, and I don't do any sewing on that except for machine embroidery, and it really is chintzy as far as that goes. And then I don't really have a new machine. And then I have a industrial straight stitch Juki machine that I got on Craigslist from in town here. But that's like one of those huge things with a huge table and all that, and it only does a straight stitch, and it's got the big motor, and you have to pour your own oil in. Like, it's crazy town. And so I got that, and I'm still learning that one. That's the newest one I have. I did a little bit of my jean quilt on there. I was working, if you guys have been here for a while, you know that you've seen the jean quilt a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely, it's what they have in like sweatshops, you know what I mean? Or normal like fashion houses would be better to say than sweatshops. But all it does is a straight stitch, and it's loud and it's crazy, but it's fast and it's just cool. I want to learn how to do it better, use it better, but I don't have any new like fancy machine with all the fancy stitches, or where you can, where the needle stays down and all that. I don't have anything that does any of that stuff. My mom has a machine like that, but nope, I just have all these older machines. No bells and whistles machines, so it would be fun to have one of those too. But nope, this one's treating me well, so I'm still using this one. Man, I am not doing well on my seam allowances here, so we'll see how well we match up. I know with the paper piecing, I know that part's perfect, because that's the whole magic of paper piecing. But yeah, we'll see how close we are when we match up all these. But yeah, that's the beauty of paper piecing, like, your pieces turn out perfect and exact. I did that right? Yeah, okay. Got paranoid there for a sec that I didn't do right sides together. And again, this is a little gauzier, this middle fabric, so this is actually causing me a lot of trouble in a lot of my blocks. It's just super gauzy and lighter, so I probably could have sprayed it with starch before I started this, but but I didn't. We just have one more thing. I'm not gonna bother with it now. So I'm lining up that fold with that little marking on the template here again. Okay. We're almost done with this block too, yay! And then we're caught up with everything, you know. And then we get the new one released again. So has anyone seen any hints of what tomorrow's block is going to be yet? I don't think anyone's said here if they saw anything yet. Alright, sewing straight, which is kind of difficult for me sometimes. You have not seen or heard? Okay. They might not have posted anything either. I just know that, you know, sometimes they do. Waiting patiently, funny. Yeah, maybe we won't know until tomorrow, which would be, you know, what it's supposed to be, right? Not learning till Sunday. Wow, it's gonna be weird to be all caught up though. If the block is easy to get done, like if we get it done in one night, which is unlikely, but if we do get it done in one evening, I mean, I'll have to break out the embroidery again. That'd be kind of fun. Haven't been able to do that in a while. Work on a non-splendid sampler project. All right, we are ready to press these and take out all the little papers. Crochet, oh yeah, you know what? That actually might be fun. If we have that opportunity for, to take a break from the splendid sampler blocks. But yeah, that'd be fun to do the embroidery again. Gotta finish my doily. Okay, let's press these guys open. So, I don't remember, did it mention what direction to press? Press seam allowances toward the center strip. Okay, so we'll do that. Press towards the center strip. Here we are. I can tilt you guys up a hair. It's probably easier. Okay, press towards the center strip. Okay, again, I don't want to press on the side with all my ink, because that ink will come off on my iron, and it'll freak out my iron. So I want to make sure that I don't do that. There we go. I think I'm going to guide it with the tip of my... Oh, I'm a little off screen, aren't I? Tip of my iron a little. Here, I'm going to just... There we go. Look how gross my ironing board is. I should try and recover it. Have any of you guys recovered an ironing board before? I should try it. It's all stapled in the back, though. I'd have, it's not just a cover. I'd have, it'd be tough to just, well, you know, I don't know. I have a staple gun somewhere. I could probably just staple some other fabric on here. Alright, I think that's flat enough. So this guy's ready. This guy's ready to take the paper out of. Oh, wait, no. We have to trim it. We have to trim it down first. Just look at the Facebook group. Nothing showing there for Sunday yet. Okay. Well, maybe they're not playing peekaboo this time around then, maybe. Alright, press that. Oh, just checked your email too, nothing there. Alright, yeah, they've been pre-releasing some of these lately, so maybe they're like, let's get back on schedule. Which is fine too. I'm fine having a day or an evening without a new one. I gotta relish the fact that I'm finishing these first before that, right? I can't have another one, unfinished one, on the brain already. Alright, so let's trim these now. So these should be, what does it say? So these should be 3.5 inches. Do you think you'll do this from time to time? I think so. I think we'll see how, oh, I need my ruler. I think we'll see kind of if I get behind again at some point. So, you know, this took me till block 16 to do it. So, I don't know, maybe every 15 to 20 blocks we'll have to have a catch-up day like this. It was kind of, I needed a day to just feel like I accomplished something, you know? You need those days every once in a while. So I'm like, okay, I'll just finish my splendid sampler blocks and then we'll be good to go. All right, so this is supposed to be 3.5 inches. I'm a little shy of it here. I wonder if I can just adjust that with pressing. I wonder if I just need to press it a little bit more. I'm gonna try and fudge it here. That's just because my seam allowances weren't as nice as they should have been this last little bit. But I still think we're pretty dang close. I mean, that paper piecing really gets you to be pretty exact. Yeah, I think we're fine. I'm gonna trim these up. So that's one. I get all quiet when I cut. I think I'm not far over enough. Yeah, so this one's not perfectly square, but I think we'll be perfectly fine still. All right, then this corner up here. We'll do that corner all at once. 3.5, 3.5. All right, there we are. Okay, this guy's done. He has to go, he'll go right here or right here. Oh, I gotta sew the two bottoms together first too. Oh, I gotta take the paper out of him too. All right, let's cut this guy first. Let's see how we are on, I'll scooch up so you guys can see a little better. Okay, how are we on the 3.5 inches here? We're a little shy on this one too. It's just because my scant quarters turned into not very scant. So I wonder if I can make that a little flatter and take care of it in the iron. Yeah, so the paper piece part is great, but yeah, and then I just, get a little less scant right at the end here. All right. Well, it's just gonna be what it's gonna be. It's gonna be slightly shy of 3.5. I'm gonna trim it just right there. All right, let's do the other side. I think that's as good as we're gonna get it. I think we can go a little lower here. Catching up on the blocks. That's exciting. All right. Now we're gonna take all these little pieces out, but this is what it'll be like. So we'll take the pieces out and then we'll sew these two together, and then we'll just have that one more thing and we're done. So all right, I'm gonna keep all these little bits separate. I save all my little scraps, so I'm gonna move those out of the way because the rest are gonna be paper scraps. Okay, let's get rid of the paper. So because we've perforated it by sewing, these should all tear out pretty easily. And then we get to reveal all the perfect seam allowances from the whole paper piecing process. See, there we go. That one's looking pretty good. This is always fun. Takes a little while, but it's a fun part. It's like taking the Fabri-Selvi off. You get to see your work kind of revealed. There we go. I'm so excited! We did it, guys! We finished, well, we're not quite done yet, but we finished all that embroidery. We're gonna get this guy done. It's gonna be like a whole fresh day tomorrow when we get the next block. I'm excited. But yeah, I've been here since 11, and it's 5:30 right now, so it's been some time in the scope land today. Crafty day. All right, we got this one, a couple little tiny pieces in here yet. I think I'm gonna just, I have my needle here yet. Let's try and pick those out. Yep, a long crafty day, right, Cora? All right, and then just this tiny little piece up here is hanging out yet. There we are. All right, other side. We'll be hurting tomorrow. Yeah, I think when I'm done here, I think I'm gonna stretch and maybe watch an episode of Vinyl, and we'll see what happens. And then I'll be back here soon too, because I'm gonna do the 9:30 here tonight yet, which is my normal time for being here, and we'll take off that Fabricelvi from the block, which is always fun. I really like doing that. And then that one will be truly done too, and I will be caught up for realsies. The seam on this one is not great, but I think it'll all be held together in the end. Yeah, if you guys can see, we had, I guess, one of these stitches, look, it's almost, it wasn't, the tension wasn't right. You can kind of see it almost looks like a straight line here, so the tension wasn't perfectly right, so something was catching or whatever, but it's only this one little seam, so I think we'll be fine. And, you know, it's only this, and once we have it all sewn together, I think, especially once we have it all quilted, I don't think that'll be a problem anymore. But something I'm trying to keep my eye on during this process, just to make sure my tension on the machine stays right and everything. Yeah, this one's a little funny too, but I think we'll be okay. The rest look pretty good. Fingers crossed, exactly, right? I don't think it's just gonna fall apart on me here. There's enough other stitching and stuff, and this is the first time in a while that I've taken all my blocks out to look at them. And I've been trying to just keep them in my my little plastic sleeves because I don't want to keep touching them and keep fraying the ends or anything like that. And I haven't trimmed down any of mine to the 6.5 or to get the perfect seam in yet, or the perfect size, the 6.5 inches of the block. Because, oop, that does not go that way. That was a disaster waiting to happen, right? Because I want to just have a nice clean edges once I'm ready to do the final quilt. So for that, so I'm waiting to do the final cutting down of everything till I'm completely finished. And then I think I am going to stitch those little numbers in at that point too. I'm going to wait till I've cut them down though for that. So I'm thinking about stitching like a little number in each corner for what number they were of the block. I think that'd be fun. So it blends in with the block, so you wouldn't even really be able to see it unless you were up close to it. Yeah, this one I don't have very good stitching either. The tension is weird, but I think we're just gonna leave it. I'm not dealing with that anymore. Yeah, I think that was a cute idea, Cora. But yeah, I think I'm gonna keep them, have it be really subtle, like where you won't be able to see it unless you're up close to it. And even then, it's still gonna be subtle, because I'll do it the same color as whatever background it's on. But yeah, I think I'll wait till I got all the blocks done before doing that. That could be like my last thing before I sew them together. Because I want to trim them all down first so I can put the number in like a similar spot. Because I'm not planning on having the blocks in order. Like, I'm not going to go 1 through 10 and then 2 through 20 or anything like that. Or not 2 through 20, 11 through 20. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just arrange it by like color and where I think they should go. So the extra little number on that I think would be kind of fun. You dislike removing the paper? I think it's kind of fun. I like having all my seam allowances revealed because I think it's so fun with that whole postcard technique for this that you get all those perfect seams, perfect seam allowances, and I think it's so fun because we start out with just like crazy blobs that we didn't measure and all that, and to have like perfect seam allowances when you're done after doing like no measuring blobs, I think is just the coolest. So I actually kind of like taking the paper off and having it all revealed. The fun seam allowances. But yeah, this does take a little bit of time. Do you see Amish quilts? I haven't in a long time. I mean, I used to look at them. I mean, those are all hand done and freaking crazy perfect. Oh, with this technique? No, I haven't. Oh, that's interesting. Do they do a lot of paper piecing? Foundation paper piecing? Oh, I'm interested. Like, I would like to. I'll have to. Next time I'm in Shipshawana or something, I'll have to check it out. Because you could paper piece by hand to all this to still get intricate designs and stuff. Oh, on Pinterest. Oh, I'll have to look. Yeah, this is a good song too. This is No One's Gonna Love You by Band of Heroes. Oh, Band of Horses, sorry. I can't read that far away. Band of Horses, that'd be the band name. Oh, see all my like crazy nail polish that I'm just trying to touch on is starting to come off. Italian paper piecing? Is it called different for the Amish thing? I know all I know is the foundation paper piecing and the English paper piecing, but they must call it something else. I'll have to look that up too. I think that'd be fun. Maybe that's what I'll do this evening. I'll do new nails and watch a show, and then come back later at 9:30. All right, I'm gonna just get all this paper out of the way. German, I suppose, would make sense with the Amish, I would think. All right, let me toss these quick. All right, I'm gonna drink some water and we will get done. Just 2 more seams to go, and that is good. Besides the Fabricelli, we will be all caught up. Yay. All right, back to the machine. I'm a nail tech and I have no nails. Oh no! It's probably actually nice because then they're not in the way of everything. I just try and have them semi-nice since you guys are watching my hands every evening. But like I said, I've been retouching these for the past week. I've just been dabbing a tiny bit of more red onto the tips, and I don't think it's having that anymore. It's like, nope, you're gonna have to redo them for real, lady. It's mad at me. All right, so let's just make sure again that we have these all laid out correctly. So yeah, like they're all pointed right. Okay. Oh, thanks. All right, let's match these up. So again, here I want to really pay attention to where these edges connect, and I'm gonna just do it by feel again. I'm not gonna pin. It's just kind of where those bulk places meet, and I'm just gonna pay attention to that. And if it's a little off, I'm not worrying about it. So here I could start with leader though. All right, let's go. All right, I'm gonna just take a look at it again. All right, I think at least our first 2 are good. So let's get that scant quarter going. All right. Clearly, I need my stiletto here. Diane, who's in here, I think still, she made these, isn't it? It's pretty, and it totally matches my blocks. Oh, see, come on now. Ah, it's not liking me. Oh, let's change the stitch length. I might have to do this again here, guys. Oh, let's just back it up. All right, let's give it a try now. Oh yeah, it's not. Yeah, Minneapolis is not. All right, guys. we're switching this up. This is like not working well. I'm gonna put that little piece of paper underneath here again. It's just wanting, because it's on this corner, it's wanting to pull funny. So we're gonna try this again. All right, I need to find my little slips of paper. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna do that thing where we put that corner down in paper because it's just pulling weird. Yeah, see, it's just the machine's eating it. So, and I don't know where my seam ripper went either. So I'm gonna use my scissors again to take this out, which is dangerous, but I'm gonna do it. I think my seam ripper fell on the floor and rolled somewhere, and I haven't found it yet. Ooh, so this is gonna be tricky because I don't want to get this seam. So, all right, let's give this a go. Dangerous. Hopefully we're fine here yet. But yeah, definitely. Oh, and I went back and forth a few times. I'm wondering if I should just leave it. Nah, I can't leave it. Do you know about the Japanese stitch for quilting? What's that? I think there's just a lot of bulk here, and it didn't want to play the game here. I got all these back stitches in here though now too. I don't know if I'll be able to get this out. Japanese quilting. I'm gonna have to look into that too. That sounds interesting. I'm gonna dig this out here, which is not great. Let's see if I can do it this way. All right, it's pulling apart a little. This is not the safest way to do this with the scissors, but they're all pretty tight in here, and that's where I'm at now. All right, there we are. I'm gonna press those again quick, I think, too. Let's pick those out. I definitely needed that little piece of paper underneath there, I think. Maybe I should spray it again too. Should we do that? We'll do that. Here, I'll scoot you up this way. We'll do that thing where we, should we do that thing where we spray them and then press them together too? Yep, this is what we did. Okay. Let's spray them separately and then press them together. Spray them and then press them together. That was kind of a neat technique that I think will work. There we go. I think the iron wants to wake up again. All right, let's try again here. Oops, let me turn you guys back. All right, let's do this again. Oh shoot, what side were we on now? Crap, I think we were like, no, that's not right. Were we like this? Oops, you guys can't see. I'm just trying to... I can't remember what edges we were sewing against. I think it was this one. Yep, that's right. So I'm going to sew... I'm going to sew from here down. There we go. Now we're right. Alright, so I'm going to plop my little piece of paper underneath here. No, I haven't seen her in a while. But, you know, she's probably just busy with stuff. Alright, let's get this working this time. Come on, machine, you can do it. It is really bulky right here, and I think it was having trouble with some of that. Oh, feeling much better. Okay. Now let's worry about these other little bits. Making sure I'm trying to match these seams up and get my scant quarter the best I can. Alright, that feels good. Alright, I'm gonna get the leader back here. Or the spider. Trim him up a little. Oh, you're running your machine too. Awesome. All right, so that paper definitely was kind of necessary there. Let's take it off now. My machine just wanted to eat that corner. And I didn't want that. So, all right, much better. Oh, I was thinking there was another one to sew, but that was it. We did the other one already. So let's turn this off and head back over here. I'll just tilt it up. I won't move the machine. There we go. So let's see how we did. Where's the seam? Right here. All right, so we were, he was asking about the spider. Oh, with the little, where'd it go? Oh, up here with the, he's hiding up here. He's got all these little legs. We just cut all his legs down. All right, so the first two look pretty well matched, but yeah, where we were having trouble, this is where we were having trouble before, and look, it's a little further down here, and then this one didn't get matched perfectly either, but I think that's okay. I mean, it is okay. I mean, I'm not too worried about it. I actually kind of like when things go a little differently, so there we go there. And then, so let's press that, and I think we pressed open. Yeah, pressed open. And then we'll sew the two together, and this block will be done! Which is pretty exciting. Alright, we'll press it open this way. Then we'll be done for the day until this evening. Well, it's kind of getting to be evening already, but we'll be done till the 9 o'clock time. I know, we'll have it done. Alright. So there is a ton of bulk here, so it's definitely a press open scenario. There we go. Let's flip it around, get this side nice and flat. I suppose we could spray both of these again with starch again. We'll see how the things line up though first after pressing. And you know what? Let's press this guy again too. I miss Kathy on Instagram, and it's all here, Mr. Yep. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I know, right? I hope she's okay too. All right, there we are. Here's this. Tilt you down again. We can tilt over here too, I think. All right, let's scooch some of this stuff out of the way. Garbage, garbage, garbage. All right. Last seam. Let's see. I just want to do a test. I'm just going to put these next to each other and see how we're doing with lining things up. So if we do the center together, I don't know, everything on this side's looking pretty dang good. This side is where it's off a hair, but that's okay. So this side might be off a hair during this whole thing, but this side looks pretty good. So let's still try and aim for having our centers line up. Now, in theory, at this point, I could trim it down again, and oh wow, it almost looks like I should. But we're not gonna. I think we're gonna just aim. I'm gonna do it this way. We're gonna just aim for those seams being close. I think we'll do that little piece of paper underneath though again. I'm not nesting the center seam because I've pressed it open. So you can only nest when you've done it like either like the seam allowance is going different ways, but I had to press it open just because we're so thick at this point that it really needed to be pressed open. So we're just gonna aim and hope that we get close. That's what we're doing at this point. All right, I'm gonna just start here. So let's hope I can get my scant quarter again going all right. I'm holding the centers here, so that's gonna help a little bit. All right, let's help guide it a little. Yeah, this paper scrap, I mean, it really, really has helped because, I mean, my machine just wanted to eat a lot of this, you know? And this has been super helpful. For sure, the paper scrap thing. All right, are we still good in the center here? Yeah, I think we're still okay in the center. You know, now I could pin all these seams and stuff. I think, who was it? Someone here, I think Marla or Janelle, I can't remember. Someone mentioned it in here, the paper thing, and that's really worked well when we've needed it for some of these paper eating places. Yeah, you know what? I could pin these, but meh, exactly. I mean, so with that, if I'm going for super duper accuracy, I probably should have pinned, but I'm just kind of trying to feel. But again, you know, if it's a little off, don't care so much. So I think I'm a little arched here. Oh, so did the glue work for you? I haven't tried glue yet. To me, that freaks me out a little bit, but I will still definitely give the glue a try before we're done here with the Splendid Sampler, because I know a lot of people swear by it, and I need to, where's my scissors? I need to try that out yet. All right, snip. You've only done the glue once? Yeah, I'll just have to, like, you know, because this whole Splendid Sampler thing is just for me to learn, you know? And the glue works real well with just the heat set. Okay, with the iron, okay. Yeah, I'll have to see if I got some Elmer's around or something and give that a try. I might have to check the tension on my machine again after this. Maybe we'll do a little machine checkup before we start the next block, because I think my tension seems kind of odd. But I think I'm just gonna leave it. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't leave it. Maybe I should stitch that again. I think we might pull apart here. You know what? I think I'm gonna do I'm gonna just stitch right on top of this, which is kind of weird, but I'm a little scared about it. I'm gonna just stitch over exactly where I'm at again, the other way. I know this is probably not the best way to do this, but I'm nervous about what that stitch is looking like. Just back tack it too. All right, let's see what that looks like. I think it's definitely, oh no, that one looks good. So I don't know what it was. That first one didn't look great. I'll definitely do a little, we'll check our tension on the machine and all that. I mean, it's been a little while. We've done all these blocks without really paying close attention to that. So I'm gonna just move over here again. You need a real fine tip to attach the glue. Oh, like one of those those little like syringy looking tips on it. All right, so I don't know how good that seam was. It's a little wavy, but I think that's what it's gonna be, guys. Let's open it up, see what we got. Oh yeah, we are way kind of off in the center here. But you know what? Again, I think it's okay to have mistakes like that. But yeah, we are not lined up there at all. I had trouble with that stitch. I think we're just gonna leave it though. I'm not gonna redo it again. Oh, I know I'm still at it. I know, isn't it nuts? But we just sewed the last seam, so this is it right here. I'm fine with not taking things out again. This one for me was just kind of fun about the paper piecing. I don't need to. If I was way off, like I wouldn't have a 6.5-inch piece when I'm done. I might have, like if I was this far off on this side and that far off on the other side, I might restitch it. But I'm not doing that. But yeah, this is it. This is the last block. I'm gonna press it open though, just because it is really bulky. But yeah, done for the day after well, not for the whole day. I'm going to be back at 9:30 p.m. Central because we're going to take the Fabricelli off of the doily block. Come on, get in there, iron. Wow, it's just there's so much bulk. Get in there. All right. Oh, I'm so happy you like the colors. But yeah, so this is the one so tonight at 9:30 p.m. Central, we'll take the Fabricelli. Like we cut a little bit off that tip there. But we'll get the water out and we'll dissolve all the Fabricelli, and I'm also gonna press it as well. And then at that point, after 9:30's scope, then we will totally be caught up and we'll be up to date with all the blocks. So I am like, oh, it feels good. Feels good. So there we are, guys. I'm going to lay out all the ones that we did today. This one's your favorite. I love paper piecing, so this one was really fun. So yeah, here's where we're off, but you know what? I'm okay with it. So here's that one we finished today. This one we did first. Let's scooch up here. Here, maybe I'll just go more straight on like that. Oh, you like my block? Oh, that's nice. But yeah, so we did that one, and then we did all the blanket stitching around the little birdies here too. Whoo-wee! So that was quite the day, guys. That was so much embroidery today. We did all of this, and then all of this on the outside, and all of this, and then all the blanket stitching around these guys. So, whoo-wee, what time do we got? 6 o'clock. So, all right, 11 to 12 to 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, guys. Oh my God, I can't believe it. That was crazy town. So, all right, I am gonna flip you guys around, and that is that. 7 hours on the button here, people. Marathon for sure. Your butt hurts. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I'm glad we stretched. Oh man, yeah, look, I'm all frazzled now. Oh man. So here we are again, guys. Here is this guy. It's kind of, I like seeing them to size. So there's that guy, some little birdies, and then this block here. So for these tiny, tiny blocks they were all more than halfway done, all of these blocks. Still took me 7 hours to finish them today. Well, all right, guys. Thank you so much for playing with me here today. This was this is neat. I've never done something like this before, and yeah, I know, right? They look so small. Like they're this small. They're teeny, tinsy, tiny. But yeah. So tonight we will at 9:30. 9:30 is my normal time here, so 9:30 p.m. Central. We'll be taking off all the Fabricelli with water. So we'll be dissolving it in water, and then we'll be pressing it right away. And then we will truly be up to date. Whew. So thanks, guys. It was awesome for you guys to join me in here today. I really think that's awesome and I appreciate it a ton. I'm gonna have some wine and do my nails and watch a show. And then I'll be back here at 9:30 tonight, guys. So that's only like 2 hours from now, 3 hours, 3.5 hours from now. Alright guys, thanks again for being here. I will be back soon.